Yeah. कितने का आएगा? कितने का आएगा? अभी 5 मिनट है। Okay, good morning to all of you. How many of you have seen the IPT class? किसके आप लोग तो करिए सामने. You had completed the IPT class now, right? You had also seen the okay. People who are seeing this online, how many of you have completed your IPT class? So just allow me a minute. I think some students have not got the link. Okay, Rajiv, yes, Swaroop, you were active in the class last time also. Okay, so today we'll be doing the part of Western political thought, WPT. WPT is far bigger in comparison to IPT if you look at the number of thinkers also and the scope of that, right? And the second thing is in WPT, direct questions are also there, but there are indirect questions also because if you have done WPT, your understanding of ideologies is better and these respective thinkers have spoken about many things, right? So for example, if we do Marx here, Marx also we have done in the theories of state, let's say Marxist theory of state. There's a topic of power. Okay, now Hannah Arendt has spoken about power. Many other thinkers have spoken about power. So the point is when we do WPT, it almost solidifies all other concepts. Okay, so that is also a way to go about it. Right now, how I would be proceeding in WPT, I will not be going in the direct sequence. Normally, what I've seen is people are generally okay and they're fine with Plato, Aristotle, Machiavelli, but Hobbes onwards, because Hobbes says fear and I were born together, and this is where let's say the challenges start. Okay. Also, I actually wanted to start with Locke, but if I don't tell you what Hobbes is about, then you will not be able to understand Locke that well. And the moment I start, see, and especially with Hannah Arendt, okay, sometimes. Acha, it should be better now. Any other person who has issues with volume? I think the buffering part now it is sorted. I think there was a small, I think, internet issue at this side. It should be fine now. Okay, so I was just discussing with you that how are we going to go about it. We're going to start with Hobbes. Then we go till Hannah Arendt, and after that I'll complete the remaining three thinkers. That is Plato, Aristotle, Machiavelli. Okay, and in doing this, we will make sure whatever main themes we should be doing in the thinkers. Okay, we will be doing that. For example, in Gramsci, Hannah Arendt, all the mini points which can sometimes get a question. In Hannah Arendt, we've seen questions like the Trinity, okay, or conceptual triad of labor, action, and work. Right? Maybe you're not prepared on it, and there is a direct question on this topic. Right? Many people are prepared on banality of evil, but sometimes the question comes for Hannah Arendt, her idea of power. Okay, what is the analysis of Hannah Arendt on ideology? Okay, this topic I've also previously done with I think some of you when we were discussing ideology, right? Hannah Arendt's analysis of ideology. So sometimes you see that the questions may not be purely on the contributions of a thinker, they can be more specific in nature, right? That you have to analyze that particular thinker and their work in that specific domain. Okay? So that is there. Uh, you see, Socrates part, we will have a look at while discussing Plato, okay? Because we have to know the Socrates influence on Plato, that's it. Okay, now, before I begin, I think the results for mains should be out by tomorrow, okay? So I think many students who are waiting for it, few pointers, a couple of things I'll tell you. Okay, one is whosoever you are preparing your optional and the people who are watching this already have PSIR as your optional. At least our endeavor has been to cover a substantial portion by the time results come out. Okay, so even let's say the results come out tomorrow late in the night, or maybe on Friday, let's say, right? Today is Wednesday, right? So Friday is the higher expectation for, or it can also come tomorrow. Make sure you keep on doing this, first thing. Second, this also will be playing an important role. General studies and essay, right? For those of you who are watching this directly on YouTube and you are unsure of how to go about it and how to go, we have a specific PSI crash course. The class right now that you're seeing is also part of PSI crash course, right? Whereas if somebody is preparing for 2027, we have a specific program which is known as PSIR 300, which is even more detailed. So this can be of help for GS and SA combined, for especially for the students who want to solidify their mains. We have the mains boot camp and the mains boot camp plus, which not only includes classes for your content, it includes PYQ based answer writing, and it also includes live answer writing in addition to test series. So this is just a small piece of information for some of you who are, let's say, watching this when the results come out, you're unsure and you want to, let's say, quickly cover all these topics. For most of the classes that have had till now are live on the YouTube, so that at least the PSIR part should not be of problem. I think there's only one lecture that is around 4 hours, the theories of state, that is not on YouTube. Okay, so that is just one thing I wanted to let you know, if to make sure that you make the best use. Okay, now in your handout, how the handout is structured, and before that I'll also give you a general framework to understand the thinkers. Okay, in the handout, every PYQ in the recent 10 years has been included. For some topics I've gone even beyond the 10 years, and it is in reverse chronology. Many times you start with, let's say, to 2020 to 2015, and then you go on, it is 2025, what is the recent question, and then the question is there. So today also, after you're done with the class, in fact with every topic that you are doing with me, you go through your notes and directly start with PYQs. Take a separate notebook, make a separate notebook for PYQ, and in that you are going to do structuring of PYQs. I often say this, structuring of PYQs. If you do this, your answer writing becomes easier. What is structuring? You have to think about basic introduction, right? What should be there in the body? In the body, for example, the keywords or the points which you are going to elaborate on. Let's say the question is on Marx's theory of alienation, simple question. So I know there will be 4 elements of alienation I need to bring in. If I remember all those 4, will I be able to expand on it? Yes, most probably yes. Okay, there will be certain criticism and there will be a conclusion. Okay, in the previous class also, and again let me emphasize, as much as possible, okay, you try to focus on comparison. Okay, back. So this is a point and this is a point where we can focus in your structuring. Fine. So this you do for the topics you have done the structuring, put a tick mark, and the topics where you are struggling, you're not able to generate some points. Okay, then you can focus more on the, that you can even ask that how to break this down, how to open this down. but this will be giving you a lot of confidence. Uske baad, if you have time, write the proper answer. And don't expect that you'll write the perfect answer at the very one go, okay? But the more you write it, that is why it's that writing is thinking. The more we write it, the more that same theory becomes clear in our mind. Okay, that is one. And the last thing to understand before we start, if I look at any thinker, this is also how our notes are structured. देखो, thinker में we can think of a general introduction. For that, I will be giving you keywords like I gave you in the last class. ठीक है? For a thinker, a very important thing will always be their influences. In today's class, like for example, if I start with Hobbes, we'll get to know Hobbes' pessimistic nature of man is why? Because of the influences, the context around him, right? Then for a thinker, at least one book of theirs is what you should remember. Additionally, in your handout, there is a space remaining for quotes. ठीक है? उसके लिए भी we will try to think of that how some of the quotes we can remember. Okay, like I said, fear and I were born together. Covenants without swords are nothing but words. This is nothing but a quote. If I remember the quote, I will write a better answer, yes or no? So this can also help. Now, then any thinker has certain theories. Now, theories in your handout have been divided into different blocks. And those respective blocks can then be addressed. All right. So this is one. And after doing this, okay, if possible, think of a comparison. Almost every thinker and their theory can be compared to some thinker or the other theory. If I talk about Aristotle, so imagine Aristotle being so way back in ancient times. Aristotle theory gets connected, the civic republicanism, same thing I see in Hannah Arendt. I can make a connection, right? Similarly, the Marxist theory already has a huge influence of Hegel, although he has themselves changed his theory. So comparison part is something you will again focus on. If you prepare it like this, you will always have something additional to point out in your answers, okay? Goes without saying, we will also be doing criticism for each thinker, okay? Howsoever good you feel about that thinker, every thinker is criticized, right? For example, Aristotle, right? He spoke about golden mean, he gives so many good concepts, but on slavery, on citizenship, there is a criticism that he does not allow women, okay, or people who did not have property, did not get citizenship, right? So when I look at all these examples, point is every thinker will have criticism, including thinkers like Gramsci and Hannah Arendt. Often in your notes, you have not had criticisms for Gramsci or Hannah Arendt. And what are the challenges that you get to understand, right? That is one. And lastly, is a conclusion. Conclusion may you can think of either their contribution, overall, their legacy, all of this part, right? That what is the overall contribution of that thinker. So whenever you have to revise, the idea is today if we are going to spend almost an entire day for the thinkers, when you revise, your time at least will become, instead of 10 hours, you will take 5 hours to revise it. And the more subsequent your revisions are, and in these areas, if they are very, let's say, clear in your mind, your revision will be far better. So slowly and steady, the fear of integrating, doing a lot of this will be taken care of. Now, there is one small disclaimer I'll give you, okay? Especially for the people who are preparing for 2027, right? Who have already done their foundation. This class, again, as comprehensive it might be, is not aimed to be the replacement of your foundation, okay? So what do I mean by this? So after doing this class, you are requested to go back and quickly glance through your foundation notes once, okay? If there is any other, let's say, quote, something that stands out, write it in a piece of paper and staple it in this only, okay? So I think that right now the handout is 15 pages, last page is blank, 2 or 3 pages more or 4 or 5 pages more. When you read it, that will be helpful, okay? Another thing, here I am going to deal with this in a crash course oriented manner, right? So I will be giving more keywords. Now some of you may be very comfortable, Acha sir, you have told me the keyword, now I'll be able to expand on it, okay? But sometimes, let's say 2-3 months later, you just see the keyword, now you're not able to expand on it, okay? Go back to your base notes, okay? Jahan se bhi, wherever you've done the foundation with. So at least my idea is that you should be able to this is going to be a very good summary of sort, okay? Because your entire paper 1A will be summarized in less than 50 pages if you even count the number of pages. And again, you can do that for paper 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B. But if there is a problem like this, so I always encourage that you read. The more you read, you will be able to form sentences. Some people are already good at it. For them, the keywords are good enough. But if that is a problem, that if you're seeing the keyword, you're not able to make the sentences, so read your basic notes that you have followed, okay? And after that, use this as a summary, because then also you have a challenge before the class or something like this. Sir, how do I consolidate? Because WPT, anywhere you have made notes, WPT will be minimum 300 or 400 pages of notes, okay? So we are compressing all of that in hardly 15 pages. In those 15 pages, you will see almost all the major headings being covered, okay? But if there's anything which you feel you want to add, okay, you have the liberty, 4 or 5 pages summary form mein, and then staple it. That will be your final summary, okay? For the people who are going to write the mains, this is going to be more than enough, okay? But those who have more time, you can work slightly harder. That is my idea. And anybody who has joined, I think the 8th June batch, anyways, your test is on 20th June. So IPT is done, WPT is done. Now your time will go in revising, making summaries, okay? Tomorrow, or most probably by tomorrow end, you will have IPT ke practice questions and the model answers, okay? So that you can then see from the site, and then you can move ahead. Is that clear? Okay, I think everybody is sorted on how we're going to go ahead. Okay. So the very first thinker that I want to start today with is going to be Hobbes. Okay? Okay, you can open your handout of Hobbes. Okay, now when I look at Hobbes, let's see the kind of questions that have come. State of nature as a state of what? Individualism is inherent in Hobbes' absolutist ideology. Hobbesian notion of underlying political obligation. First question में underline SON, state of nature. Right. Fourth question again underline state of nature. And the last question, just underline covenants without swords. Okay, so now we will be beginning and understanding this, right? Dekho, when I look at Hobbes, what things do stand out in Hobbes? I'll be writing some points. After that, I'll make you write somewhere. Dekho, whenever I have to look at a thinker, okay, I have to see what things has he talked about. When I say Hobbes, what is the most important thing that you read about Hobbes that you are reminded of? Okay, somebody saying Leviathan, correct. Another keyword that I remember is he is a social contract theorist. Individualist and absolutist. Okay, he supports legal rights, so he is actually against natural rights. Okay, and when he supports legal rights, he actually will support the monistic theory of sovereignty. Right. Now for Hobbes, what you need to again remember, Hobbes, very important, his view of human nature. How is it? Dekho, his view of human nature is very pessimistic. What is the meaning of pessimistic here? Negative. Right? For example, human beings will ultimately fight. So he used to say in state of nature. What is state of nature? It is a pre-political conception. When there is no state, it is a hypothetical pre-political construct. ठीक है, write somewhere SON, state of nature, इसको लिखो dash करके, hypothetical pre-political construct. That is your state of nature. So it's hypothetical, it is pre-political when there is no political structure in play. So according to him, right, man is an animus dominandi, right? What is the meaning of animus dominandi? Man is power seeking. अभी I'll make you write down animus dominandi सारे keywords जो हैं, ठीक है? Man is power seeking, man is fearful, and in a state of nature, simple चीज है, everybody will want to maximize their pleasure and they will want to minimize their pain. And the moment I say maximize pleasure, minimize pain, we also get to know that he also believes in this utilitarian logic. The utilitarian logic of maximizing pleasure and minimizing pain. Is that correct? Okay. So when we look at Hobbes, what do we get to understand? That Hobbes has the pessimistic view of human nature, right? Tries to maximize pain and pleasure. Now, in a state of nature, that is why state of nature may everybody is going to maximize their pleasure, right? In doing so, they're going to have conflicts. In this, there is going to be anarchy, chaos. Ab yaad karo, in the previous class we had seen Matsya Nyaya was closer to Hobbesian nature of anarchy. Now can we make a connection? Here also he is saying if there is no state, there is going to be absolute anarchy, right? And to stop the anarchy, people have created and come in a contract, and what have they created? They've created a state, okay? But Hobbes wants to preserve individual, but his prescription is very different. He says, I want to make sure that you live a secured life, that your life ultimately, that you are secure, your life, property, everything. For that, so that you don't descend into chaos, we will create a state. If we don't create a state, life will be solitary, nasty, poor, brutish, short. All of this is what? State of nature. State of nature is a war of all against all, which is why he creates a Leviathan. And this Leviathan has wide ranging powers. Ab aap socho. Locke cares for people, which is why Locke is called a individualist, but he starts as an individualist but ends as a absolutist. What is the meaning of absolutist? Absolute powers are with the Leviathan, and according to Hobbes, there is no midway in between, right? I cannot say that I give you all the liberty and at the same time I give powers to the state. So for him, to ensure liberty, there has to be stability in the society, and stability only Leviathan can bring. And when Leviathan can bring the stability, this can only happen when it has absolute powers, absolute sovereign. Sovereign क्या होता है? Indivisible authority. And they can never be two swords. सुना आपने theory of two swords? Because they will clash. So according to him, unless sovereign is given the ultimate power, there can be no, let's say, stability, and there will always be chaos. I hope we are clear on this. Now, his view again of human nature is inspired by the happenings around him. He had seen the Spanish, the Armada, that wars that were happening, okay, and he had seen that human beings are, let's say, not cooperating, but they are conflicting. Why are they conflicting? Same thing. Everybody tries to maximize their pleasure and pain, okay. So to stop all of that, again remember, he will create a very powerful Leviathan. That is why whenever you read articles around COVID-19, or whenever somebody has to mention a very powerful state, they will use the term Leviathan, right? One more thing is this topic also overlaps with, you have a topic, rights. Dekho, rights can be natural rights, there are legal rights, you can also have human rights. Of course, you know there are constitutional rights, there are fundamental rights, है ना? What are rights, by the way? Claims is one of the definition of rights. Okay, that rights are entitlements or rights are claims that has to be given by the state, right? So that can be one of the example. ठीक है. अच्छा ठीक है. If there is somebody who is seeing this lecture and who does not have a PDF, go to the main PSIR channel of Sunya. Those who are watching this online, okay, I'm just going to post it there as well. And from there now you can follow whatever we are doing here. Okay, so I was telling you that rights part, okay, rights part is also important. According to Hobbes, there is nothing like natural rights. What are natural rights? Just because you are a human, in fact, Locke will talk about natural rights. Locke will say just because you are a human, you have some rights that are for you, and state is not conferring these rights. These rights you have it just because you are human. According to him, any right that you enjoy, according to Hobbes, it should have the sanction of law. It means it should be related to the sovereign. That is why he also says covenants without swords are nothing but words. What does it mean? That international law mein what is the problem? We have very good treaties, right? Paris Agreement. Now US, whenever it wants, it can go out of it without any consequences. So in covenants without swords, you can give examples like this, that there is no power of enforcement. Right? Very recently, USA again said, let's resume nuclear testing. And when USA says that, what is the problem then? It will again lead to issues. Yes or no? So the point is here, he supports legal rights. That rights are only having some effect if they are backed by law. And who has the power to enforce law? Sovereign, that is a Leviathan. If you violate the law, there will be consequences, as simple as that. So this is the overall snapshot that we have on Hobbes. So if you have to remember on Hobbes, remember his book, what is that? Leviathan, okay? He is a social contract theorist. Now, whenever I say social contract, again you have to remember, before him, there was a organic theory of state. I've also covered this in theories of state, if you recall. There are social contract theorists. Who three are the most important ones? Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau. Okay. You know the term we the people? What does the term we the people signify? Right? And this concept is most closely associated to Rousseau. Rousseau talks about a general will, okay, and a particular, let's say, will. We the people, which we have, is ultimately tied to the idea of Rousseau. Okay? Hobbes is a social contract theorist. You will remember that. Okay? Locke is what we do after this. Till here, are we able to follow? Okay. So now open your handout on Hobbes. Now I'll tell you some important things. Okay, so here directly come to the books. पहले books लिख लो. Like Leviathan 1651 for Hobbes, right? Leviathan 1651. Discussed, so his book Leviathan discussed the grounds of anybody tell me what is political obligation? Batao. Yeah, the reason why to follow a state, that is known as political obligation. So we're saying his work Leviathan discussed the grounds of political obligation. Okay, that is one. Then write a couple of quotes here. First, echo fear and I were born together. Fear and I were born together. Second, right, this is also there in the PYQ if you see above. Covenants without swords. Covenants without swords are but words and of no strength to secure a man. You'll complete the line, and of no strength to secure a man at all. Okay. Right now we've seen two of them, two quotes. One is fear and I, and one is covenant without swords. Now come to introduction. This introduction which I'm giving you can also be used as a conclusion. Okay. So right, Michael, Oakeshott, Michael Oakeshott, Michael Oakeshott, right? The Leviathan is the greatest. Leviathan is the greatest masterpiece of political philosophy. It is the greatest masterpiece of political philosophy in English language. Next, Leko, same one more, right? William Ebenstein, Ebenstein, right? The Leviathan is the first general theory of politics. Leviathan is the first general theory of politics in the English language. It is the first general theory of politics in the English language. ठीक है? Both these two are in some sense a praise on Hobbes. Okay? Did I say Machiavelli? नहीं नहीं, Hobbes ठीक है. अभी तो it is okay, right? हाँ. So we have written about him, but you will also see a huge criticism about Hobbes. Hobbes will be heavily criticized. Macpherson will also criticize him. Other also criticize him for him being absolutist and a despot. You know who's a despot? DESPOT. कौन होता है despot? Very much autocratic, right? So they take all the powers, right? And individuals don't have any power because of that. Is that clear? Okay. So again, just quick recap. We have seen introduction of Michael Oakeshott, William Ebenstein. Now, first understand, don't remember the names in the first go. Both these two introductions are in a way praising Leviathan to be something of great value in English language, the greatest political philosophy, right? Or it is a very important book of politics in the English language. That is the essence of it. Okay. Second level will be if you can remember the names. Okay. And this you can use anywhere, right? This is the introduction on Leviathan, but you can have a similar introduction on Hobbes. You can again change it. Michael Oakeshott has praised Hobbes as Leviathan. You can do that. And Hobbes being one of the greatest political philosopher of the English language, you can easily do that. Yes or no? Now come to the influences. You have a box of influences. And whenever I say influences, there is one thing we have seen: a thinker is a child of his times. So whatever has happened in their life, and second, whatever they have read, will have a very crucial part on the kind of worldview that they have. Yes or no? So here, right, for his influences, पहले लिखो, जस्ट राइट कीवर्ड लिखो, he was born prematurely. He was born prematurely in England. Born prematurely in England during the threat, during the imminent, during the imminent threat of the Spanish Armada. Spanish Armada. First thing. Second, right? He oversaw turbulent British history, turbulent British history, like the Puritan Revolution, the Puritan Revolution, 1641, and the Civil War. This we are writing just to show, if you get a question, state of nature is a state of war, you have to tell his influences. Why is he so pessimistic? We're just building up for why is he so pessimistic, right? Civil War, right? So this is what actually happened with him. Next लिखो, इसी में influences में. So he is a political philosopher, but he's going to be very scientific as well. Okay. In fact, we'll see there's a method that he uses, resolutive composite method. That method has science to it also. Okay. So he has a scientific influence. So you can write Descartes. Okay. There is a scientific influence to him as well. So the other thing will focus more on the fear aspect. The scientific influence will actually influence his methodology. Okay, so you can write Descartes, Descartes. Okay, till here are we able to follow? Okay, now so we've just seen three things. We've seen the introduction, we've seen the influences, and we've seen the book and quotes, basic idea. Okay, this is where every main thing will start. You have methodology. What does he use? You have the views on human nature, which inspires state of nature. Then a social contract which creates a Leviathan, and his views on individualism. So पूरा जो पूरा box है ये, everything is logical and one follows the other. Is that clear? Let's come to methodology. अब इसमें लिखो, पहले I'll give you some keywords that are important for him. Right? Methodology में just write the keywords. पहले लिखो deductive. You know what is the meaning of deductive? क्या होता है बताओ? One method is inductive, one method is deductive. Deductive is what? Hmm? Right. No, there is a bias in the deductive method. See, deductive method is not empirical. Something has happened. From that, you are drawing inferences and conclusions. So this method is deductive. Another approach of reasoning happens to be inductive approach. She follows a deductive approach. So पहला क्या लिखो deductive. Second keyword, right? Second, right? Utilitarian. ये तो पता है अपने को what this means? Maximize pleasure, minimize pain. Third, right? Materialist. He is a hardcore materialist. Why? Because for him, matter is most important. Nothing is more important than matter, right? Next, लिखो resolutive compositive method. and just you need to know just the essence of it. Okay, resolute, or I can even write this as resolutive. देखो, the term resolutive means to break something down in its smallest component. Okay, let's say there is a big thing, I've broken it down into it's the smallest component, and then I'm going to analyze it. And this is how he will say, this is my views, maybe on human nature, on how the word behaves. So resolutive, just write in one word. देखो, Hobbes resolves or breaks down. Hobbes resolves or breaks down society into its basic unit. He resolves or breaks down society into its basic unit, and then composes the society logically. And then composes the society logically. Ab dekho, what is the meaning? Let's say there's a big society. I'm trying to break it down, break down, break down, break down. Finally, what do I get? I get an individual. Now, Hobbes will ask the question, okay, what does the individual want? What does he aspire for? He will get certain points based on that. In fact, from this, he will try to extract what boils down as human nature. Human beings want, they are greedy, they are selfish, they want glory, but most important, they want self-preservation. Hobbes की theory आप देखोगे built in the idea of order and self-preservation. These are two core important things. How does he arrive at it? He will take one big whole of society or the state, he breaks it down into the smallest element, and he finds out what is the most important. And from that, he again rebuilds that. अब उसने बोला हाँ भाई, state is important. So in this sense, if you understand how he arrives at state of nature, so whenever you write your answer, this is a keyword for you, that Hobbes uses resolutive composite method to understand human nature and psychology. Yes or no? And based on that, his views of social contract or Leviathan are ultimately derived. So what is his method? See the keywords what I've written. क्या क्या लिखा है हमने? By he uses deductive logic. This is deductive logic, right? Second keyword is utilitarian. You know, maximum pleasure, minimum pain. Third keyword is materialist है, very clear. Fourth keyword is resolutive composite method. Many a times you know this. Now do you know what it means? And how would you apply it? Because this will help me understand the state of nature, and this will also help me understand what a state is and why do you need it. Do we get to know this? ठीक है? This is the resolutive composite method. Okay, this is the methodology. Last लिखो. Also, right? Use of human psychology. For example, he uses fear to build his theory and state. The use of human psychology. Hmm? Deductive is an overall method. For example, even Plato, etc. Any other thinker can use it. That is a broad principle of reasoning. This is a method specific more for Hobbes. Okay? For example, in this method, I have not told you, but this method is also inspired by geometry and science. He will try to think of this method as very scientific in nature. Although you can argue, sir, that's somebody who is totally based on human nature. How is that scientific? Because he is taking only a small set of people. Other set of people may be actually happy. Okay? So here there is an element of geometry and the scientific part which has inspired him. Okay? But overall, this is the essence of it. ठीक है? ये हमें समझ आ रहा है? Are we able to understand? Now come to next. What is the next one? Human nature. Okay? पहला देखो. First लिखो power seeking. Human nature is power seeking. Start with inverted commas, right? there is a ceaseless desire. There is a ceaseless means unending, which does not stop. There is a ceaseless desire for power in man. There's a ceaseless desire of power in man that ends only with death. That ends only with death. तो पहली चीज क्या है? ह्यूमन नेचर क्या है? इट इज पावर सीकिंग. Till the time they die, what they want to do? They want to have power, seek power. Now, do you think this view has inspired realism in international relations? Yes. That is why when you have a question, intellectual precursors to realism in international relations, one of the important person is Hobbes, and after Hobbes, you also have even Machiavelli. Even Machiavelli inspired realism, right? Amongst many other people. Second point, लिखो materialist. So human nature is power seeking, human nature is materialist. So write in inverted commas, human felicity. Felicity actually means happiness. Human felicity. अभी ये टर्म मैं आपको, I'll tell you this term again. See, felicity I'm telling you. Sometime later I'll also tell you there is a person known as Bentham, and Bentham has given a term. ये नाम सुना है? This we do when I compare Bentham with J.S. Mill. Right? For example, for Bentham, everything can be quantified on a happiness scale. But then Mill will say that, चलो वो आगे देखेंगे, pushpin, poetry, pig, slave, that all logic that we'll have a look at. चलो, what is the term I've used? Felicity. Felicity means happiness. So right, human felicity is a continuous progress. Human felicity is a continuous progress of desire from one object to the other, from one object to the other. And इसी में देखो second bullet, just expand on utilitarianism, same चीज. Ultimately the goal of human nature is to maximize pleasure and minimize pain. Okay, so that is something that we already know. Third point is a term that I had just used some time back. Third term is reason for appetite. Reason for appetite. अब लिखो Hobbesian man is animus dominandi. और ये this term is very important. लिखो ब्रैकेट में, keeps appetite above reason. This is totally different from Lockean man. Hobbesian man is animus dominandi. It means the animal nature is dominant. Appetite is dominant more from reason. And this is also where Locke and Mill will differ. Mill will say, according to, for example, Mill, we are human beings. Okay? So we can differentiate on the nature of pleasure also. So it is not the same that you eating a buffet versus you reading a book. Somebody will say, sir, reading a book is so boring. But Mill will say, you are saying it is boring because you have never read a good book in your life. Okay? And which is why you're running over to buffets and so on and so forth. वहाँ पे there is a comparison of Bentham and Mill, and which is where we discuss the philosophic calculus. So coming back, reason for appetite is what Hobbesian man is, animus dominandi. Okay, we have written this, keeps appetite above reason. Full stop. लिखो इसी में, the only purpose for reason in man, the only purpose for reason in man is to fulfill his appetite. Is to fulfill his appetite. Anybody else who has a problem with volume? I think it is right, I feel. Maybe you can just refresh it once if that is the case. Okay, last लिखो, fourth point. देखो, just insecure, human nature insecure. In the bracket write fear dot dot dot. You know what to fill here. Fear and I have a bond together. So man by nature is insecure. So now just see, what is the human nature made of? Four things. Power seeking, second. Materialist, third. Appetite, reason. Socho na, what are you saying? The main only reason for a reason to exist is to focus on fulfilling the appetite, and for that you use the term animus dominandi. Is that clear? And the last thing is insecure. Right? Clear? So we have seen his methodology, we have seen what his views on human nature. Now come to state of nature. Okay? So what is state of nature? I told you. No, how do you define state of nature? Hypothetical, pre-political construct. Okay? Same thing when I say original position, it is not that there is something like original position. It is simply a hypothetical construct. Okay? Chalo. State of nature में, right? In state of nature, it is a state of unlimited liberty. It is a state of unlimited liberty and absence of any overarching authority. Absence of any overarching authority. Absence of any overarching authority. In SON, everyone tries to maximize their pleasure. In SON, everyone tries to maximize their pleasure out of the fear that the pleasures may be taken away. Out of the fear that the pleasures may be taken away. Now, I'll tell you 3 quotes on state of nature. You have to use them in your answers. Okay? All of them are very logical in nature. Pehla likho, in SON, in state of nature, all these are quotes. In state of nature, comma, there is no scope for art, comma, industry and commerce. In state of nature, there is no scope for art, industry or commerce. This is the first one, right? Second, right? In SON, state of nature, life is 5 keywords we'll remember. In state of nature, life is solitary, nasty, poor, brutish, short. People watching this online, please just comment on the volume. Is it okay for you? Chalo, in state of nature, life is solitary, nasty, poor, brutish, short. And last, देखो, state of nature is a war of all against all. The state of nature is a state of war of all against all. Okay? Just quickly read the 3 quotes that we have written. There is no art, industry, commerce, first thing. Second thing is solitary, nasty, poor, brutish, short. And third one is state of, it is a war of all against all. Okay? So this again gives you a very good idea how to write this. Hai na? So if you have it, you have quotes also and you have a basic idea. So when you write your answer on state of nature, don't you think it should have some reference to the human nature as well? Yes? So we are writing this in box, but please remember everything is connected to the other thing. If you get a proper 10 or 15 marker, it does not mean you cannot use Hobbes methodology. Methodology will be common everywhere. The views on human nature will be common. But now you already have content, you have to now pick and choose. If the focus of the question is state of nature is a war of all against all, whatever we've written of state of nature, I'll be writing it, but I will be supporting it through his methodology and his views on human nature. Are we able to understand this? Okay. Now, come to the next one. What is the next heading? Social contract. Okay. So, likho, the Hobbesian man, first point, right? The Hobbesian man has no choice. The Hobbesian man has no choice as as he wants to minimize pain, as he wants to minimize pain in inverted commas SON, state of nature. Hobbesian man has no choice as he wants to minimize his pain in state of nature and therefore enters into SC, social contract, and therefore enters into social contract. Next, right? In social contract, man becomes social bracket, right, civil society and political, right, bracket, commonwealth at the same time. Man becomes social and political at the same time in a social contract. Now you write again another quote, right? Man was sovereign in the state of nature. How many of you understand this line now? Man was sovereign in state of nature. But what will happen in social contract? He will give away all his rights. Just for what? Self-preservation. Right? So what did I say? Man was sovereign in state of nature, full stop, right? In social contract, same issue continue karo. In social contract, man gives up all his rights. Man gives up all his rights except the right to self-preservation. Man gives up all his rights except the right to self-preservation. This is the first quote. Second quote, right? And these quotes are almost in a way that is self-explanatory. So if you write them in the answer, right, they will also add value. Second, right? Inverted commas, I give up all my rights to commonwealth. I give up all my rights to commonwealth on the condition that you also give your rights. On the condition that you also give up your rights. Okay, you also give up your rights. Okay, so what have we seen? What are the four headings we have seen till now? Methodology, human nature, state of nature, social contract, right? Now we come to Leviathan. Okay, who is the Leviathan here? It is the absolute sovereign. And now we have seen people have given all their rights to the sovereign in exchange of self-preservation. You have to be very clear. And that is why Leviathan ke baad next heading is what? Individualism. Okay, that we will see that Hobbes starts as an individualist but ends up being a absolutist. But that absolutism is also only to benefit the people, right? Because he knows human nature. This is how you have to reference the things back. Directly, if somebody says Hobbes takes away all the rights and he's absolute despot, he does not care about the individual, is also not absolutely correct. He does care about the individual. His prescription is slightly different, but his end is people's preservation. Right? So now write Leviathan. पहले देखो, it is the absolute sovereign. Although I should not be using the term absolute and sovereign in the same sentence. Sovereign itself means absolute. What did you write? Absolute sovereign. Next, likho. People give all their sovereignty. People give up all their sovereignty to a third party. People give all their sovereignty to a third party immediately. Next, right? देखो, Hobbesian sovereign is the inverted commas political horsepower of the Leviathan. It is the political horsepower of the Leviathan and is the facilitator of felicities. What is the meaning of this? What is felicity? Happiness. It is the facilitator of happiness. This is a keyword you can use. Sovereign is the facilitator of felicities. Okay, so this is one keyword we have used. Next keyword, right? The political obligation. The political obligation. What is the meaning of obligation? The reason why people should obey the sovereign. So, the political obligation of Hobbesian sovereign lies in people's preservation. It lies in people's preservation and facilitating man's attainment of pleasure. Facilitating man's attainment pleasure, right? Last आ जाओ in Leviathan लिखो, power has the power to punish, and this is a very important thing. I've just told you it has the power to punish, but this also ties with this idea, the idea of even legal. देखो, whenever there is a law and you break the law, you pay a fine. There's a proper method to it, yes or no? But if something is just oral, if I say as a norm that you follow this, even if you don't follow, nothing is going to happen. So here, this is the theory also of legal rights, theory of monistic sovereignty, and theory of how international relations does not have much. What is the problem of international relations? The laws don't have a legal backing, right? उसी को बोला था, एक और टर्म बोला था the IR में, that the laws are having vanishing jurisprudence. Why is it vanishing jurisprudence? They don't have the force of law, right? The laws don't have teeth, right? So just write part to punish. लिखो, the command of the sovereign is the law. The command of the sovereign is the law. Next लिखो, people won't obey laws. People won't obey laws just because they are morally correct. People won't obey laws just because they are morally correct. If the law is morally correct, does not mean people will obey them, right? So what does it mean? He has a very practical approach, and he also knows carrot and stick. Unless people have fear, you cannot at least expect them to do this, right? So what have we written? People don't obey laws just because they are morally correct, okay? And then end it with covenants without swords and put dot dot dot. We've already written this quote. Covenants without swords. That is how, even though it's a short write-up, we have covered all the bases, and you should know now how to use what and where. Covenant without swords are no, nothing but words. Okay. Now, what is then last heading kya hai? In bracket, right? Compare with Locke. If you get a question on Hobbes, because Hobbes is what? A social contract theorist. Compare him to Locke. I'll do the same thing when I do Locke. I will compare Locke to Hobbes. Okay. Now, when I look at this, individualism, okay, what is the meaning of this philosophy? What is the idea of individualism? Individual is at the center. What is humanism? Human is at the center. Okay. Now, before Hobbes, the state was what was the role of individual before Hobbes? Think of Machiavelli. Machiavelli, mein, the main role was for the prince. Okay, think of Aristotle or think of Plato. Their main role is for a just society, but enough focus on individual was not there. Because of Hobbes' theory of sovereignty and because of his focus on individualism, we also sometimes say that he has elements of being a modern thinker. Okay? There is a criticism also of Machiavelli that Machiavelli is not entirely modern. How many of you agree with this? And yes, Machiavelli is a transitional thinker. Okay? Can I say Machiavelli has some elements of modernity? How? His views on secularism and his views on power politics, divorcing ethics from politics. But if I go to Hobbes, the biggest contribution of Hobbes is what? Theory of sovereignty. Sovereignty theory was not given by Machiavelli. Who gave the theory of sovereignty? Hobbes. And of course, the theory was also given by Jean Bodin, right? Huh. So when I look at individualism, you have to understand in the modern sense, individual is very important. Okay. But Hobbesian prescription of individualism is slightly different. He knows the individual very well. He knows that individual. How does he know the individual? Human nature, resolutive composite method. He understands. And he knows the most important thing for an individual is self-preservation and maximization of pleasure. Man is utilitarian and man is fearful. To prevent that, he again will say man will go into a social contract. In a social contract, he will give up all his rights in exchange of right to self-preservation. So when I look at individualism, again I can say he starts as an individualist but ends up justifying an absolute state. So which is why that is there. But when I look at Locke, Locke will remain an individualist all and out. And Locke will say if the state does not guarantee your basic rights like right to property, you have the right to revolt as well. Hobbes does not give you the right to revolt. Right? Same चीज यहाँ. Law is the command of sovereign. Sovereign से तो ऊपर कुछ भी नहीं है. Nobody is above the sovereign. Able to understand his views on individualism? So just a couple of keywords, right? Although everything that I'm telling you is a mixture of already what I've told you. Okay? So right, individualism. First लिखो, state. This is a statement of Hobbes put in inverted commas. Likho, state is not an end of the individual. State is not an end of the individual. Rather, individual is the end of the state. Even this question can come as a 10 or a 15 marker. Individual is the end of the state. Next, right? Right, Hobbesian individualist assumptions, Hobbesian individualist assumptions have been criticized, for his absolutist conclusions. Hobbesian individualist assumptions have been criticized for his absolutist conclusions. And some scholars call him incoherent. Some scholars call him incoherent. Do you understand the meaning of this? कि भाई बात तो आप इंडिविजुअल की कर रहे हो, in the end you are becoming an absolutist, so there is no coherence in your thought. We are justifying it. So one set of scholars criticize him that there is no coherence in his thought, right? Next, right, Sabine, सुना हमने, जॉर्ज Sabine, put a dash and write. Absolute power of sovereign is necessary. Absolute power of sovereign is necessary component of Hobbesian social contract. लिखो Hobbes, next लिखो Hobbes starts as an individualist. Hobbes starts as an individualist, but ends up justifying an absolutist Leviathan. Ends up justifying an absolutist Leviathan, whereas now this is where I bring in Locke. इस क्वेश्चन में लॉक को लाना ही पड़ेगा आपको, ठीक है? देखो, whereas Locke remains an individualist throughout. Locke remains an individualist throughout. Okay, last लिखो. Cl vapor, put a dash and write. Hobbes is wrongly portrayed as an absolutist. Hobbes is wrongly portrayed as an absolutist. He is a very coherent thinker. He is a very coherent thinker. Full stop, right? You go for Hobbes. Again, all of this is Cl vapor. You go for Hobbes. Man has only two options. Man has only two options. Put a dash. To live in a state of anarchy. To live in a state of anarchy, or under a sovereign. Or under a sovereign. ठीक है? Now, in this question or in this theme, we have compared him to Locke also. We have seen some people supporting him, some people criticizing him. Supporting में कौन आ जाएंगे? Cl vapor. Clear है? Come to criticism. पहला लिखो. Leviathan is inverted commas fruitless. Leviathan is fruitless. Come to criticism. Leviathan is fruitless as a book of history and useless as a book of politics. Fruitless as a book of history and useless as a book of politics. This is the first criticism. Second criticism लिखो. It was said to have contained lewd principles, and was burnt and banned by the Orthodox Church. It was burnt and banned by the Orthodox Church. And last, you know that he was criticized for his materialist and utilitarian outlook. Materialist, utilitarian, and pessimistic. Pessimistic, basically here idea is pessimistic view of human nature is also a generalization. Not everybody will always be a pessimistic, right? He was criticized for his materialist, utilitarian, and pessimistic outlook. Pessimistic politics, pessimistic outlook. ठीक है? Now come to the last. What is that? अब देखो इसमें फर्स्ट लिखो, पहला क्वेश्चन लिखो, Hobbes as the first modern thinker. This question you can also get because this question is also about the contribution of Hobbes. Hobbes as the first modern thinker. Okay, and then we'll see his overall impact not only on realism but in general on liberal politics as well. Okay, what is the answer to this question? Was he the first modern thinker? Yes. Right. तो इसमें लिखो, पहला पॉइंट लिखो, by the way also gave the theory of, yes, अब यहाँ पे write down the line. देखो, Jean Bodin was standing on the gate to modernity. Jean Bodin was standing on the gate to modernity, comma, Hobbes was the first to enter it. Hobbes was the first to enter it. Hobbes was the first to enter it. ठीक है? अब how do I prove this? Right, good. देखो लिखो इसको. I'll break this question down into, first I'll talk about the method he uses. Is there a difference in that? लिखो method, put a dash. First, materialist, utilitarian. Third, individualism. And we've also seen resolutive composite method. So his method was different. Okay. Second, of course, his theory of sovereignty. He gave a complete theory of sovereignty. In Bodin, there was some instances of clashes between church, but Hobbes was very clear that there can only be one sovereign. Law is the command of sovereign. So this is what differentiates him, right? Theory of sovereignty. Next लिखो, इसी चीज को लिखो, state was sovereign. State was sovereign on both political and religious State was sovereign on both political and religious matters. Political and religious matters. ठीक है? So this is why he is known as the first modern thinker. One, because of his methods. Second, theory of sovereignty, and specifically, it is also the state will be sovereign even in religious matters. This clarity was not given by Jean Modern. That is why he spoke about sovereignty, but not in the entire sense, only partially. Clear? Hai? So that is one assessment. Second, the legacy of Hobbes is also seen through continuation of social contract. So he's a social contract theorist, and social contract remains a very important concept of political science. So one will be social contract. Second, overall his views, yeah, his sovereignty, आप सोचो, has ultimately defined what? World and power relations, nation state. Think of Treaty of Westphalia. So sovereignty, in that sense, the contribution of Hobbes has far-reaching implications. Next keyword I can also say is realism. He was one of the intellectual precursors to realism. Intellectual precursor to realism. Right? And lastly, again, individualism and self-preservation continue to be important even right now. Nations shape their policies on these ideas, on individualism and self-preservation. So these are some of the important points that you need to know. Okay, fine. So from one social contract thinker, now we move to the next one. Who's the next one? Locke. Let's see the questions. The very recent question of 2025 is on Locke. Just see this. In 2025, you had only two questions from WPT. One was on Locke and one was on Karl Popper and the enemy of open societies. Okay, so just have a look at the foundational base of Western democracy, underlined Western democracy, has been shaped by Locke's idea of constitutionalism, freedom and property. Okay, अब ये जो क्वेश्चन है 2025 का, डोंट यू थिंक दिस इज द एग्जैक्ट ऑलमोस्ट रेप्लिका ऑफ 2018? The 2018 question was John Locke is the father of liberalism, right? And in liberalism, ultimately, you're talking of the Western democracy. The same question in a different format. Both the questions were of 20 marks, right? The Locke pe, this question is linked to not just Locke but also the ideology. So you need to know what all John Locke talks about. It is not just life, liberty, and property. It is also constitutionalism. It is also separation of power. It is the civil society and also the right to revolt. ठीक है? Next, underline social contract. Second question, देखो, comment on Locke's social contract. हाँ है ना? Now see the fourth question. Comment on the assertion of Laslet. Okay, that Filmer and not Hobbes was the main antagonist of Locke. Who is Filmer here? Yes, Filmer gave divine rights theory, right? We will also be writing it. Filmer actually wrote a book called Patriarcha. In this book Patriarcha, he spoke about divine rights theory. And Locke, in his book, what is the name of Locke's book? Two Treatises of Government, right? In that book, he is actually criticizing Filmer. So Laslet is saying many people believe that Locke is criticizing Hobbes, but no, Locke is criticizing Filmer. And this question is actually a question on natural rights versus divine rights theory. यहाँ पे लिख भी लो कहीं पे, in case you forget. देखो, divine rights theory versus natural rights theory. This is actually a question on that. Okay, and let's see the last statement. Locke is an individualist, out and out, and you have to substantiate this statement. Fine. Now this question individualism pe hai, so you have to somehow bring Hobbes at the end. You'll talk about entirely what is Locke talking of an individual, but compare it with Hobbes. Right? So in the question on Locke, you have to bring in Hobbes. For Hobbes, you have to bring in Locke. Clear hai? ठीक है? Now, when I've had a discussion with you on Hobbes or Locke may first major difference is their view of human nature. The view of human nature of Hobbes was very pessimistic. His view is going to be optimistic. In fact, he will recognize that there is a reason in man that goes beyond his animal needs, right? And he will say that in fact, his positive view is because of the glorious revolution of 1688. Okay? It was a positive transformation. During Hobbes, what had happened? Spanish Armada invasions, he had seen civil war and all these problems. His view was negative. His view is positive, right? And when very different thing, which Locke talks about, is the existence of natural rights, right? Prior to natural rights, there was divine rights. The king had divine rights, right? King was the embodiment of divine. And he will talk about you have natural rights, including the right to have property. And precisely the right to have property will ultimately lay grounds for liberalism. Because the economic philosophy of liberalism is what? Capitalism. And from here you will, because see, earlier if the king will have all the property, you don't get to have the property, right? But now if I'm allowing you to have property, and if you're talented, you hire some people, industries will start. And this, after this, you'll also see the time of industrial revolution. So context is very important in case of Locke. That Locke may, again, he has an optimistic view of human nature. Second, a very important emphasis on right to property. Other than that, any other thing that you think Locke talks about? Of course, he talks about many things, but what comes to your mind? So first thing we have seen is, for every thinker, I'll spend some time for overview. Overview is very important. One was optimistic view. Second was natural rights versus the divine rights theory. Third one was right to something that stands out for Locke. Hmm? Power people, but how? Oh, so basically, ultimately, of course, he's a social contract theorist, and there are two levels, and he will also bring in the civil society. Okay. Then Locke is also important. Why? Because he will talk about having a proper constitution, having separation of powers. In fact, later on you see a full-fledged theory of separation of powers by Montesquieu, right? So even Locke had given the idea of separation of powers to prevent corruption, to prevent anarchy in general. Okay, so we'll keep that in mind as well. Any other thing for Locke that you think of? People online that you recall? Something for Locke which you think is very important, has influenced governments of the day also. Did Locke impact any revolution also? American Revolution, कोई impact था Locke का उसमें? Was Locke an important figure in world history? He was, right? In the revolutions, yes, his ideas again played an important role. Okay. Any other thing that comes to mind? Say on. And toleration will also become a defining feature of liberalism. His idea on toleration will tell how to manage diversity. Right? So when I look at Locke, there are many ideas that he brings about. In the exam, they've asked you already the questions on, for example, same what is his view on individualism and compare it that to Hobbes. ठीक है? And back to back we are seeing questions on Locke as the father of liberalism. ठीक है? So in that question you have to see how is he the father of it? What is so special? For example, when I say Plato is the father of political philosophy, so it means the genesis, the most important things must start from him. Same is the case here. If I say Locke as the father of liberalism, what ideas were only first spoken by Locke, which ultimately paved way, right? Including ideas like this, many of these ideas. Okay? Now let's begin. So first we'll directly come to his books. पहले first, right? The True Treatises of Government, the name of his book. Okay, and also write one of the essays that he wrote was on toleration. On toleration. Okay. Now in quotes, write one quote. तो इट्स अ स्लाइटली लॉन्गर कोट, इसको मैं थोड़ा सा छोटा करके बोलने वाला हूँ. लिखो. देखो that all man being equal and independent, all man being equal and independent, comma, no one ought to harm another, no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty or possessions, life, liberty, health or possessions. This is a quote from the Two Treatises of Government. अब देखो, what is the idea of this? Everybody is equal, right? And nobody should harm each other in their own work. So basically he's saying there is a reason that is there in man, and that reason can be used, and that means the cooperation between people is possible. This is the exact opposite of what Hobbes says. Hobbes says what? All of you, because you want to maximize your pleasure, you will fight with each another. And he brings the reason. Reason बड़ा important part है. अब आप देखो, if you look at reason, just सोचो reason दिमाग में. Reason has led to consent. Man has enough reason to have consent, right? Which is means the contract is a product of consent of people in having reason. And why are they giving consent? एक और question I want to ask you. If the people have reason, if they don't want to fight, then why do you want to have a state in the first place for Locke? Hobbes तो made it very clear. मुझे आप लोग पे भरोसा नहीं है, आप लड़ोगे. Locke तो बोल रहा है, Locke is saying that you will not fight as much. But then why have a state? Hmm. They also have appetite, right? Anything else? The main thing is, one, of course, man has both reason as well as passion. That can be one problem. Second thing is, just main thing is the main, let's say, objective of Commonwealth, or let's say the state, is to ensure that whatever friction that arises, you resolve it immediately. Okay? So if there is a small friction also, if there is a small dispute which can be very logical thing to have, very practical thing to have. It is going to stop that dispute so that life can go on very properly. So he believes in the reason of man, but he's also practical in the sense that we will give very limited power to the state. He is not like Hobbes sovereign. Hobbes will give all the rights. He will give very limited rights, which is why the Lockean state is a night watchman state. And precisely because it is a night watchman state, you can have and think about property. You can think of free market. Think of Adam Smith, invisible hand. Other state will be so powerful, market cannot determine supply and demand. Right? So he proposes a minimal night watchman state, which actually is going to be again a founding thing of liberalism. So this is also how Locke is going to be very different than what we've seen for Hobbes. ठीक है? Okay, now come to introduction. लिखो जॉर्ज सेबाइन put a dash, right? Sincerity Locke's sincerity, comma, his profound moral convictions, his profound moral convictions and his genuine belief in liberty and human dignity, his genuine belief in liberty and human dignity make him an ideal spokesperson, makes him an ideal spokesperson of inverted commas the middle class revolution. Ideal spokesperson for middle class revolution. Okay. इसी में इंट्रोडक्शन में जस्ट राइट अ कपल ऑफ एडजेक्टिव्स, सो इवन इफ यू डोंट रिमेंबर दिस एग्जैक्टली यू विल स्टिल हैव समथिंग टू राइट एन इंट्रोडक्शन ऑन. ठीक है, तो लिखो इंग्लिश फिलोसोफर एंड पॉलिटिशियन, comma, key thinker of early liberalism, key thinker of early liberalism, comma, exponent of natural rights. All these can be used in the intro. Exponent of natural rights, comma, representative government and toleration, and last इसी में for this, right, his views had considerable impact on American Revolution. His views had considerable impact on American Revolution. Now come to influences. Now you have some adjectives also. If you don't know this exactly, you can use it. Otherwise, George Sabine has also talked about the sincerity and the moral conviction of Locke. Okay. Come to influences. Okay. सबसे बड़ा लिखो, इसमें लिखो इंग्लिश रेवोल्यूशन. The English Revolution, especially glorious revolution of 1688. The glorious revolution of 1688, which ended absolutist rule, and established constitutional monarchy in Britain. Okay, so this is the historical context I want to give you in this. Now, other influences are also there, but this we will be covering in methodology. For example, there's a very famous statement of Locke that mind is a tabula rasa. When he says mind is a tabula rasa, what is the meaning of it? Mind is a clean slate, which means whatever socialization you have, it is going to impact your worldview. So, in that sense, he becomes an empiricist, right? He looks at certain observation, and based on that observation, he tries to talk about it. Is that clear? So, I've just given you the historical context, which is that the glorious revolution of 1688. Main cheese kya hai? It had ended which rule? Absolutist rule. And then there was a rule of a constitutional monarch in Britain. That is the idea. Now, let us go one by one. First, come to methodology. Here, first keyword that you will write, he is the empiricist. In the bracket, you can just write mind is tabula rasa. Can anybody tell me what is empiricism and what is the opposite of empiricism? बताओ, empiricism क्या होता है? Based on observation, ठीक है, based on facts. What is the opposite of it? Empiricism. Normative. अब ये terms क्यों जरूरी है? If he is empiricist, for example, in this sense, who will be normative? It can be Plato. Plato can be normative. Plato will believe on norms, ideas. In fact, we will discuss today Plato's theory of forms, right? Right? It is very abstract in nature. Plato will say, you, everything, this table is not real. The idea of table is real, and that idea is getting reflected in this. Yes or no? So difficult to make sense of. Okay. Now, इसी में लिखो empiricism point पे, right? देखो, he does not believe in any innate ideas. That everybody is ultimately born with a clean slate. There are no innate ideas. Innate means already. He will also talk about materialism. Goes without saying. सबसे बड़ा क्यों? But he will talk about right to property. So he will use this as well. He is also having elements of utilitarianism in him. In the bracket, right? Sole aim of the government is ensuring preservation of property of people. Sole aim of government is ensuring preservation of property of people. Ensuring property of people. लास्ट लिखेंगे नॉमिनलिज्म. नॉमिनलिज्म इसको लिखो डैश करके. देखो, Locke argues that general ideas are not universal. General ideas are not universal. And they don't exist independently. General ideas are not universal. And they don't exist independently. देखो, they are created by the mind. They are created ठीक है. अब इसको let me explain this to you. His nominalism, for example, and for this keep two things in mind. One is his rejection of divine rights theory, and second, his proposal for a social contract. Now, let us understand. He simply says that, देखो, this is very important term, authority. Earlier, the authority that people had, or let's say the people had to obey laws, this authority was based on, earlier, this was divine. I can say divine to be as metaphysical. He simply says nominalism means there is nothing overarching, there is nothing independent, universal. Okay? The authority that you have is because of individuals. Individuals have given the consent and they can take away the consent also. That idea is nominalism. Right? So there is nothing that is existing overall. There are no innate ideas. Things have a context and the people give it the context. So that is why he is, if you know, we call Locke as anti-absolutist and an individualist. दोनों चीज सही है. He is anti, yes, and he is an individualist. Why is he an individualist? Why? Ultimately, the people will give the consent if they want to give the consent. And he is an anti-absolutist. Absolutist अगर हो जाएगा तो everything what the sovereign says people have to obey. उनकी consent खत्म हो गई फिर. ठीक है? So that is why you will see that is how his mind is a tabula rasa, is a very big statement. Earlier the belief was what? We are always born with certain ideas. Right? To give you another example, आपने सुना होगा, there's a huge debate that happens, be it with any sports person. Okay? The debate of nature versus nurture. What is that debate? Somebody will say, for example, right now, the talk of the town in cricket is a child of 15, 16 years old, could be 17 also, we don't know the documents, Vaibhav Suryavanshi. There are only two things. One, somebody saying, can this be a pure talent or has the talent being cultivated? Nature versus nurture. Nurture means, can I cultivate this? Nature means it is inborn. According to him, there is nothing inborn. Right? People get the ideas, the values, etc. from their own circumstances, from their own social beliefs. Yes or no? तो ये चार पांच keywords. Tell me the keywords again. Empiricist, yes. Second, materialist. Third, utilitarian, and fourth one is nominalism. Acha, his utilitarianism, please remember, the chief, abhi I'll also make you write down a quote, that the chief objective for creation of commonwealth is preservation of property. And when I say commonwealth, I am meaning to the political conception. I am talking about the state. Yes or no? Commonwealth क्या है हमारे लिए? It is the state. So what is the chief objective for creating the state? Is to protection of property. Clear hai? Now let's go to the next one. What is the next heading? State of nature. Okay, come to state of nature. Now, state of nature for him is going to be slightly different. Okay. So, लिखो, just like Locke, there are certain keywords that are there in his state of nature. Okay. So, just write. लिखो, it is characterized by. There are four keywords here. लिखो, it is characterized by inverted commas, peace, comma, goodwill. It is characterized by peace, goodwill, comma, mutual assistance, and self-preservation. Peace, goodwill, mutual assistance, and self-preservation. Self-preservation. Rather than chaos or conflict. Rather than chaos or conflict. Now, let us quickly recall. What is Hobbes' state of nature? 5 keywords. Solitary, brutish, poor, short. एक मिस कर गए. देखो, solitary, nasty, poor, brutish, short. 5. यहाँ पे क्या है? 4. What are the 4? Peace, goodwill, mutual assistance, self-preservation. Right? So you will try to remember. that what are the keywords that I need to know. Okay, now let's move to the next one. So state of nature में the first keyword that we have seen is this. Next, right, in the state of nature, देखो, Locke says that man can discover the natural laws. Man can discover the natural laws through reason, comma, obey them, and live in harmony. And live in harmony. And this again points to the question I asked you. Bhai, if people are so good, why do you have a state of nature? So next लिखो, Leo Strauss. नाम सुना है? Leo. He will ask the same question which we are asking. लिखो Leo Strauss, right? He calls Locke as incoherent and irrational. He calls Locke as incoherent and irrational for proposing a social contract when SON, state of nature, was peaceful. Social contract when the state of nature SON was peaceful. Do you see some issue here? Okay. Now, despite all of this, why does he bring the state? Simply, it was not a tool of necessity for Locke. It was a tool of convenience. It will make things convenient. Okay. So, right, Locke creates SC, a social contract, because dash करके लिखो, there's a temptation to default. These are the 4 reasons why he says there is a temptation to default, comma, uncertainty on laws, third लिखो, no one to be a judge in his own cause. This is also what brings in the idea of separation of powers. No one to be a judge in his own cause. And last लिखेंगे, lack of common authority. Lack of common authority. Now do we know? So if you get a question, ये सारी चीजें you have to write in the exam. Don't assume the examiner already knows what as Leo Strauss has said. This will add to the weight of the debate, because the logical issue is, if he is so hopeful of human reason, then why does he create it? This is also known as Locke's ambivalence on state of nature. On one hand, he has so much of hope of human nature, the state of nature, but at the second time, why does he create a social contract? That is why Leo Strauss says that, what is he? Incoherent and irrational. But we now know the reason why does he say so, right? Now move to the next heading, on state. So right, for Locke, state is not a necessity, rather a tool of convenience. Rather a tool of convenience. अब इसमें लिखो, the state has been formed through very important, we have to write is explicit consent of the people. People have given consent to the state. That is why you have a state. So this part is very important. Okay. Now there is one difference in the Lockean state and the Hobbesian state. The state in Locke is of how many stages? There are two stages. Hobbes with this level of variation is not there. Okay. In fact, there is a two stage of contract. There is a first stage of contract and then there is a second stage. What is the difference between first and second? This is also where the idea of civil society will also come into play. So when you write about the Lockean state, a Lockean social contract, you will write, unlike Hobbes's, let's say, single stage contract, Locke has a two stage contract. And वहाँ पे stage भी नहीं, वहाँ पे direct there is a contract. Yes or no? So right, unlike Hobbes, Locke's social contract, Locke's social contract theory has two distinct contracts. It has two distinct contracts. ठीक है, अब इसमें देखो first stage with consensus. The first stage is with consensus. ब्रैकेट में लिखेंगे सिविल सोसाइटी. Okay, अब यहाँ पे there is unanimous, everybody has given the consent here in the first stage. Okay, second stage is with majority. There's a difference now. First stage is what? Consensus. Second stage is majority. So right, second stage with majority and inverted commas में लिखेंगे tacit consent of minorities. Tacit consent of minorities. Okay, which forms ultimately the civil government. So you have a civil society and now you have a civil government. First stage is what? Civil society. What is the second stage? Civil government. Okay, next, right? This is a, I think, line you often read about, right? Government is a trust. Government is a trust and the people are its trustees. Government is a trust and the people are its trustees. इसका मतलब क्या? What is the meaning of this? If the government is following and able to, let's say, preserve the property, it's fine. But the moment government does not do that, that government becomes illegitimate. It violates on the majority, the consent given by the people. Now what people can do? They can resist. ठीक है? So लिखो इसी को, write this. देखो, people should have the right to resist. People should have the right to resist if the government is illegitimate. If the government is illegitimate. And last, right, the government has only, last thing here, the government has only three powers. You go right to frame, the right to frame, comma, adjudicate and execute laws. Frame, adjudicate and execute laws. Right? So when you look at this, what is the idea that you get here? Government will have a limited role. Yes or no? Right? Okay. Come to, अच्छा, और जहाँ पे state लिखा भी है, in the state, in the bracket please write minimal or write night watchman, because I'll again repeat that in property as well. Minimal state you have, or it's a night watchman state. Minimal or a night watchman state. Okay, now let's talk about individualism. First, write the quote, right? Locke is an individualist out and out. Locke is an individualist out and out. Second, right? He is a scholar of because he's a scholar of normative individualism. पहले इसको लिखेंगे, after that we'll write the second one. पहले लिखो, he is a scholar of normative individualism. In the bracket, right? What is the meaning of normative? It is a value. Now, earlier, before than him, collective society was seen as the good, right? And the king has to look for the collective society. Individuals were not given a voice. So when he is a normative individual, it means if you practice individualism, if individualism is at the core, it is not a sin, right? So इसमें लिखो bracket में, लिखो he doesn't consider individualism as a sin. He doesn't consider individualism as a sin. And methodological in this, right? Because अब यहाँ in his method individual is at the center. So right, individual as the center of analysis. Individual as the center of analysis. So all the four keywords that we saw, nominalism, empiricism, उन सब में क्या है? Individual is at the center of analysis, which is why he will give एकदम absolute path breaking ideas like natural law, like right to property. Things of this sort did not exist, right? Individual as the center of analysis. Okay, इसी में लिखो right next. In individualism only, right? लिखो for Locke, man has enough reason to be his own destiny maker. Man has enough reason to be his own destiny maker. Bracket में लिखो SON, in the state of nature. So even in the state of nature, he believes man has enough reason. Now again, how can I support he is an individualist? अब now I'll mention some of his ideas. So पहला लिखो, all of this support individual. पहला we'll write, देखो, theory of natural rights, which is also a separate topic, but of course you know, if he's saying natural rights, what is the idea of natural rights? Everybody has the rights because they are human. This also supports individualism, right? Second लिखो, a night watchman state. You want a very minimal state. So second is a night watchman state, again linked to individualism. Third, right to property. Right to property. Okay, and we say he's an individual out and out. Even in the extreme case of state not obeying its mandate, not following the mandate, he allows the individuals to revolt. So last one will be theory of revolution. All these four theories support the idea of individualism in Locke. That is why I've given you the theories also. I've told you what he believes in state of nature also. In state of nature, he says man has enough reason to be a maker of his own destiny. But remember, he knows there can be some inconveniences. To remove those inconveniences, he has created a social contract through a state. अब स्टेट का काम क्या है? to ensure life, liberty and property. Very minimal state is there. So can we say overall the core focus happens to be what? Individual. The core focus here happens to be an individual. Are we clear on this? Batao. Clear hai? So whenever you get a question, think of what Locke thought about in state of nature and what Locke thought about overall or what he gave in theory. Both combined will give you the right answer. Okay? Is it correct? All right. Now what is the next heading? Natural rights. Okay. Natural rights में first देखो Locke criticized Filmer's patriarcha. Locke criticized Filmer's patriarcha for its defense of DRT. What is DRT? Divine rights theory. For its defense of divine rights theory. Okay. Again, just a quick recap. Please remember, earlier there was an idea of divine rights theory. Okay. Divine rights were given only to the king. King was the embodiment of the divine. And people have to obey the king. Why? Because divine hai bhai. Locke will say that first of all, if you have made an agreement in the previous generation, why should the next generation follow it? First thing. Second thing, he says that he does not believe in the metaphysical things, right? He will say there is nothing like divine authority that is being there. So do you see some sense of scientific method in him, right? And we see that this time of renaissance of the scientific inquiry was also there. So what he is doing, he is actually, let's say, critical of the medieval times. Medieval times are also known for its over reliance on skepticism, right? They will have led obscurantist practices. So when he criticizes divine rights theory, he also criticizes the source of authority as well. ठीक है? पहली चीज तो यही है that he criticizes. This is the context that you should remember. And if you remember this, then please see the PYQ. Last let. पढ़ो एक बार. It was Filmer and it was not Hobbes who was the chief antagonist of Locke. This will also make it very clear for you, right? The main point that he wants to criticize is patriarcha, that main idea of divine rights theory. Pehli cheez, okay? Now, second right. लिखो, according to Locke, people have certain inalienable rights. People had certain inalienable, and I'm saying certain means how many? Three. Either you write three or you write certain. What are these three? Life, liberty, property. People have three inalienable rights. Bracket में लिखो, two treaties. This is there in his book. In his book, Two Treatises on Government, he simply says what? People have three inalienable rights. Next लिखो, NR, which means the natural rights, are not conferred. Main चीज ये है. Natural rights are not conferred by the divine or the state. Natural rights are not conferred by the divine or the state. Rather, they are inherent. They are inherent in an individual. They are inherent in an individual because they are human. They are inherent in an individual because they are human. Now again read this, and again this is a very revolutionary thought. He is directly attacking the authority of the church, directly attacking the authority of king. Earlier, what was the idea? whatever rights you have will be conferred onto you. If I'm conferring you 10 rights, what does it mean? Can I take away your rights also? So he says people have three inalienable rights. What are these rights? Life, liberty, property. Jisko nobody can take it away. Okay. So this is a very important point that he tries to make, that nobody can take away these rights, right? And this will be a very important part because this now the state has to ensure. So ab likho, देखो these rights या these natural rights and are these natural rights have helped establish, they have helped establish limited government based on consent. Based on consent. Okay, लास्ट लिखेंगे इसी में, जस्ट टू सपोर्ट इट. देखो द natural rights are derived from natural law. They're derived from the natural law. Full stop. Right? The right man's reason helps him discern natural laws. Man's reason. और इसी को अब लिखो सपोर्ट करते हुए इन्वर्टेड कॉमास में, no law. When he says no law, he means no, if there is no natural law, you cannot have any liberty. So you write it like this, but for your understanding here, write in the bracket natural. And what is natural law? You will respect others' rights. And then what is liberty here? Then only you can enjoy your own rights. This means it is based on reason and this is based on natural law. No law, no liberty. This is a quote of John Locke related to natural rights and natural law. Why people have, or why is there a natural law? Because people have sufficient reason within them. And it is the reason that will stop them taking away somebody else's rights. अब आपको समझ आ रहा है? But here also there is an ambivalence. If there is natural law, if there is natural rights, why do you have the state? Again, bring in Leo Strauss. If he's so optimistic about natural law and natural rights, why there is a need to implement it? But then again the same issue will come that we wrote 4 points. Because there can be certain issues. So the state has to be there to ensure convenience. Right? The law is to be there for convenience. Yes or no? यहाँ तक समझ रहे हो? The answer does not end here. This is one way of what is natural rights. ठीक है? If you don't have space, maybe write it somewhere. This part that I'm doing here, then I will not be again repeating in the एक rights का topic है. I am just covering here itself criticism of natural rights. Okay? So write a page or take a heading. Write criticism of natural rights. Criticism of natural rights. Now, who has criticized this? देखो पहला क्या होगा? It will be criticized from the legalistic, let's say I should say angle, or a legalistic approach. Legalistic approach, you even have Bentham who will criticize it. You will also have Hobbes who will criticize natural rights. According to these two, rights are only having value when they are backed by law. They believe in law, yes, legal rights. Rights are only important when they have a legal sanction. Again, think of MG Narega. In MG Narega, there was a right to, let's say, work and employment. Of course, there is a certain condition also, right? That if the state does not give you work in the entire year for how many days, right? So for those specific days, the state is liable to pay money also to you. If not, you can go to the Supreme Court for that. So main cheese is there is a legal angle. Okay, now according to Bentham, natural rights are what? Yes, so there are a few keywords. Nonsense upon stilts. They are a terrorizing language. This is for natural rights. This is the criticism that is coming in. And हॉब्स के लिए हमेशा एक ही चीज याद रखो, लॉ जो होगा, व्हाट इज लॉ? Law is command of sovereign, as simple as that, no doubt about it, right? So if natural law, does it have the command of sovereign? नहीं, तो वो law ही नहीं है. It is not even law in the first place. Bentham will say natural rights, first of all, it is a nonsense upon stilts. It is a terrorizing language, right? It is not backed by law. These are the problems with the natural rights. ये लिखना है आपको. No, this is criticism of natural rights. Huh? No, no, no. Don't write in the criticism. Write it separately. Ye criticism is of John Locke. Okay. So one is this. Second, I can even bring in people like Edmund Burke, or I can even bring in certain neoliberals. देखो, Edmund Burke was actually a conservative. Conservative will always talk about society is greater than the individual. So according to Edmund Burke, law, your rights should be based on society and should not only be based on individual. There should be a societal backing. So he's also critical of natural rights because he says a total society does not recognize natural rights. Laws, their rights should have a social focus rather than only a individual focus, right? So even this thing we can do. हाँ, इसमें देखो, basically saying these are vague, right? It is nonsense, and then you say it is nonsense upon stilts. पहली बात तो it is purely nonsense, and you are now elevating nonsense to a bigger level, saying that these are rights. That is being of nonsense upon stilts. Okay, so they are vague in nature, very ambiguous. What are they? Nobody exactly knows. This is the criticism of natural rights. एक और इशू है, हाँ, मल्टीकल्चरल में भी हो जाएगा कि दे विल से विच राइट्स एग्जैक्टली. ओके, नाउ वन मोर थिंग, व्हेन आई एम सेइंग टेरराइजिंग क्यों है, आप बताओ, सोच के बताओ. बिकॉज नाउ पीपल विल गो अगेंस्ट स्टेट. ये लोग स्टेट बचाने में लगे हैं. Hobbes will also want no thing should come against the state. Now, if people start to demand their natural rights, will it also destabilize the state? Right? So this is a problem. That is why it is a terrorizing language. One, it is vague. Second, when these people start to demand, it is not properly defined. It is not backed by law. So it is going to cause or hollow the claims of the state. This is a big challenge. Okay, so this can lead to chaos. Okay. So even this is something that we can talk about. अभी के लिए बस ये लिख डालो, ये भी आपने पूरा पढ़ा नहीं है. This I'll cover in justice. So in the justice part, we will have a look at it. Okay. The overall criticism of natural rights, right? But I hope these two you're able to understand, the first two. Hobbes will also have the same thing. Law is the command of sovereign. Anything that is not backed by law does not have any value as such. Is this clear? So this is the criticism of natural rights. Okay. Last आ जाओ. One is property and then there is Lockean liberal democracy. Okay. Come to property. पहला लिखो वही, right? Locke rejected DRT. Locke rejected divine rights theory and proposed three inalienable rights. Locke rejected DRT and talked about three inalienable rights. Yes? अब लिखो quote, write a quote and try to remember it. Very simple quote है, लिखो. The chief reason for men uniting in commonwealth, the chief reason for men uniting in commonwealth is preservation of their life, liberty, and estate. Estate is nothing but property. ESTATE. The chief reason for man uniting in commonwealth is the preservation of their life, liberty, and estate. Okay, now next point, right? Now, when you think of right to property, maybe he has talked about individualism. Okay, for example, what everybody believes that God has created everybody equal. Yes, but he says that God has created everybody, but some people are more hardworking, some people are less hardworking. The people who are more hardworking should be allowed to have more property. यहाँ से ही पूरी कहानी शुरू होगी capitalism. Because capitalism, if you know the classical liberals, they justify somebody very rich and they justify somebody very poor. If you remember, the drunkard is where he ought to be, Sumner, justifying somebody having a poor, very social status. Right? So first, right, next point. Because Locke says that God has made everything in common. Locke says that God has made everything in common, but nothing can remain common. But nothing can remain common as more industrious people, industrious means hardworking, as more industrious people shall get greater fruits of their labor. More industrious people shall have greater fruits of their labor. They have greater fruits of their labor. Next, right? Next slide, देखो, he is a materialist. He is a materialist who argues that inverted commas में one can acquire as much as there is enough to others. One can acquire as much as there is enough for others. And इसी में just write the last one. देखो, he imagines a meritocratic Locke imagines a meritocratic capitalist system. Meritocratic capitalist system. Okay. Now, for example, Macpherson, C.B. Macpherson will call Locke as a scholar of possessive individualism. What is the meaning of possessive? Property based. So that part you write, likho, C.B. Macpherson, and write Locke is a scholar of possessive individualism. Locke is a scholar of possessive individualism. Okay. Flip your page. What is the next heading? Locke's liberal democracy. Okay. Again, if you notice, whenever we are talking of Locke, I'm somehow bringing in Hobbes. Okay. So right, and you have enough space. Try to bifurcate in two parts. Okay. तो यहाँ पे पहला लिखो, unlike Hobbes' absolute sovereign, Locke proposes a liberal democratic government. Locke proposes a liberal democratic government. Next, right? Locke rejects absolute and indivisible authority. Basically, I mean sovereignty, right? Locke rejects absolute and indivisible authority, and he advocates limited sovereignty. This is the main core that you have to remember. So we have compared with Hobbes and we have seen what does he stands for. He does not stand for absolute state. What does he call for? Limited sovereignty. Okay. Now one by one for each we will just write keywords which you will now know. Pehla likho. Now in his liberal democracy, first point is likho support for natural rights. NR. There is a support for natural rights. Already we have done natural rights. Support for natural rights. Second right, primacy of public interest. The government has to work for public interest. Third right, limited government. Limited government. In the bracket right, inverted commas, the less the government, the better it is. The less the government, the better it is. Next right, consent of the governed. All the keywords we have seen, but एक ही जगह लिख रहे, consent of the governed. Next right, democratic principles like electoral accountability, because we are saying liberal democracy पे सवाल है. Democratic principles like electoral accountability. Next देखो, Locke allows for restricting legislative powers. Locke allows for restricting legislative powers to prevent overreach. Prevent overreach. Next right, again an important feature of his liberal democracy, right? Separation of powers, bracket में ELJ, executive, legislature, judiciary. There is a proper separation of powers, which is also a very important feature for a liberal democracy. That is why he will say legislatures powers should be limited. Let's say they create a law that overrides the natural law also. So the problem हो जाएगी, yes or no? Right? Next point, right? अच्छा, separation of powers लिखा आपने? Next slide लिखो, respect for diversity of opinion. In bracket write on toleration. Respect for diversity of opinion. And last में लिखो, right to revolt. Right to revolt, put a dash, right? People can overthrow the government. People can overthrow the government if it is illegitimate. If it is illegitimate. So can also overthrow the government if it is illegitimate. Okay. So if you see all these points, this is about Lockean democracy. Okay. And almost similar points. When I say, now if I ask you, Locke as the father of liberalism, do you have points? Right? This is there, right? Again, Locke has a lot of, acha, last एक और लिखो, focus on constitution, because ultimately the Bill of Rights will also be inspired by Lockean ideas in US. So लिखो, the focus on constitution and its values, which is nothing but constitutionalism. The focus on constitution and its values. Okay. All right. So when I look at Lockean liberal democracy, there are many things which we can talk about. So इसलिए don't miss out keywords like night watchman state or limited state, consent. Okay. Then yeah, important principles, democratic separation of powers, limited government, all the principles that we have seen are ultimately paving way for Lockean democracy. What is Lockean democracy standing for? So that is going to be important. Okay. Now come to criticism of John Locke. Anything that you can criticize about him? Very good. So पहला लिखो, unlimited property rights. First criticism is unlimited property rights. Second लिखो, right to vote. Right to vote. Acha, when I say unlimited property rights, what is the issue? Now he says industrious people should have all the goods that are there. Don't you think this will lead to inequality in the society? So when I say unlimited property rights, he does not envision social welfare or social justice. So when you're writing unlimited property rights, देखो bracket में without redistribution या social welfare, because Marxists will criticize this and they will highlight what? That there is no provision for redistribution. He does not even allow redistribution. What does he say? If you're hardworking, it is yours. If you're not hardworking, you will not get anything. This is going to lead to inequality in society. That is the issue of unlimited property rights. First problem. Second issue, what did I say? लिखो, right to vote was only to the man of property. इसका मतलब है right to vote is qualified. Right to vote is only to the man of property. Only to the man of property. Okay. So what happens here? Anybody who does not have property, and particularly large section of women, okay, other sections will be excluded. So feminists, that is why, will criticize him as well. Third लिखो, according to feminists, social contract, according to the feminist, the social contract does not take women's issues as at its core. The social contract does not take women issues as its core. Acha, by the way, this exact critique can be used for Hobbes and even Rousseau. Okay. Therefore, try to recall which thinker talked about a sexual contract. बताओ, याद आ रहा है? Kate Millett says almost similar thing, that is sexual politics. We have Carol Pateman. Carol Pateman says we need a sexual contract. So if there is any social contract thinker, आप किसको लाओगे? Sexual contract, right? So right, Carol Pateman. Did I complete my point? What was I saying? देखो बोलो फिर से. As its core, ठीक है. Therefore, Carol Pateman calls for a sexual contract. And this keyword is good enough. Okay, so in this question we have a very prominent, Locke में prominent critique क्या होगा? Marxist critique. Second critique will be feminist critique. These are two prominent critiques: Marxist, feminist. Any liberal will always be criticized by Marxist, and any Marxist will be criticized by a liberal. Clear है? Okay. Now come to the last. वो आगे, वो तो न्यू लिबरल क्रिटिक है. प्रोग्रेसिव टैक्सेशन यहाँ आया ही नहीं है. क्लासिकल लिबरल्स नेवर टॉक्ड अबाउट इट. तो देखो, चलो अगेन, you are saying progressive taxation. This statement is a statement by neoliberals. Neoliberals come in the 20th century. ठीक है? Again I am repeating. देखो, these Locke will be a classical liberal. Classical liberals will say what? If you are hardworking, take away the entire earth. If you're not hardworking, stay in the gutter. Okay? So they justify inequality. Yes or no? After them started welfare state. Welfare state will try to make certain provisions that people should be given some allowances, some benefits, because you have to have a society wherein you have to take care of all. And this will be criticized by neoliberals. Neoliberals will say that, for example, progressive taxation is bonded labor, planning is a road to serfdom, social justice is a mirage. All the three lines also we've written in our previous class. ठीक है? Are you clear now why this is not the answer? Why will we not talk about progressive taxation? Because Locke does not talk about progressive taxation. Progressive taxation is a more advanced and a more recent concept. Rawls will, for example, talk about progressive taxation. Okay? Now let's come to the relevance. तो सबसे पहले लिखो, डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द क्वेश्चंस लिखो, फादर ऑफ लिबरलिज्म. Father of liberalism. Next, he begins the liberal political thought. All these are good points. He begins the liberal political thought, comma, constitutional government and a system of checks and balances. A system of checks and balances. Okay? Now I'm telling you a quote on Locke. This quote can be used in any question on individualism. Quote is by, देखो, everything in Locke's system revolves around the individual. Everything in Locke's system revolves around the individual. Full stop, right? Everything is disposed. Everything is disposed so as to ensure sovereignty of the individual. Everything is disposed so as to ensure sovereignty of individual. So this is a very strong line on individualism also and the impact of John Locke. Why am I focusing on this? If you write an answer on father of liberalism, one of the core facets of liberalism is individualism, atomistic man. Do we remember? So if I'm saying individualism is at the core, I can also emphasize it by this quote of one. I'll again repeat, everything in Locke's system revolves around the individual. Everything is disposed so as to ensure the sovereignty of the individual. Okay, so can we say this? अच्छा एक और लिख लो, there is also a critique of Locke, if you can write it somewhere. देखो last key and write देखो he criticized Locke's limited government. Last key criticized Locke's limited government as a gigantic limited liability company, as a gigantic limited liability. Can anybody explain to me what is the meaning of this? What will be the meaning of this? ऐसा क्यों बोला जा रहा है? ठीक है, and main चीज is देखो liability is very limited, so state is given very limited role. So his limited government, the point is, if you have a government, why limit it? Because in times of crisis, if you recall, Lasky is a pluralist thinker, and he also says in the times of crisis we need to have state being given the proper role, because if there is a limited government, the government can also get away by saying this is not my liability. So he will talk more about giving more powers to the government, but we also know why Locke does not give enough powers to the government. ठीक है. And lastly, here again his ideas will come closer to Fabian socialism. वहाँ पे क्या है? State has been given a bigger role for redistribution, right? So this is a criticism also of Locke. This is one of those criticisms. समझ में आ रहा है? Okay. Now let's move to the next one. We are not talking about J.S. Mill. The moment I say J.S. Mill, what comes to your mind? John Stuart Mill. What is so special about him? Utility. Somebody says he's a Peter who denied his master. But why is that? Who is the Peter and who is the master? So we will see that he was heavily inspired by Bentham. Okay? But he will also reform Benthian work. Almost similar to Plato and Aristotle relationship. Okay? Aristotle being a disciple of Plato, but he will also disagree with Plato on certain parts. Okay? So somebody is saying, how does he reform utilitarianism? Anything else? J.S. Mill, very popular for. सबसे देखो इंपॉर्टेंट इनका है freedom of speech and expression. And he will say, देखो, why is freedom of speech and expression so important? There are many reasons. One of the reason is it helps in development of individual and society. देखो, if you silence somebody's opinion, it may be true that that opinion is wrong, but then what the culture of the society is, slowly and steadily censorship will start to come. And he will say that when people are free to express, this creates art, this creates commerce, it creates industry. So freedom of speech and expression is not only important for the individual, it is also important for society. And he says a very important line, silencing is हम लिखेंगे अभी आगे, silencing of opinion is an assumption of infallibility. Right? What is infallibility? It means you think you are the God. There is nothing wrong that you can do. So silencing of opinion is an assumption of infallibility, and he will simply say again the same thing. Even if somebody is wrong, allow them to project their views as long as it is not anti-state. It can be anti-government, no issues. They can be only be two things. Let's say that person was wrong. That person will learn. What if that person was right? Okay, and this also tells you that sometimes majority opinion may not always be the correct opinion. So which is why he will focus a lot on it is not correct to silence anybody's opinion. So what is he supporting? Freedom of speech and expression. He will also say the same thing for state. A state, for example, we've seen a state is known by the right it maintains. Almost similar thing he will also say. And he will say again that if there is a liberal state, it allows more rights, more freedom of speech. Okay. Now, we also get to know about his harm principle, which is nothing but it tells you about reasonable restrictions. That freedom of speech, etc., it's never absolute. Your freedom stops the moment somebody else's freedom begins. So this actually makes it more practical. Nobody will have absolute freedom, right? And this is a practical sense that we get to know. In J.S. Mill, we also get to know that he is criticized for being a reluctant Democrat. Reluctant क्यों है वो? Some reasons. One reason is he says democracy has been a very long fight, right? It has been fought a long time. So he was reluctant to give democracy to the developing countries. And he would say that these developing countries, for example, are now not fit to be democratic. They have had very old structures, right? They are barbarian. And even J.S. Mill will justify things like white man's burden, benevolent despotism, saying that right now, if the Britishers are ruling India, it is only in the India's interest. In the last class, if you recall, even moderates said what? British rule is a blessing in disguise, which was heavily criticized by people like Aurobindo. So his idea of reluctant Democrat also faces criticism, right? One side that aligns with him is saying that democracy is very hard fought for. If you give it to these colonies, it may get totally transformed. People are not fit for democracy in this case. And he will also limit that who can also get a right to vote. He will also put conditions that only the people who are educated, only the people who have property. So he brings in, I call this as, or it is called as aristocratic elements to democratic. Aristocratic means slightly elite. So it is only the educated people, it is only the people who have property will be allowed to vote and to contest in a democracy. This is also one. J.S. Mill also happens to be one of the first feminists, right? So in his book on subjugation of women, he again has written and talked about the challenges they face. Because if you look at the thinkers right from Plato, okay, there is no thought on women specifically. Most of them have not allowed women the right to vote or to be in political spaces, barring Plato. Plato's philosopher king can also be a woman, okay? But then Plato also talks about theory of communism, right? Theory of communism में क्या है? The family and the child rights, everybody, the whole community will do that. And it is not only a family that will do that, ठीक है? So even sometimes Plato is also regarded as the first feminist because he does not stop a woman from being a philosopher king, okay? But उसमें भी एक criticism है. The criticism is that his focus was not predominantly women, and he did not want, his focus still remained philosopher king only, and he did not think of overall welfare of women, only on a specific title philosopher king the welfare was there, that's it. So that is also criticism that is there. So when I look at J.S. Mill, these are broadly the main ideas. Importance is his reform of utilitarianism, his championing of freedom of speech and expression, how does harm principle operates, what is reluctant democracy, and ultimately how is he regarded as a feminist. ठीक है? Now, is there any very strong critique that we know of J.S. Mill apart from reluctant Democrat? हाँ, he is a prophet of empty liberty. क्यों? Harm principle. Harm principle opens the major scope for state intervention. That is why he is also known as prophet of empty liberty. He is giving just empty promises. Right? Is this clear? Now let us have a look at it. JS Mill, let's first see the questions. Questions may I have already told you, if something comes as a quote or through a scholar, you have to write, cram it and then use it in the answers. Like for example, अब देखो, आखिरी देखो, the worth of the state is the worth of the individuals composing it. क्या हम इसको यूज कर सकते हैं? JS Mill. And this is very close to, यहाँ पे लिखो, डैश करके लिखो, Plato, state is individual writ large. This is how you can make connections in your answer. State is individual writ large, Plato. And also write, a state is known by the rights it maintains, Lasky. Almost similar, yes or no? Lasky ने बोला था, a state is known by the rights it maintains. A state is known by the right it maintains. Okay. A state is known by the right it maintains. अब देखो, next देखो. This is something I have already told you, but you will remember it later also. All silencing of discussion is the assumption of infallibility, right? This is something I also live by in my classes. I allow all of you to speak at least. So if there is an authoritarian leader who is taking, for example, कोई कुछ नहीं बोलेगा. There are sometimes one-way interactions also. Okay, there are certain political leaders who will also do the same thing. So all silencing of discussion is a assumption of infallibility. It's a very deep quote, by the way. Okay, next, J.S. Mill is a reluctant Democrat. किसने बोला है? C.L. Vapor. अब आप ये पूरी लाइन याद रखोगे. The more revisions you do, the better it will get. Now, next question, just underline representative democracy. Okay, what are the other types of democracy apart from representative? देखो, representative के बाद next हमेशा आएगा participative, and the highest then is deliberative. Representative, participative, deliberative. Which is the highest one? Highest in terms of involvement is deliberative. And people like Habermas spoke about deliberative democracy. Okay. Next, okay, women's suffrage, underline. Can you see 2021 and 2023 question being on the same thing? This is women's suffrage. What is suffrage? बताओ कौन कौन? You tell me, what is suffrage? Does it mean suffering? Right to vote. Suffrage means right to vote. So this is overall about the idea of women and the voting part. An overall question on whether his idea of feminism also. And now you see the legal subordination of one sex to another is wrong in itself, and now one of the chief hindrances to human development. Can I use the exact same line? Put a dash. कहीं पे लिखो feminism. I can use this line in feminism also. The legal subordination of one sex to another is wrong in itself, and now it is one of the chief hindrances to humankind. You can use this in essay, GS. So the very first repository you often say कि I don't have enough quotes. पहले for whatever thinkers you have had quotes, उसको लिखो and you tell your mind where can I use it. Blind rect of quotes is not very useful. You have to remember which context where to use what. Till here are we clear? Okay. Fine. Now let's start with books. We'll complete meal and then we'll have a break. Okay, so at least 3 thinkers we'll be done with. Books बताओ भाई क्या क्या लिखी है मिल ने? हाँ चलो पहले को सबसे आसान. The easiest way to remember his book, one of the book is on liberty, and second, right, on subjugation of women. On liberty and on subjugation of women. Okay. थर्ड लिखो, considerations on representative government. Consideration on representative government. Quotes now I will ask you to fill later on after you're done with the write-up. For example, all silencing of opinion. This is one thing I'll tell you. 2, 3 more quotes I'll tell you. So the point is, whatever quotes you're doing in a thinker, separately either color code it or you write it in this. If you have lesser space, use a sticky note or you take some other page. Okay? Books abhi humne dekha. Okay? Now come to introduction. First write some of the keywords को highly influential political philosopher, ये सबके लिए by the way यूज हो सकता है. If somebody is in a syllabus, everybody is highly influential. Okay, highly influential political philosopher, 19th century. Next go, he redefined liberty from a negative to a positive concept. All of this can be used in introduction. Third likho, he replaced quantitative approach of Bentham. He replaced quantitative approach of Bentham, which I'll tell you on utilitarianism of Bentham, into a qualitative one. Quantitative से qualitative. Few other keywords for him. लिखो pluralist, comma cooperative socialist, comma feminist. The last two are slightly more negative. Elitist and reluctant democrat. जब लिखोगे reluctant democrat, who will you remember? C.L. Vapor. W-A-Y-P-E-R. I'm giving you these keywords because again remember there are different ways to introduce. Sometimes I've given you proper thinker and what they have said, and sometimes I'm giving you adjectives telling you there are different ways to introduce. Okay? So don't be under the habit exactly this is the only introduction in the word that is remaining. For any thinker, if you're struggling, let's say the question is more nuanced and more specific, use the keywords on the spot, make the introduction depending on what they're asking you. If you already know it, तो अच्छा आपका time बचेगा. This is the introduction part of it. Sorry. Cooperative socialist. He's a cooperative socialist. ठीक है, अब आ जाओ. Come to his influences. सबसे पहले Jeremy Bentham, and here you write in the bracket Peter who denied his master, and you'll just get to know why I'm saying this. Peter who denied his master. And this is a saying, Peter who denied his master. This can be used also for Plato and Aristotle. For Aristotle, it can be said, Peter who denied his master. Simply saying he went against what his guru had said, या master had said. Is this clear? First one is Jeremy Bentham. Acha, how did Bentham influence Mill? Simple लिखो keyword utilitarianism. Utilitarianism, what is that? Greatest happiness for the greatest number. Next लिखो William Wordsworth. William Wordsworth. Next, right, David Ricardo. David Ricardo. Bracket में लिखो understanding of political economy. Understanding of political economy. And for William, achha, you know who is William Wordsworth? No. That is David Ricardo. William Wordsworth. He's a poet. If he's a poet, what will he bring to Mill? Poets क्या करते हैं? In a barren life, they bring in some creativity. They bring in some life. So, for example, it is said it is William Wordsworth's contribution, yeah, beauty, a poetry, that changed the mechanical liberalism into a more humane liberalism. Okay, so for Wordsworth you can write Wordsworth mein you can write emotional and moral outlook. Mill's emotional and moral outlook was influenced. And this you will again understand when I tell you how Mill challenges Bentham. Bentham will look everything with a philosophic calculus. And he will say that somebody reading a book versus, let's say, somebody eating a pizza. And somebody says pizza is the biggest joy of life. But he will say it is reading a tough book that is an intellectual pleasure, even though for the next 3 hours you don't know what the book really means. Okay, but completing the entire book is a separate level of intellectual exercise. Is this clear? So what have we seen so far? Books, influences, quotes. Quotes I have not told you yet very specifically, but at least remember 2 or 3 quotes which have already come should be there in your memory. So this you will write later. Clear है? अब आ जाओ इस पे. For certain thinkers, you will find this heading also in your notes. ठीक है? ये आप heading जब भी topic पूरा पढ़ लोगे, you will fill it. The reason is the moment I say Gramsci to you, on the top of your head, you should know at least 7 or 8 keywords. How will you do this? When you know the lecture inside out. Okay? So for example, the moment I say Marx, I would want you to know at least 10 keywords on the spot. कैसे होगा? Recall करेंगे. And if you are not able to bring in keywords for paper 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, be prepared to lose out on marks. Fair, fine? So which is why you have to have some spaces and you have to know what to bring where. First focus always is on basic understanding. So people for 2027 should focus on the understanding. But slowly, steadily, you have to focus on this element as well. The moment I end Mill, I will end and then tell you which keywords you should have on your tips. Okay? Now, let's come to utilitarianism. अब देखो, what is utilitarianism? Maximum good for maximum people, greatest happiness for greatest number. अब यहाँ पे first thing is Mill is influenced heavily by Bentham. He respects Bentham a lot, but he will totally transform it. Right? Bentham के लिए first I'll just help you understand and then we move on to other parts. See, in utilitarianism, it comes from the word utility. The philosophy is what? Maximize pleasure, minimize pain. So Bentham will say, let me apply some maths to it. If the idea is what? The core idea is, let's say, maximize pleasure, minimize pain. So now why not do this? So Bentham will introduce something known as philosophic calculus, and he will try to main चीज क्या है? Quantify everything, which means everything can be calculated. Calculus है, you know calculus in maths, okay? And he will say every activity in the world can be ultimately broken down through philosophic calculus. Some activities will give me less pleasure, some activities will give me more pleasure. So he will bring quantification aspect. He does not change the degree of pleasure, but he will simply talk about value of pleasure. Yes or no? He will try to quantify everything. Now, what will Mill ultimately do here? Mill will first of all say, if you quantify everything, you are missing the nuance. Okay? And Mill will introduce what? Quality of pleasure. Right? And he will also rescue, it is said, Benthamism, utilitarianism from hedonism. What is hedonism? Batao. The doctrine of extreme pleasure, right? For example, हम बोलते हैं ना, with consumerism, capitalism, men या people go into extreme hedonistic pursuits. Okay? And that desire, again, think of animus dominandi. You've taken one house, second house, third house, and remember what Nagarjun had said. Dear king, don't build 50 palaces. You can only live in one room at a time. Okay. So the idea is he's trying to rescue everything from hedonism. Ab, Mill will talk about, and Mill will say that if somebody cannot distinguish between certain pleasures, it is simply because they have not been exposed to them so far. Okay. And then he will introduce, we'll see terms like for him, a pig cannot understand the difference. Okay, so for example, if pig eats a lot of food, he'll feel good. If he eats less food, he feels slightly okay. But he says between a pig and a man, man has a reason. This is how he differentiates. You have a reason. So instead of mindlessly going into the animal pursuits, you can have higher quality pleasures, which can be more difficult, which will not go by philosophic calculus. And then he gives, for example, again the example, if you take a very difficult book, but somehow you complete it. Okay, so your experience is not like a graph that you're feeling very good all the time. In the initial, maybe some parts you're crying, bhai, book mein likha kya hai? Let's say you read a Salman Rushdie novel, right? For 3/4 of the book, you will be just hitting your head. What does he mean by these tough words? Okay, or let's say take any other novel, for example. Okay, and this is just one example. If you're doing a tough subject, okay, you're reading environment for prelims, for example. So you are wrapping your head around all the conventions and on so forth. But when you complete the entire subject and when you understand the concepts behind it, you now feel better. So his main thing is he will focus more on quality, and he transforms the experience of utilitarianism. Okay, so and that is why he says that a human being can reason, a pig cannot reason. For a pig, you can think of a philosophic calculus. Everything is based on only one simple scale. For us, there are difficult pursuits in life. Somebody who goes to a, let's say, mountain expedition, whole body has cramps, they face a lot of, but when they come back, now they feel great. Somebody who goes to a workout, for the entire workout they're crying, but when they come out of the gym, and when you go out for a run, there's always a runner's high. Okay, so after completing a difficult task or a challenge in your life, you feel even better. Okay, that is the whole idea. Okay, so now let's come to this, the first part. Okay, so लिखो, अभी इसमें हमने, have you written anything yet? नहीं, लिखो लिखो. Mill was influenced by Socrates, Kant, and Bentham. Mill was influenced by तो अब लिखो मिल qualified Bentham's philosophic calculus. I'm saying hedonistic calculus also or philosophic calculus, both are correct. लिखो Mill qualified Bentham's, you can use both, and I'm saying qualified, है ना? I'm not saying quantified. He had already quantified it. Mill qualified Bentham's hedonistic calculus by putting reason above appetite. By putting reason above appetite. Putting reason above appetite. अब लिखो, इसी में लिखो, it's a very famous quote. देखो, it is better to be a human being dissatisfied than a pig satisfied. It is better to be a human being dissatisfied than a pig satisfied. Comma, better to be a Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied. तो मेन क्या है यहाँ पे, that reason is above appetite. It is better to be a human being dissatisfied than a pig satisfied. Better to be a Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied. नेक्स्ट लिखो. देखो बेंथम सेड इन्वर्टेड कॉमास में पुश पिन PUSH push pin is as good as poetry. What is push pin? It's a simple game. Okay. He says, Bentham says push pin is as good as poetry. देखो अब इसमें what is the idea? A child goes to play push pin game. He gets some joy. And then he reads the poem, he gets joy. So according to Bentham, both of them are same acts. So pushpin is as good as poetry, but Mill will differ here. Mill will say that the poem, the poetry, the meaning, you require more intellectual caliber, you require more reasoning. This does not require any of the intellectual labor or hard work. So even if you feel joy, you must differentiate on the quality of joy. Quality दोनों की अलग है. Yes, so right. You've written what Bentham said. Pushpin is as this. You've written right. So likho. Bentham believes all pleasures are equal. Bentham believes that all pleasures are equal in quality. However, critics, one of the critics happens to be Mill. However, critics called this as inverted commas में लिखो doctrine worthy only of swine. Doctrine worthy only of swine. Swine is a pig. And the reason here is they believe that life is about what? Meaningful pursuits and not mindless pursuits. There's a difference between meaningful and meaningless pursuits. So that is the point. तो कहीं भी लिख सकते हो that जो critics वाले point में, right? Life is about meaningful pursuits and not mindless pleasures. Life is about meaningful pursuits and not mindless pleasures. देखो Mill, the last देखो Mill destroyed and redefined utilitarianism full stop लिखो. He redefines utility put a dash लिखो maximizing happiness and not pleasure. Earlier it was what? Pleasure. Now he's saying it is the happiness, and happiness is a mix of both. It has reason as well as some appetite. Yes, this is a difference. That is why we say he is the Peter who denied his master. Earlier utilitarianism was only a theory about politics. He brings ethics into it, he brings reason into it. This is how he redefines the whole theory. ठीक है? All right. So do you now understand the crux? If you ever get a more detailed question, so you should know exactly how he redefines and challenges the existing utilitarianism, and he redefines it. कैसे करता है? The meaning of utility has changed now. Instead of maximizing pleasure, you are maximizing for happiness. And use these terms, the doctrine of swine and the pigs, Socrates, all of that. You will use this. Okay? Pushpin is as good as poetry. Okay? It is better to be a human satisfied than be a pig. Human dissatisfied rather than a pig satisfied. ठीक है? Keep that in mind. All right. Now let's move to the next one. Next क्या है? On liberty. Okay. Now in on liberty we will try to bring some of the points that we've discussed. Okay. सबसे पहले लिखो strong supporter. Mill was a strong supporter of liberty. How do I prove it? Okay. To that, write a quote. I've already told you the quote. Likho. When entire society is of same opinion except one. Likho. When entire society is of same opinion except one, society won't be right. Society won't be right in imposing its will on that person. Now you just read this and you tell me what it means. Does it prove that he is a big champion of liberty? Even if there is entire log, if in the entire society, if there is one person who's not agreeing with you, still you should let that person have their own voice. This is the meaning of it. Right? In fact, this statement also goes with the other statement. All silencing of opinion is assumption of infallibility. बोल सकते हैं कि नहीं बोल सकते? Right? Next लिखो इसी में. On this point only, right? This is also a good line to write. You can write it with, without, and with inverted commas, howsoever you like it. Self-explanatory है, लिखो. A state that dwarfs its own men. A state that dwarfs its own men so that they remain docile. So that they remain docile, will find that with small men, comma, no great thing is accomplished. Will find that with small men, no great thing is accomplished. Please read this. Read करो इसको and you tell me what it means. Accomplished. This is a very relevant quote you can use in essay, even in GS. You will get questions on state becoming authoritarian. Directly use this. State development yoga, right? And you see, this long quote has a short form also, that no state becomes great by dwarfing its own people. Right? Now, let's say you are putting a lot of restrictions on their movement, their speech. So no state, if you do not allow the development of these people, even the state cannot develop as much. So the shorter version of this quote is, no state becomes great by dwarfing its own people. And the longer version we've already written. Clear? Eh? So if you have more space, use this one. If you have less space, no state becomes great by dwarfing its own people. Okay? Again, this is also very strong defense of liberty. So now you see why liberty is important. One, what was the first quote? Entire society except one. That is one. I can also say all silencing of opinion is an assumption of infallibility. Third one is no society becomes great by dwarfing its own people. All of this is what? Supporting that you should have liberty in the state. Okay. Right, next point. You go for mill, and you'll write this keyword FOS. For mill, freedom of speech and expression is the basic human conditions. Is a basic human condition. In fact, Mill would say even a mad person should be allowed to speak. लिखो फॉर मेल फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच एंड एक्सप्रेशन आर बेसिक ह्यूमन कंडीशंस which develops two things, which develops reason and tolerance in men. अब आप सोचो, when you are allowing others to speak, it means they will also talk about their cultures. So in a plural diverse country, can it not help in having tolerance? It will help in tolerance. So that is why you should allow others to speak. And again, remember, for male, freedom of speech and expression is also very important for development of an individual, and development of an individual will ultimately lead to development of the state, which is why you see in societies where there is a lot of artistic freedom, creative freedom, people are allowed even to criticize the government. You will see they will be leading in the publications. Okay, they will be winning a lot of prizes because censorship is not there. The moment there is censorship, you stop to think, and there is a group think that goes. You know what is group think? Group think is the group thinks in just one direction, right? And that is not a very good thing in a society, right? You always want, आपने सुना होगा नाम eccentrics, people who take the other path. आपने सुना होगा very famous book, The Road Less Traveled, even the road not taken, right? And that has made all the difference. ये किसकी poem है? Whose book is it? चलो बाद में सर्च करना, even I'm not able to recall right now. The road less taken, the road less traveled, etc. That everybody was going here and I took this road and this has made all the difference, something like this. Okay. So the point here is, think back, think of Galileo, think of the people who have questioned the status quo. Has that not led to development of all of us? The way we thought, somebody thought earth is flat, somebody thought sun revolving and earth revolving. There was a clash of what is exactly there. So there were people who challenged. If their opinion was not allowed, we would have stayed 1000 years, 500 years back. So that is why he talks about development of reason. Now next, right? अब लिबर्टी में मेन चीज है, द मोमेंट आई से फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच, यू हैव टू ब्रिंग इन right harm principle. Bring in harm principle. How many of you remember harm principle? देखो harm principle में there are two things. देखो actions can be divided into two. One is self regarding actions and second thing is other regarding actions. Self regarding actions are totally the ones which concern you. Okay, so only concern is self, and of course यहाँ पे नाम क्या है, it concerns others. Now in self regarding actions, because it concerns only you, you are totally free. There is no restrictions, yes or no? But in other regarding actions क्या होगा? You have a harm principle. Again, your freedom stops the moment other body's freedom begins. So there has to be some limitation. It is there on other regarding actions. Okay, in some time we will also see one criticism, but how can you have self and other regarding actions? Can this also be disputed? Is this scientific? Not really. Some state will say, bhai, this your action of writing also is a other regarding action, stop writing. So this includes, or it's create a scope for intervention. This is the criticism of these actions. Yes, so right, harm principle में लिखो, देखो it makes only one exception. It makes only one exception to other regarding actions. It only makes one exception to other regarding actions. देखो these actions are limited by the harm principle. These actions are limited to harm. These actions are restricted by the harm principle. ठीक है, full stop and right लिखो. For self regarding actions, MILF man is sovereign. MILF man is sovereign. MILF man is sovereign. Okay, now when I'm looking at his views on liberty, can you think of any criticism that can come here? चलो लिखो लिखो criticism करके इसी में लिखो, write like minus. The criticism is he is a prophet of empty liberty, because the theme is liberty. He is a prophet of empty liberty. Now how is he a prophet of empty liberty? कैसे? हाँ, तो इसमें पहले पहले तो लिखो, there is no scientific way to classify actions as self or other regarding. There is no scientific way. There is no scientific way to classify actions as self or other regarding. This is the first issue. Second, right? Because in name of other regarding actions, the state's intervention can expand. In the name of other regarding actions, the state's intervention can expand. Yes or no? State can expand and again say, bhai, this is wrong. Third, likho, well, these are two criticisms here, but here also just write, in liberty also, likho, Mill is also called prophet of abstract individualism. One of the criticism Mill faces, that he is a prophet of abstract individualism. What is the meaning of abstract? Things are not very clear. Okay, he will say that everybody, silencing of opinion is an assumption of infallibility, all of these big words. Okay, but when it comes to reality of it, he does not actually give weight, and he actually opens a lot of scope for state intervention. That is why he says he's a abstract individualism. Okay, क्यों है? सबसे बड़ा issue क्या है? The gray. डेमोक्रेसी बोला मैंने, नहीं अभी हमने वो लिखा नहीं है ना. अच्छा चलो, I'll again say, देखो, we are talking about on democracy, right? On democracy, just let me show. अच्छा, he's a champion. We've written a lot of keywords, right? And just before that, we had written he was a prophet of abstract individualism. Okay. So on democracy, what are the keywords we have written? That he is a champion of democracy. I'll just repeat that in case somebody has missed it. Okay. ठीक है. See, after abstract individualism, we have started to talk about on democracy. So on democracy, what I am saying is, whatever keywords are in a democratic government, जो भी keywords हैं, is that we are writing here. ठीक है. What is in the democracy? We can have a representative democracy. Democracy will have elections. Democracy will have the plurality, people, their values being respected. So what have we written? First point was, he is the champion of democracy. And in that, what values have we highlighted? So freedom of speech and expression, first thing. Second, education, then the democratic culture. Next, tolerance in society. Okay, then okay, I think now it is fine. So I'll just again repeat. देखो, you are very clear on the headings on liberty. Clear है पहले बताओ, ठीक है? And just after break we'll also see if the cooling of this AC has some issue. We'll also see that, ठीक है? देखो, एक heading क्या हो गई? On utilitarianism. Second heading is what? On liberty. Okay. Third heading is on democracy. We are discussing अभी on democracy. ठीक है? Democracy में हम क्या देख रहे हैं अभी बताओ? Champion of democracy. ठीक है? Champion of democracy में again just quickly let's recall the keywords. Freedom of speech and expression. Second one is education. Third one is democratic culture. Tolerance in society. देखो, अगर if you get a broad question on any of these things, you have to emphasize on this. This is ultimately going to talk about what a democratic society is. Yes, that is why you will see some overlapping points in liberty as well as democracy. है ना? Will we see some overlapping points? So it is not as, because we see sometimes liberal democracy. Liberty is not separate, democracy is also not separate. We see a fusion of liberty as well as democracy. I think that part is clear. Okay, second now, after this have we written any other keyword? We wrote weighted representation. This is one point that was criticized. This is a feature also, but this was criticized. What is weighted representation? सोच के बताओ. Does it mean everybody will have one vote? No. Some people will have more than one vote. Who will have more than one vote? Yes, very good. So somebody who has education, somebody who has property, they will have more than one vote. This is a weighted representation. Mill has had his own reasons to justify weighted representation. Is this going to be criticized? होगा criticized? This was criticized. This was criticized. It was said Mill has brought aristocratic elements into democracy. That was the criticism of this. So what has Mill brought? Aristocratic. What is aristocratic? It is more elite in nature. People who have had education and who have had property will be given weighted more representation. But इसका downside क्या है? Let's say in some cases women and other people who don't have the property, they will be moved out. They will not have all the rights. This is known as weighted representation. So this is a feature of Mill's democracy and democratic government. But of course, you know what is the criticism of it. Do you now understand? Okay. So we have proportional representation. There is a weighted representation. And what was there? There's a right to vote. Okay. अब next देखो. देखो prerequisites for democracy. अब यहां पे ना again you will criticize, we will support Mill also and we will criticize Mill also. पहले लिखो prerequisites for democracy. One is लिखो, first is liberty. First prerequisite is liberty. In the bracket write contest, liberty to contest and debate. liberty to contest and debate. So Mill will say certain societies are only are qualified to have democracy. That is why he will not allow democracy for colonies. He will say in the colonies all these features are missing. So you can also see his conditions and why he does not allow that. उस part को criticize भी करा जा सकता है. We can say that when he does not allow democracy, he also justifies theories like civilizing mission, white man's burden. I'll tell you three keywords. ये तीनों कीवर्ड यूज कर सकते हो आप बाद में. ठीक है. तो पहला क्या है? व्हाट इज द फर्स्ट कंडीशन? लिबर्टी. राइट. सेकंड कंडीशन, second condition is education. Without education for Mill, you cannot develop your reason. So education is important to develop reason. Third लिखो, democratic culture. Democratic culture. And fourth, right, pluralism. I'm not expanding on democratic culture because I think you understand. And according to Mill, these countries, in fact, the colonies, they don't have a democratic culture, right? There is a lot of groupism that is there. So they do not discuss everything. So third one was democratic culture. Last likho, pluralism, likho in the bracket, to prevent, important keyword we often see here, to prevent tyranny of majority. One of the dangers of democracy sometimes can also be the tyranny of majority. Tyranny of majority. ठीक है, इसको लिख लेंगे. So what are the four conditions that we have seen? Liberty, education, democratic culture, and pluralism. Okay, are we clear on what does it, what all the elements should be having? ठीक है. अब लिखो, this is what Mill says, but Mill will be criticized. लिखो, Mill is criticized as a reluctant democrat. Mill is criticized. Mill is criticized as a reluctant democrat. Who called him reluctant democrat? C.L. Vapor. Okay. अब इसमें लिखो. Just now we will expand on this also. So लिखो inverted commas. Democracy isn't a free gift. Democracy isn't a free gift to be distributed. Democracy isn't a free gift to be distributed. Comma, it should result from a long drawn struggle. It should result from a long drawn struggle. Democracy isn't a free gift to be distributed. Just read this. You tell me what you understand from this. क्या समझ में आ रहा है? Struggle or kuch, and basically saying if some countries have fought for democracy for some time, others should not automatically be given democracy. They have not fought for democracy. Now this shows to you the ambivalence of Mill. Is this not ambivalent nature? That on some societies he will say, bhai, you have the right four conditions, you will be given. For others he will say, you have not fought for democracy, क्यों देंगे आपको हम? Because one let's say justification is he was fearful of the democracy of the democracy, first of all going to some countries and then being diluted. Clear है? ये आप समझ में आ रहा है? So here just write, देखो, it shows the ambivalence. It shows the ambivalence of liberal attitude. It shows ambivalence of liberal attitude. Full stop लिखो. Mill. अब I'll tell you now three keywords. लिखो. Mill suggests. Use either one of them and you can even use more depending on. पहला लिखो civilizing mission. Three keywords just for civilizing mission is one keyword. white man's burden, civilizing mission है white man's burden and three keywords. Remember these three: civilizing mission, white man's burden, and benevolent despotism. Ultimately, what is it signifying? That this is going to lead to what? This is actually important for the colonies. They don't deserve democracy, right? The rule of the colonial masters is to make them civilized. So he's going to justify not giving democracy, as simple as that, right? So remember this and just end this with the last line. देखो, Mill fears that unrestrained democracy. Mill fears that unrestrained democracy in uncivilized societies, will lead to tyranny of majority. It will lead to tyranny of majority. Is this clear? So you have a lot of multiple opinions on how to use this. And now last point पे आते हैं, the feminist part. Okay, इसको लिख लो. What is the book in this case? On subjugation of women. देखो, these ideas were jointly developed with Harriet Taylor Mill. They were jointly developed with Harriet Taylor Mill. Okay, now first point, right? And that also ties with what the quote UPSC has also asked you. So likho, all humans are capable of moral reasoning, and by all he would include women as well. All humans are capable of moral reasoning. Bracket में just लिखना, except barbarians and uncivilized people. All humans are capable of moral reasoning. Second, right? So Mill argues that while all forms of slavery are over, Mill argues that while all forms of slavery are over, slavery against women continues. Slavery against women continues. Next लिखो, inequality of women in bracket, right? Biological determinism. Inequality of women, bracket में देखो, biological determinism should be a relic of the past. It means it should be removed. Inequality of the women, considering them inferior sex purely based on biology, should be a relic, RELIC, should be a relic of the past. It should be a relic of the past. Next, देखो, women's participation is beneficial for both men and women. Women's participation is beneficial for both men and women. Okay, so these are the arguments you can make. And lastly, एक यहाँ पे quote write it later. Just this one, the legal subordination and the entire court of one sex to another is itself wrong, and now one of the chief hindrances to human development. Again, a quote of Mill. Okay, so it is Mill. In this chapter you see a lot of quotes. No state becomes great by dwarfing. A state is known by the worth of individuals. Okay, then all silencing of assumption, opinion, then legal subordination. So 4 or 5 quotes are very strong, which you can write in your answers. Okay, now let's come to the last part, criticism. Criticism already we have done, so I just tell you the stem. पहला लिखो reluctant democrat. Reluctant democrat. Second लिखो prophet of empty liberty. And तीसरा लिखो prophet of abstract individualism. These three are good enough. All these three are actually criticisms. Reluctant democrat, CL Vapor, prophet of empty liberty, and prophet of abstract individualism. क्यों abstract होगी भाई? He does not allow the barbarians, uncivilized people. And when he says uncivilized, like, is he an authority to call anybody uncivilized, right? So that opens a scope for state intervention, misuse, white man's burden, exploitation of colonies by the colonial masters. Yes or no? And last our job, legacy. What is the legacy of Mill? So jab bhi, if there is any strong law against free speech, people will again talk about Mill. So isme just likho all the main keywords that is he is known for. Legacy is again freedom of speech and expression, constitutional government, yeah, the point I was making is in weighted representation, you will write he brings in aristocratic elements. This point we've just discussed. So this point I also add it to criticism. That's it. This we've already done. So there is nothing extra that I've told you. Weighted representation mein he brings in aristocratic elements which make democracy elitist. Democracy by definition is what? It is for all. But he makes it restricted. That is one of the one more criticism that you can add. So you have 4 criticisms of Mill. कौन से जल्दी बोलो? Reluctant democrat, prophet of empty liberty, prophet of abstract individualism, and how he brings aristocratic elements to democracy by limiting uncivilized people. The moment he says uncivilized, क्या हो जाएगा problem? It opens a Pandora's box. Who is uncivilized? We don't know, है ना? And when he says uncivilized, that creates a bias. That's it. ठीक है? So we'll take a break अभी. Okay. 2:40 अभी हो रहा है. ठीक है? So let's take a break. We will, if this does not get well, तो most probably we'll shift to the other class. ठीक है? So that is there. 2:40. How long a break do you want? 40. रुक जाओ. 40. हाँ, फिर बैठेंगे फिर और लंबा, राइट? प्लेट लास्ट तक प्लेटो भी खत्म होगा फिर. 15 सही है? Okay. People online, if you think you've missed out anything, legacy में कौन सा था? Just remind me what part of legacy? Just the heading you tell, I'll try to repeat. One second. After constitutional government, let me see. तुम एक बार लाओ, तुम notes लिखे हैं, बोला ना. अच्छा, legacy में I have not told much. I have told you, right? In fact, I think I said call for minority rights to prevent tyranny of majority. Let me see. Legacy में हमने क्या क्या लिखा है? देखो, legacy में ना, just think of all the keywords that we have. Okay, so we have freedom of speech and expression. We can talk about it. Then I said there was a call for minority rights. Okay, in other cases also, now minorities also get a lot of vocal. They're very vocal about their rights. Okay, so that can be written. And other things, for example, whatever he spoke about is his legacy. How liberal democracies have evolved. How constitutional government have evolved. All of that is ultimately the legacy of J.S. Mill. So what we see right now, sometimes anywhere there is a sedition law, anywhere there is a restriction of freedom of speech, defamation, all of that, again there is always a reference to Mill. These are the points. So nothing very specific, only a general discussion we had on these points. Swaroop and I think Ishita, these 2 points that you've raised, right?
No, the class hasn't started yet. We are going to start it now. We have to shift the classroom. We've seen three thinkers in our first session. कौन से thinkers थे? Okay. Now we move to the next three set of thinkers. Who are they? Marx, Gramsci and Hannah Arendt. ठीक है? और की आवाज आ रही है क्या? Somebody's device repeating my voice. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. ठीक है. Okay. So the first two set of thinkers happen to be in which school? The Marxist school. Okay. So we'll just spend maybe 5 minutes understanding the context. Okay. For this, you have to understand the moment we have discussed Locke, we have talked about which ideology? Liberalism. Okay. What is the economic philosophy of liberalism? What is the meaning of capitalism overall? What is the core essence? Driven by profit. Okay. Maximization of profit. There is a surplus value, but that value overall is not shared with the, let's say, people who are working. So that leads to more and more exploitation. This is going to get challenged by Marx. And here there is a rise of an ideology that we know as socialism. Okay. Now, before you understand Marx, you have to understand, देखो, liberalism में the main focus is individual. Second, it talks more and more about profits. It talks about equality of opportunity. Right? Socialism, instead of an individual, will talk more about a community. Instead of profits, it will talk more about welfare, which you also know as another term that is known as social justice. Equality of opportunity is going to be replaced by equality of outcome. Okay. Now, there are certain pre-Marxist socialists. They were there. We are directly going to jump to what Karl Marx had to say, and then we'll understand accordingly. Okay. Now, when we look at Karl Marx, he is going to be a very important figure, brought in about a lot of theories. So when Marx comes in, he is going to criticize capitalism. Okay. Why does he criticize capitalism? Number one, exploitation of the workforce. Second, it also leads to alienation. Yes or no? Second, Marx will talk about dialectical and historical materialism. Yes or no? Dialectical materialism is going to be inspired by Hegel. It was Hegel who had said the state is the march of God on earth. Historical materialism may, Marx will say, from the old ancient primitive societies. Okay. World has always been divided between two things, haves and have nots. Hai na? The word has been divided into haves and have nots. And this division is materialistic in nature. There is nothing idealist about it. Hai na? highly materialist in nature. What is the materialist meaning here? Some who have the resources, some who don't have the resources. Yes or no? So this division that we see here, for according to Marx, the economic structure is the base. Economic structure is the most important structure, right? It is the base. Yes or no? And then there is something known as the super structure. For Marx, economic structure was the reflection of superstructure. Okay? So main thing that we understand here, this is the most important for Marx. Historical materialism. Since the starting of history, society has been divided into haves, have-nots, for which we'll see terms like proletariat and the bourgeois. Who is the bourgeois? The rich, the capitalist class. And who's the proletariat? The workers. Okay? So very basic understanding that we have here is that for Marx, everything is about matter, materialism. He is very critical of idealist people, right? Which is why Marx will say his theory is praxis. Praxis मतलब क्या होता है? Right, it is action-based theory. And which is why there is a famous quote attributed to him that philosophers have only, बताओ, philosophers have only basically, yes, philosophers have only interpreted the word. Now is the time to change it. Right? So this also tells you how he prefers matter over ideas. Idealism say he is saying nothing major is going to happen. यहाँ तक समझ में आ रहा है हमें? Right? Now, when I look at it, so what do we understand here? I've used the term base and superstructure. What is superstructure? That is not the base. So can it be civil society? Can it be industries? Can it be churches, education, media? Anything that is not the base. And what is the base? It is the economic structure. Right? And according to Marx, those who hold the base, the economic structure, rule the world, rule the society. Right? And in doing so, now we have talked extensively about something known as a state. According to Karl Marx, state is the instrument of bourgeois class. State is the instrument. Marx is implying state has no agency of its own. So state is the instrument of bourgeois class, right? So this is what Marx has to say. And Marx will again talk about how capitalism says that or liberalism says that we are giving you liberty. And he says liberty in liberalism is false consciousness. There's only an illusion that you are free, but in reality you are tied. You are like a cog in the wheel. Right? You have to go every day to work, and they will give you only as much wage as is required just to pay the monthly bill. फिर से अगले महीने आना है, then next month the chakki will go on and on. Yes or no? You're just like a cog in the wheel, and you will not escape out of it. That is one. So exploitation is permanent. Next thing is there is going to be alienation. And alienation will happen at how many levels? Tell me the 4 levels. सबसे पहले देखो, you will be getting alienated from the product. Let's say there's a factory. In a factory, you are making a bottle. First time you make a bottle, you feel, oh my god, such a good bottle. Now you have said, हर दिन 150 bottle बनानी है, 150. So after some point of time, you will totally get bored of the process. So one is the product. Second is the process. Third is, you will see so many people around you doing the same thing. They're competing with you. So instead of cooperation between the people, there is competition. You look to them as their rivals. So instead of, let's say, bonding, there will be a lot of rivalry. That is the third. So instead of becoming social, what are you becoming? Antisocial. And fourth is what? Fourth level of alienation. जो self वाला part भी है, that is from the human essence more clearly. The idea is a human is generally very creative, right? He has a lot of artistic creative energy. But in this laborious, mechanical, repetitive process, he loses himself in the process also. So the last alienation is from the human self. That is the 4 stages of alienation. Okay? And again, if you look at the current state of affairs, right? For example, if you look at gig workers, I've used term Uberization of jobs. Even there's also a huge level of alienation. Okay. So when you look at Karl Marx and when you look at the present society, you see a lot of Marx related things happen to have a lot of value. What is the core concern of Karl Marx? पहली बात तो core concern for him is human dignity. He wanted to end the exploitation of people. He wanted to again criticize capitalism, which he was able to do so very well. Now, for this, whatever we have written, what is Marx's prescription? देखो, Marx is saying, पहली चीज, all that I've written here, material, have and have not, the feature of the word is, this is the constant. In fact, if you recall that statement, the history of all hitherto existing societies is the history of class struggle. That is the history of class struggle. Okay? So, in this, that is the main challenge. Okay? And for class struggle, he says how to get out of it. How can you get out of it? He presents his utopia, his end goal. What is the end goal? Communism. And for communism, what does he say? He ultimately prefers this is going to be a stateless society, which is going to be, he uses the term dictatorship of proletariat. And how would this be? This is going to be a violent revolution to overthrow the capitalist class. And revolution is the only solution because this class struggle cannot be resolved as per Karl Marx. Had it been resolved, he would have not talked about a revolution. But according to him, this division is a permanent feature of society. Throughout the society, that is why I said the history of all hitherto existing societies is the history of class struggle. Okay? So that is one thing. And ultimately, utopia. Why? He supports communism. Communism mein kya hoga? There is a stateless society. And ultimately, there is a dictatorship of proletariat. He supports a violent revolution. So this is broadly speaking what Karl Marx has to say. Okay? Able to understand? Right? Now let us start with this. Some points we will write. You can drop me a text, I think, Soumya, if specifically for areas of improvement, because I think then writing is more important. Writing current affairs updation, specifically paper 2, whichever paper needs help. I think you've already texted me once. Just drop me a text again. We can connect tomorrow perhaps. Now, we're talking about Karl Marx and some of the points that he brings across. Isme just write in the introduction, write a couple of keywords. देखो, German philosopher. Karl Marx is a German philosopher, economist and political thinker. Next, right, father of 20th century communism. Father of 20th century communism. Next, abhi ke liye write this much. I'll tell you a couple of other introductions for Marx. Come to books and quotes. पहले लिखेंगे books. What is the most important book of his? Right? Communist Manifesto. The Communist Manifesto, 1848. Any other book? Das Kapital. Communist Manifesto, Das Kapital. and here only write a couple of quotes. If you remember these two books, पहले लिखो सबसे the most important quote लिखो. History of all hitherto existing societies. Hitherto is like this. History of all hitherto existing societies is the history of class struggle. History of all hitherto existing societies is the history of class struggle. Next quote, right? Philosophers, which I just spoke about, philosophers have only interpreted the word. Philosophers have only interpreted the word. First of, however, what matters is how to change the word. What matters is how to change the word. Bracket में लिखेंगे thesis on pure back. What matters is how to change the word. This is also by Karl Marx. Thesis on pure back. Philosophers have only tried to interpret the word. What matters now is how to change the word. Okay? This also tells you the revolutionary potential in his ideas. Okay? Now let's come to influences. There are a couple of more quotes, but as we move along, we'll be writing them. पहला लिखो Hegel, first influence, right? Hegel, and bracket में लिखो dialectical materialism. He took ideas of dialectics from Hegel, but he gave it his own spin. Hegel, mainly, what is the idea that he influenced? Dialectics. Marx made it dialectical materialism. Okay? First is Hegel. Second लिखेंगे he this name, pure back. Pure back. देखो ब्रैकेट में materialism and critique of religion. Materialism and critique of religion. Next लिखो Adam Smith. Now the irony here is he's influenced by Adam Smith, but ultimately he will critique Adam Smith and capitalism. So he's influenced by the ideas of what capitalism is able to do. Okay, but he will critique it. So he's not going to adapt everything he's going to read. So right, Adam Smith. Okay, next, right? Look, pre-Marx socialists. It means socialists which were before him. Pre-Marx socialists. You can write Saint Simon Charles Fourier. Pre-Marx socialists. Saint Simon Charles Fourier. ब्रैकेट में लिखो inequality, exploitation. Ideas of inequality, exploitation is again what influenced Karl Marx. However, Marx called them utopian socialists. Marx called them utopian socialists. Marx called them utopian socialists. ठीक है? So what have we seen so far? We've seen basic introduction, some keywords on Marx. Second, what we've seen is influences on Karl Marx. Third is books. 3 books, in fact, we have seen. Which are the 3? Communist Manifesto, Das Kapital, Thesis and Feuerbach. So, isme se you can keep on using it, changing it, right? Now, we will move into, after you are done, Ajay, jaise I told you even in the last class, in the last section, keywords. Jaise, for example, after we are done with Marx, you should know terms like historical materialism, dialectical materialism, praxis, okay, bourgeois, proletariat, dictatorship of proletariat. All these for me are your keywords. So when you have to write these specific words in whatever form that you have. So for the sections where there is a keyword wala section that you have to fill after you're done with the lecture. Okay. If there are more keywords, maybe add some here, something here. But make sure for certain scholars, let's say for example, same for Rawls, same for Gramsci, as much keywords we can use. And sometimes their small theory can also be keyword. Acha, this is Plato. That is why I thought ki Marx mein what is Plato doing? Okay, we are here. Historical materialism. Okay, let's start with historical materialism. सबसे पहले देखो फर्स्ट आइडिया इन हिस्टोरिकल मटेरियलिज्म, राइट? देखो क्रिटिसिज्म ऑफ हीगल. क्रिटिसिज्म ऑफ हीगल. देखो Marx says that Hegel must be standing on his head. Marx says that Hegel must be standing on his head to say that ideas shape history. Hegel must be standing on his head to say that ideas shape history. Pause for a moment and think. Ideas shape history. So this is a fight between what? Ideas and matter. Hegel happens to be an idealist. So when Karl Marx gives his theory of historical materialism, he will talk about that throughout history, ideas has not shaped history. What has shaped history? Matter. And in matter, ultimately, who has the resource? Who does not have the resource? This is fundamentally what is historical materialism. So when you write historical materialism, start with his criticism of Hegel. Right? Now, I've only told you criticism of Hegel. You can even add by yourself that ultimately for Hegel, what is the most important thing? It is the march of God on earth. For him, rational, you know this quote? For Hegel, rational is real and real is rational. This is also a UPSC essay if you recall. Anybody online who wants to tell me the meaning of rational is real and real is rational? Otherwise, have this as your homework. Try to think about it, brainstorm. Right? So what is the first thing here? Marx is criticizing Hegel. Very clear? Okay? And Marx says that ideas don't shape history. What shapes history? Matter shapes history, right? Second is, then he will say throughout the ancient societies, from the primitive society to the medieval, everywhere if you see, it is the matter that is the main dividing factor. Okay? So you can write this as, likho. Marx says that production was the first historical act. Production was the first historical act, and inverted commas will go, man should live in order to make history. Man should live in order to make history. ये quote पता है पूरा? This is a 3-line quote. I've only told you 1 line. In order to make history, man has to Live. In order to live, man has to eat. In order to eat, man has to produce. So ultimately, there's a historical production is the most important factor. So what did I tell you? First line. Man, in order to make history, man has to live. Next लिखो इसी में. In order to live, just remember it once. In order to live, man has to eat. In order to live, man has to eat. And third part is, in order to eat, man has to perform action. In order to eat, man has to perform action. That is the historical materialism. Man has to perform action, right? So this tells you the core that since the starting of society, you can only make history when you are alive. To be alive, you have to eat. To eat, you have to do action. So production is the most important element. This is how he proves how matter is actually more superior than anything in the world. Okay? I think this you would have written. Next, you can write here. Therefore, Marx says that. Therefore, Marx says that all changes in society are the result of a result of change in inverted commas MOP, means of production. Means of production, right? They go economics and not politics. Economics and not politics is the moving force of history. Economics and not politics is the moving force of history. ठीक है, अभी इसी में नेक्स्ट लिखो मिनी पॉइंट and reference it to the quote that you've written. History of all societies, hitherto societies, is what? A history of class struggle. So we can again reference that. Yes or no? The history of all hitherto existing societies is the history of class struggle. Again, fundamentally telling us what? The world is already divided into haves and have-nots. Okay? Throughout the society. And that is what that tells us what? It is your historical materialism. History में main dividing factor क्या है? Matter. That tells you base and superstructure. What is more important for Marx? Base या superstructure? Base. Base is economic, right? Economic factors का reflection is your base. ठीक है? Okay. Next heading is alienation. This one is easier. Alienation में लिखो. First लिखो इसकी book का नाम. What is the name of the book? The Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts. The Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts. Now write young Marx calls alienation, right? A for alienation, as the chief characteristic of capitalist society. Alienation as a chief characteristic of a capitalist society. Chief characteristic of a capitalist society. Then write in bracket 4. 4 means alienation happens in 4 ways. तो कैसे लिखोगे 4 को? फ्रॉम process, the product, society and oneself. So remember these 4 keywords and I'll give you a couple of other keywords additionally. अब देखो आप यूज कर सकते हो इन सब के लिए. He becomes estranged from the fruits of his labor. I can say he becomes a cog in the wheel. Right? Cog in the wheel. And last लिखोगे, ये लाइन स्ट्रॉन्ग लाइन है, इन्वर्टेड कॉमास में लिखो. टू एंड दिस लिखो, he becomes dehumanized. He becomes dehumanized and perpetually dissatisfied. He becomes dehumanized and dissatisfied with false precepts of society. With false precepts of society. Okay? So estranged from the fruits of his labor, he's like a cog in the wheel. And third one is he becomes dehumanized and dissatisfied from the false precepts of society. ठीक है? और जो हमने वन सेल्फ लिखा है इसमें, जस्ट टू क्लैरिफाई, दिस एक्चुअली मीन्स यू आर ह्यूमन, जो एसेंस है, you are divorced from that. What is human essence? People were always filled with joy, creativity. आप इससे that is why you get dehumanized. What makes you a human? That whenever you create something of value, you feel very happy. There's a lot of creativity that goes in the process. But that is why it dehumanizes you and it perpetually dissatisfies you. ठीक है? You have some space ना? इसमें अब लिखो कुछ recent keywords. First लिखो in gig work, in one of the previous classes I also told you this. In gig work, algorithmic management. People are not managed by persons, they are managed by algorithms. In gig work, algorithmic management often decides incentives and ratings. So because of algorithmic management, do you expect a humane treatment? Not really. Everybody is treated as machines. In fact, if you know the recent Blinkit and these 10-minute order, तो उसमें क्या हुआ था? Ultimately, it was said that now the rider should not have this clock ticking. Because ultimately rider incentives were tied to how quickly they can deliver, which also puts their health into a hazard. Okay? So the idea was here, if there is algorithmic management, sometimes you're not treating everybody as a person, just like a machine. So this is also a challenge. This also can fuel alienation. Right? This is one. Next, you can also gig ho gaya, I think you can also mention one term, right? Creator economy. This is the new orange economy that you read about. Creator economy / orange economy. Just giving you some current. अब आप मुझे बताओ, क्रिएटर इकोनॉमी May, what is the challenge when you look from a Marxist angle? सोच के बताओ. हाँ, अब देखो क्रिएटर इकोनॉमी में you know what you want to say versus what people want to hear. This will never be the same. What you want to say, but you know what audiences want to hear. You know what the algorithm likes. आपने सुना होगा ना? So algorithmic based content creation can also ultimately lead to alienation. You believe something truly, but you have to say something else entirely because of what will get you views. So slowly and steadily, this will also put you alienated from the process. ठीक है, तो इसमें just write, put a dash. देखो, platform algorithms decide visibility. Platform algorithms decide visibility, monetization, and reach. Visibility, monetization, and reach, which can be different from content creators' work. This can be different from content creators' work. Okay, so again, these two can be some recent examples of one is gig work and algorithmic management, and second when we are creator economy. These are the new things. If you get a question, for example, overall, write a note on alienation, and if they write, give some recent examples of how you can link it. You can link it with this. Okay. You can also bring in, for example, the theory of suicide. Okay, that even in rich cultures, right, or even people who are doing fairly well, they also are committing suicide. Okay, which also tells you that material good does not fulfill or does not have the let's say potential to nourish the soul. ठीक है, तो इसमें लिख लो लास्ट में, लिंक इट विद राइजिंग सुसाइड्स. लिंक दिस विद राइजिंग सुसाइड्स. हाँ, कमोडिटी फेटिशिज्म वो भी लिख सकते हो. Okay, now what is the next head? Communism. Okay, पहले लिखो, this is Marx's utopia. What is the meaning of utopia? The ideal. It may not get achieved, right? But this is the final aim he is striving for. So for Marx, the final aim was what? Communism. ठीक है, अब लिखो, it comes in two stages. कम्युनिज्म में पहले लिखो, it is Marx's utopia. It is Marx's utopia to end contradictions in capitalism. It is Marx's utopia to end contradictions in capitalism. To end contradictions in capitalism. ठीक है. Second, right, it comes in two stages. It comes in two stages. पहले लिखो, फर्स्ट स्टेज लिखो, डिक्टेटरशिप ऑफ द प्रोलेटेरिएट. Dictatorship of proletariat. Put a dash लिखो. This was a transitional phase, so that you just know this. This is a transitional stage where देखो नाम क्या, dictatorship of proletariat. Proletariat is what? Working class. So this is a transitional stage where the working class will seize power. Working class will seize power and establish a socialist state. अब इसमें और क्या करेंगे? Write in bullet points. So one is you've taken the power. But what would you do? First लिखो, abolish private property. Again, because for Marx, private property is the root of evil, all evil. One is abolish private property. Second, देखो, centralize power to dismantle the old order. Centralize power to dismantle the old order. What was happening in liberalism? You are trying to have a minimal state. Here, what you are saying, the state will become powerful. So there is an opposite here. Last लिखो. This is something that you have maybe perhaps read about. देखो, inverted commas में. From each according to his ability. From each according to his ability, comma, to each according to his work. From each according to his ability, to each according to his work. Simple cheese hai, you have to distribute the resources based on the work that has been done, right? This is also the core facet of socialism, talking of redistribution of resources, right? इसमें आपने एक और वेरिएंट सुना होगा, each ability and need, okay? From each according to his ability to each according to their needs. Same चीज ये है, right? So what is the first stage? Is the first stage permanent? First stage is transitional. Why is it not permanent? Because ultimately Marx wants to go for communism. But communism directly will not come. It will come in two stages. What is the first stage? अभी देखा dictatorship of proletariat. These are all the keywords you have to know. ठीक है? जैसे यहाँ पे भी I'm saying dictatorship of proletariat, means of production, historical materialism, dialectical. These are all the keywords that you need to know. Now come to the second stage. Second stage लिखो communism, put a dash, right? Classless, stateless society. Communism is a classless, stateless society. अब लिखो यहाँ पे, here लिखो, the distribution will shift from, earlier it was work, now the distribution will change, right? Distribution will shift to, inverted commas, from each according to his ability, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs. From each according to his ability to each according to his needs. Can you see the difference in socialism and communism now? In terms of redistribution, पहले में क्या है? According to his work. Now it is according to his needs. And here you try to be more equitable in communism. Why? It is already classless and it is a stateless society. Okay? इसी में लिखो, the state would wither away simply means disappear. The state would wither away That is one of the things it said. But did it actually happen? It did not happen. This is also one of the criticisms of communism, that whatever it talked about, it could not see light of the day. Okay? So this is also a challenge, okay, that what exactly means withering away. Does it wither away? In Lenin's case, the state, again, he also said, but the state did not wither away. The state still was there. Okay? So communism could not actually see the final light. So this is a challenge that we often talk about. Okay? So in communism, what will you remember? How many stages are there? 2 stages. It is utopia. First stage is transitional stage, and second is the classless, stateless society. This is your communism. So that is Marx's utopia, and this is the way Marx thinks that this is the only way to ultimately have reduce the inequalities, etc., etc. Okay? So we've had a look at this also. Alienation, okay, communism हो गया. अब आ जाओ revolution पे. Now, revolution is going to borrow from all that we have done, right? Because it will also talk about communism. It will also talk about crisis of capitalism. Because according to Marx, capitalists dig their own graves. Yes or no? ठीक है? तो लिखो इसको on revolution. सबसे पहले देखो, Marx suggests praxis. Praxis mean the bracket, right? Theory plus action. Marx suggests praxis, bracket में theory plus action, which forms the philosophical basis for revolution. Which forms the philosophical basis for revolution. Second, just to prove this point, write this. Again, we've written it. Philosophers have only interpreted the word. Now is the time to change it. And thesis on pure back. Exact same thing. Inverted commas, you can write philosophers have only ... end it, right? Thesis on pure back. This is the philosophical basis, okay? And he says that his theory is what? Praxis, okay? So, right, according to Marx, proletariat is the embodiment of praxis. According to Marx, proletariat is the embodiment of praxis. First of all, right, through their actions, by their I mean proletariat, through their actions, Marxist theory will get validated. The Marxist theory will get validated. Okay, next, right? Marx argues that fall of capitalism is inevitable. Marx argues that fall of capitalism is inevitable. Full stop. He highlights the theory of alienation. He highlights the theory of alienation. And calls on the proletariat proletariat to organize themselves. Full stop likho. Revolution will occur when, this term also we have seen in one of the previous classes, this transforms into class in itself. You are just talking of the people. Let's say you are just talking of workers. People working in a factory can be class in itself. Class for itself means now they have some bonding, consciousness together. Each can feel each other's pain. अब वो united हैं, right? So in a worker in a factory, if there are 100 workers, they are just doing their job, they are going away. That is still class in itself because they are ultimately the working class. But what if they are able to agitate, they are able to organize, right? They are able to share their grievances. Then it becomes a class for itself. They have the shared consciousness. This can ultimately have a revolution. So what did we write? Last line क्या था? The class in itself, okay, transforms to class for itself. Class for itself. Now in inverted commas, right? Workers of the word unite. Workers of the word unite, comma, you have nothing to lose except your chains. Workers of the word unite. Many times when protests happen, this slogan is used. Workers of the word unite. You have nothing to lose except your chains. One more also, right? Capitalism sustains itself on inverted commas में लिखो surplus value. Capitalism sustains itself. This is also an important keyword. Surplus value. What is the meaning of surplus value? जैसे एक्स्ट्रा क्या? सॉरी, हाँ, देखो मेन चीज इज, देखो व्हेन देयर इज अ फैक्ट्री, ओके, एंड लेट्स से यू आर अलाउड और somebody is working for 10 hours, okay, but you are getting paid for 7 or 8 hours, whatever extra you're working, you're not getting that directly. So there is a surplus value that is being created but not transferred to you. That is a perpetual loop. Okay, so the line first, पहले line लिख लो, then I'll make you write in one line also. So what is surplus value? What were we writing? Capitalism sustains itself on surplus value. But because of falling rate of profits, the fall of capitalism is certain. Because of falling rate of profits, the fall of capitalism is certain. इसी में लिखो inverted commas में, capitalists dig their own graves. Capitalists dig their own graves, and inverted commas, communism will rise from the ashes of capitalism. ये सब कुछ proper keywords हैं, मतलब quotes. Capitalists will dig their own graves. One is this, and communism will rise from the ashes of capitalism. Communism will rise from the ashes of capitalism. Now write a note करके लिखो कहीं पे अलग से, surplus value. A note on surplus value. तो लिखो capitalism is not sustained just by selling goods. Capitalism is not just sustained by selling goods. It is sustained by extracting unpaid labor. It is sustained by extracting unpaid labor. Here, the worker produces more value. Here, the worker produces more value than the wage he receives. And this unpaid labor, he produces more value than the wage he receives, and this unpaid labor becomes the basis of profit. The unpaid labor becomes the basis of profit and capital accumulation. ठीक है? Give you a very simple perspective here. You have seen CEOs saying work 70 hours a week. सुना है? Top CEO saying work 70 hours. Now people say कि ठीक है, we will work 70 hours, but you pay us by the hour, we are willing to work. First thing. Second thing is, when a CEO makes a call, and if you look at the salary of a CEO, the salary of a CEO will be somewhere close to 5 to 10 or 15 crores, depending on the company. But the call is made to an employee who would be earning somewhere 50, 60, 70,000. Don't you see a huge variation? Okay? So this also again stirs up the same debate. Okay, that you are not paying them exactly how much they deserve. And many times, sometime back, I think in Noida, you would have seen about the labor protest. Usme bhi, what are the common issues? They were not paid on overtime. Okay, if they are given an off the next day, they cannot take an off, and very restrictive things. And the workers were shouting, कि आप जिन BMWs में आते हो, right? वो हमारे ही, it is these BMWs that you've bought is only because of our hard-earned labor, right? So that is the idea of surplus value. That they are not paid exactly what the wage should have been. Clear है? इसको उसमें थोड़ी सी बात करी गई है, right? But again, not everything is perfect even as of now. Okay? These ideas again you can think of, because see, ultimately core in ideas का क्या है? The core of Marxism also is what? To think about human dignity, social justice and equality wherever possible. There are problems in every ideology. This also ideology has problems. What are the problems with Marxism? Assumption. What is the assumption? That there can never be class cooperation. ये तो गलत है ना? This assumption is wrong. Any other issue with Marxism? Supports violence. Third, equality of outcomes will disincentivize the hard-working people. है ना? बताओ. Can we say this? Okay. Now, so we've seen the basic idea on his theory on revolution. Okay. Now come to criticism. Criticism. Mainly to surplus value, baki things we've already seen, right? Come to criticism. What is the criticism of Karl Marx? बताओ. Okay, anything else? अच्छा, और वेरी गुड पॉइंट. ठीक है, सबसे पहले लिखो, मैक्स वेबर, पुट अ डैश, राइट, इकोनॉमिक डिटर्मिनिज्म, because he looks the word only from the economic lens. That is known as what? Economic determinism, right? First is economic determinism. Second, आ जाओ. Second, right, Karl Popper. Popper. Karl Popper. Anything, any idea what would he say? तो लिखो इसमें ब्रैकेट में, देखो, ऑफ कोर्स लिखो, पहले लिखो, Marx creates a closed society which is not open for falsification. What is falsification? Any open society which will say we can also be wrong. What does science say? Science में क्या होगा? There's a thesis. The thesis can be criticized, it can be accepted. Nobody can say that we are 100% correct. Okay, so what is the idea here? So you will remember, it is not open to, this is how we write it, falsification. Not open to falsification. And there's a closed system. That this is a criticism of Marx. This is by Karl Popper. Has Karl Popper criticized anybody else? Plato. He calls Plato again as an enemy of open society and one of the forerunners of totalitarianism. What is the name of the book of Karl Popper? Yeah, Enemy of Open Society. Okay, right. So we have seen this now, right? First criticism was economic determinism. Second one is enemy of open society. Okay. Third, right, देखो, ओवर एम्फेसिस ऑन क्लास स्ट्रगल, ओवर एम्फेसिस ऑन क्लास स्ट्रगल, एंड फोर्थ राइट, वो देखो, स्टेट कैनॉट totally wither away. State is going to be there. State cannot totally wither away. And lastly, if you want, you can also write the disintegration of USSR. Basically highlighting historically the ideology and ideas have not seen the light of the day. They happen to be revolutionary, no doubt about it. But the reality of it is what? Hasn't seen light of the day, right? So there are some of the criticisms that are associated with him, right? Now, what is the last part? Legacy. ठीक है, so लिखो, पहला लिखो. Last वाले में, for example, overall idea of socialism. Okay, ML, that Marxist socialists, their ideas, the points Lenin made, for example, also inspired by Marx. So that is just one example. All these examples highlight what? His ideas could not see the light of the day. ठीक है? Legacy आ जाओ. पहले लिखो inspired Mao, Lenin, and other historical personalities. Inspired Mao, Lenin, and other historical personalities. Second right. Inspired neo-Marxists. Inspired the neo-Marxists like Gramsci, Althusser. The spelling of Althusser is this. Althusser. Okay, third right. Right, it highlights the crisis in contemporary capitalism. And when I say contemporary capitalism, you can also write neoliberalism. It highlights the crisis in contemporary capitalism in form of inequality, labor rights, and concentration of capital. Last में लिखो, the Marxist analysis is also relevant for post-colonial societies, and understanding neo-colonialism and development of, it is also, I said, I think it is relevant in post-colonial societies. बोला मैंने ये? हाँ, तो वो लिखो, post-colonial societies in understanding neo-colonialism and development of underdevelopment. Who gave development of underdevelopment? A.G. Frank, Samir Amin, Dependency School. ये जो points है ना legacy वाले, वो याद ही नहीं करने आपको. You have to just think of the word and think of the contribution of that scholar. Points automatically will come to you. This also I'm generating here on the spot only. Legacy is what? You think of any scholars it has inspired. Ab yahan pe I could have also said modern Marx. Who is modern Marx? Thomas Piketty. We've done it at least 3 times previously. Right? So modern Marx is Thomas Piketty, Capital in 21st Century. Who talks about how? Right? Inequality. R is greater than G. Right? हाँ वो भी आ सकते हैं बिल्कुल, एब्सोल्युटली बिल्कुल. ठीक है, अब क्विकली टेल मी द कीवर्ड्स विद मार्क्स. वी हैव अ 2 minute कीवर्ड रिकॉल ब्रेक. हाँ, पहले आते हैं मार्क्स में। चलो एक एक करके सब लोग एक कीवर्ड बताओगे। वी स्टार्ट विद यू। थर्ड कीवर्ड। व्हाट इज डीओपी? डायरेक्टर ऑफ फोटोग्राफी ना? हाँ, डिक्टेटरशिप ऑफ प्रोलिटेरिएट। नेक्स्ट। एमओपी मीन्स ऑफ प्रोडक्शन। नेक्स्ट साहिल। ग्रेट इकोनॉमी इज नॉट अ कीवर्ड, वो एग्जांपल है। आप praxis, गुड। एलिनेशन, चलो ठीक है। एनीथिंग एल्स? इकोनॉमिक डिटर्मिनिज्म, राइट? सुपरस्ट्रक्चर, बेस्ड सुपरस्ट्रक्चर। क्लास इन इटसेल्फ और क्लास फॉर इटसेल्फ। सरप्लस वैल्यू, हिस्टोरिकल, सबसे पहले उन्होंने बोला था, ठीक। तो हैव वी क्विकली रिवाइज्ड द कीवर्ड्स? राइट नाउ टेल मी कीवर्ड्स ऑफ मिल, जेएस मिल। चलो हाँ हाँ, यहाँ से कोई भी, सबसे आसान आपके लिए है। प्रॉफिट ऑफ एम्प्टी लिबर, नहीं, हम मिल की बात कर रहे हैं। मिल, देयर आर फूड मिल्स, बार्न मिल्स। दिस इज जेएस मिल। जेएस मिल में व्हाट इज दैट कीवर्ड? रिलेक्टेंट डेमोक्रेट एंड एब्स्ट्रैक्ट इंडिविजुअलिज्म। वेरी गुड। और हाँ, ठीक है, ये सारे क्रिटिसिज्म्स हैं। एनीथिंग एल्स? हार्म प्रिंसिपल, वेरी गुड। साहिल विल टेल मी व्हाट इज हार्म प्रिंसिपल। हार्म प्रिंसिपल, हाँ, self-regarding. Self-regarding means whatever you do, if it is only bothering you, you can do it as much as you want. But if it is other regarding action, let's say it's 1 a.m. and you say, Aaj I'll blast my speakers and my entire society is going to hear it. So problem hogi. Other regarding actions में auntie police बुला लेगी, right? Now, next, so there is harm principle. Now, utilitarianism with mill, what did we understand? Huh? Very good. So he transformed Bentham, the hedonistic calculus or philosophic calculus, into from quantity to quality. Now I had used some quotes. Quotes कौन से हैं बताओ? Pushpin is as good as poetry. Now it is better to be a human dissatisfied than to be a pig satisfied. Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied. All silencing of assumption, all silencing of opinion is an assumption of infallibility. ठीक है? फोकस जब तक नहीं करेंगे, रिकॉल नहीं करेंगे तो नहीं आएगा याद, ठीक है? चलो लेट्स कम टू ग्रामसी। Now, what do we know about Gramsci? People online, those of you who are following, just drop a message. करते हैं, अभी आएंगे, उस पे आएंगे। What do we say him as? He is what? He is a theoretician of, बताओ, superstructure, right? In fact, we also say he revived Marxism from crude economic determinism, right? तो पहला क्या है? He is a theoretician of superstructure, which means what? For him, base is not the most important thing. What is the most important thing? Yeah, superstructure is very important, right? And he revived the debate, and he will talk about that instead of crude economic determinism, you have to think of superstructure and other factors also, right? If I say what is the biggest contribution of Gramsci, क्या है? Tell me in the simplest terms, because I have often seen people getting confused in Gramsci. They say Gramsci is hegemony, hegemony is Gramsci, khadam. What is the biggest contribution of, and if it is hegemony, why is it hegemony? Hegemony में ऐसा क्या है? चलो एक बार, I am giving you 10-15 seconds. You have done this topic sometimes, right? You tell me his contribution with example, which you feel is huge. Everybody hypes Gramsci a lot. Everybody hypes Hannah Arendt a lot. You need to know what is special that they have done. Otherwise, these scholars आपको हवा हवा में ही जाएंगे. सोचो. hegemony. But what is so special about hegemony? Hmm? No, ठीक है, but I'm saying, was that not happening before? Hmm. So that means what you want to say is this thing was not heard of earlier. So he gave this theory, right? Abhi open hai, dekho, people online also. This is open. I'm just asking you. I want to know from you, right? Because I think before the class began, I think at least 4 or 5 message came. So please Gramsci padha dijiyega. So I want to emphasize. Let's see what is the problem you're facing in Gramsci. Huh? Chalo, he has a very good question. That even after the Bolshevik Revolution, why did the Marxist prediction fail? That is the question that we are asking. Again, think, yeah. हाँ बताओ अगर आप आंसर बताना चाहो, और if you want to contribute any point. Hmm. ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है. Anybody else? You understand my question, right? What is so special about Gramsci that we have to read him and we have to devote a chapter on him? Same चीज लिखी हमने. He saved Marxism. हाँ. Civil society. Locke also mentioned two-stage revolution. देखो. हाँ. हाँ. हाँ ठीक है. Good. You were saying that why revolution could not happen, and you were saying possibly also because of civil society. Yes or no? Good point. Anything else? Right, which means overall role of intellectuals, which can be both traditional as well as organic. Anything else? Huh. ठीक है. Okay, I think we've had some good points. Now see, the biggest contribution of Gramsci happens to be, बोलो. Hmm. 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 But then आपके सवाल से then colonies में revolt होना चाहिए था. If they are exploiting the colonies, then why colonies are not revolting? चलो ठीक है. I think I've had good points from all of you coming in. देखो, hegemony. If I look into the Marxist analysis, according to the Marxist analysis, anybody who holds weight holds the economic structure. Ultimate power lies with economic structure, right? But this was not true. And this is what Gramsci will tell, because Gramsci also studied cultures and he also studied other superstructures. He saw the role of media, church, other institutions. So according to Gramsci, the capitalists were very smart. Okay? Not only they used state as an instrument, but they used other avenues also as instrument, which was ignored by Karl Marx. Okay? So they were able to. The point that he makes is manufacture consent. अब आप देखो, if you only have a state, by the way, and for Marx, state is an instrument of capitalist class. अगर state instrument होगा, लोगों को भी तो पता चल जाएगा ना. People will get to know. So according to him, hegemony, how does it happen? It happens manufacturing consent. And how does it happen? You already have a vibrant civil society which works for the capitalists, but nobody is able to see that. First thing. Second, you have a vibrant super structure. Of course, civil society is a part of it. And this एक और चीज जो सब लोग मिस करते हैं. Now, a work on this has been done by a very prominent scholar whose name also has appeared in the Epstein files. I'm talking of Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky has done extensive work on the role of intellectuals, that intellectuals and their role. ठीक है? Here he talks about traditional as well as organic intellectuals. The point is that why capitalism, or let's say these, are able to survive for a very long time, why revolution is not happening. all of this in some sense are a safety valve. Whenever there is a revolution, civil society will come together. They will say, okay, let us lead the movement. Intellectuals will also be there. Superstructure will also be there. So all of this ultimately masks the true identity. And because of this, they are able to manufacture consent. Manufacture consent karna is better strategy. Why? It uses soft power. You're not forcing the people to obey you. If it is only state, as Marx had imagined, that is why the revolution did not come despite all the efforts. So his theory is going to first of all open a lot of insights. Second, Marx's theory is extremely crude economic determinism. Gramsci will go one step beyond. And he will say, भाई इसके beyond देखना पड़ेगा. This is not the reason, the sole reason. There are many other reasons and you have to factor these reasons as well. This is what perpetuates hegemony. So the biggest contribution of Gramsci to the understanding is one is hegemony. Up this hegemony, not only do I understand for the perpetual rise of the colonial powers, you know such a, but even after decolonization, when I look at the dominance of countries like US, the same analysis can be applied. In paper 2A, we see the same analysis being done by Robert Cox, who has a Gramscian understanding. And he says, US has hard power, everybody agrees. But US also has soft power. It will have influence on institutions like WTO, IMF, World Bank, which will push the liberal values. So this also helps. Okay. So when I'm looking at hegemony, the biggest theory is that it helps in what? Manufacturing consent. The true identity and the true character is never revealed. And this is how the revolutionary zeal or potential of the masses or the workers is controlled. Right? So in that sense, so this is a structural analysis. Isilye, he's also known as a structural Marxist, a neo-Marxist, and ultimately a theoretician of superstructure. The biggest contribution of isme hai there, these are sub points. What is the role of intellectuals? What is traditional? What is organic? Then he gives certain terms. What is war of position? What is war of maneuver? How a revolution will come together. In a revolution, then you think of India. Abhi recall karo, in IPT, in Gandhi and in Ambedkar, I told you you have to use Gramsci. So in the same point, I'll tell you. एक सेकंड. और एग्जाम से पहले अगर आपको इतना कुछ भी याद आ जाएगा ना, you'll be able to connect the dots. So now if I link it to the Indian national movement, for example, I will again think of Gandhi and Ambedkar. This is, by the way, highlighted as we have seen by Bipin Chandra. So Gandhi and Ambedkar will have a lot of resemblance with the Gramscian analysis. And we will understand two terms, war of position and war of maneuver, which ties to Gramscian idea of revolution. One of them is spontaneous and one of them is long term. So when India had to fight, right, Britishers ko aap fight kar rahe ho, you cannot overthrow Britishers in one go. So you have to have a war of position also and a war of maneuver, which is why if you look at Gandhian movement, he knew there will be a long protracted struggle. And he was willing, because he knew movement and revolution cannot come in one instance. If it comes, it will be crushed in one instance also. That is why a whole long movement had to happen. When you look at this, I've also explained to you the US and how US and the liberal institutions enjoy hegemony. First thing is this, right? Similarly, and in fact, if you recall, if anybody has seen the the current affairs class of mine, the first current affairs class, in that I also mentioned, if somebody says there's a decline of liberal international order, Robert Cox will ask him the question, this is a US-led order. This order is going to be replaced by which order? Because ultimately, if I say liberal order, it is ultimately US-led world order. It is not the entire world's order. Yes or no? That is why he said theory is for someone with some purpose. Are we able to understand? We have to know what Gramsci actually spoke about. Then the points will make some sense. So the biggest contribution again for Gramsci happens to be hegemony, how it helps in manufacturing consent. Yes. And then The role of, let's say, civil society, superstructure, intellectuals. At the international level, you have US. At the Indian national movement, you have Gandhi and Ambedkar playing the role of intellectuals also. One, for example, Gandhi is going to fight the hegemony of British, and Ambedkar is going to fight the hegemony of the traditional, let's say, the Brahminical movement, for example. And he will try to bring in as an organic intellectual of the subaltern, yeah, Dalits. Does this make sense? Thoda sa idea? Okay. So now let's come and write about Gramsci, some points. I can link it to Joseph Nye's soft power. There is some similarity, right? But soft power ka ultimate point, the contribution has to go to Joseph Nye. Okay. So at max, you can say that this can be an inspiration for Joseph Nye's soft power. वो linkage is not wrong, वो सही हो सकती है. So come to the introduction. देखो influential Italian Marxist and a key figure in the 20th century Marxist thought. Next देखो कीवर्ड लिखो इसी में, इंट्रोडक्शन. Theoretician of superstructure. He happens to be a theoretician of superstructure. Next लिखो Joseph Femia, FEMIA. Joseph Femia लिखो डैश करके. Gramsci was the first one. Gramsci was the first one. FEMIA. Gramsci was the first one to end Marxist obsession. He was the first one to end Marxist obsession with economic structure and enter the realms of culture. And enter, इसको inverted commas में लिखेंगे, the realms of culture. This is a very good line to introduce. Because of his influences, he will go into the realms of culture. Marx did not talk about the realms of culture at all. Yes or no? ठीक है. Come to influences. तो लिखो thinkers like Machiavelli, Pareto, Sorel, SOREL, and Robinson Crusoe, spelling CROCE. Crusoe is who introduced the cultural elements to him. Robinson Crusoe, CROCE. ठीक है. And Crusoe में bracket में you also write on culture. अच्छा, sorry, I have told you the wrong name. His name is not Robinson. Write please somewhere name. Benedetto Crusoe. Robinson Crusoe is something else. Robinson Crusoe I think is a figure in English literature, तो उसको भूल जाओ. Benedetto, BENEDITO Crusoe. Benedetto Crusoe has actually done an analysis of influence of culture on history. Benedetto Croce, Croce. So he is the former member of Communist Assembly of Italy. Okay. Gramsci is from Italy. Mussolini is from Italy. Mussolini को jail कर दिया था. When he was in jail, Gramsci had written a very popular book, Prison Notebooks. Okay, and he was incarcerated in the jail. Just remember this name, Benne. चलो मैंने वो भी स्पेलिंग गलत लिखी है. हाँ ठीक है, इसको चेंज कर लेना. Okay, the correct spelling is this, Benedetto. ठीक है, Benedetto Croce. Okay, okay. He's from Communist Party of Italy. Gramsci is from Communist Party of Italy. And Italy, you'll have Mussolini, just remember for your reference. And Mussolini kept him in prison, incarcerated him. Okay. वापस आते हैं. Okay, now you were writing about influences. Come to quotes. Quote से पहले book लिख लो. What is the name of the book? Prison Notebook. Prison Notebook में dash करके लिखो. Gramsci sought to redress the emphasis within orthodox Marxism. Gramsci redress the emphasis within orthodox Marxism on economic and material factors. तो उन्होंने बोला कि the emphasis is not correct. The emphasis on economic and material factors. He sought to redress the emphasis on emphasis within orthodox Marxism on economic. कहाँ पे मिस हुआ था? And again repeat. Gramsci sought to redress the emphasis within orthodox Marxism on economic or material factors. But remember prison notebooks. Okay, first thing. Second, write a quote. Write a quote. So all men are intellectuals. All men are intellectuals, but not all men have the function of intellectuals. ठीक है? He's saying simply everybody is an intellectual, but ultimately there is a specific function those who have to exercise. For example, if somebody is given a function to lead a group, then they can be an intellectual. So potential सब में है, but the potential gets reflected in some section only. Clear है? Okay. Second, write one more quote. देखो, the intellectuals are the dominant groups. The intellectuals are the dominant groups, comma, deputies, exercising the exercising the function of social hegemony. Exercising the function of social hegemony simply means intellectual will help in manufacturing the consent. That is the role of intellectuals. These are deputies, okay, or the dominant groups who will exercise the function of social hegemony. All right. Now, one by one we'll have a look at. सबसे important बात क्या है? It will be the critique of Marxism. Okay. So let's start with the critique of Marxism. लिखो, despite Marx's observation that inverted commas, capitalists will dig their own graves. Despite Marx's observation that capitalists will dig their own graves, comma, the revolutionary consciousness was not emerging in the Western world. Revolutionary consciousness was not emerging in the Western world. Right? Gramsci was inspired by Crusoe. And criticized Marxist obsession with materialism. Criticized Marxist obsession with materialism. Next, right? He also criticized Marx's idea. Of inverted commas में ideology as false consciousness. Criticized Marx's idea of ideology as false consciousness, and instead he widens the scope and utility of ideology. Instead, he widens the scope and utility of ideology in sustaining capitalist systems. For example, we have written he criticizes Marx's idea that ideology is false consciousness. See, Marx did not believe that ideology had anything to play. For Marx, ideology will also be a part of superstructure. Marx will believe ideology will not have any say. Yes or no? And he simply says that ideology is also very important. For example, when you look at liberalism, we are seeing capitalism, but liberalism as an ideology promises what? It promises that you have the choice to do anything. Okay? I'll give you a very practical example of this. Okay? When this USSR disintegration was almost about to happen, okay? उस समय पे एकदम उस टाइम पे there were a lot of ads, ठीक है? Companies like Levi's, people can wear anything, for example. उसी समय पे उन लोगों के लिए मेटालिका कॉन्सर्ट करी गई थी. Metallica is a very famous band, and that huge concert happened. Okay, that rock culture is also synonymous with liberalism. People have liberty to listen to the kind of music they want. Okay, the feeling of liberty that you have choice. This choice was not available to those people, especially in the socialist regimes where everything was very much controlled. You had very limited choice as a person and as a consumer. Yes or no? So the core idea behind all of this is what? That ideology was ignored by Marx as something that is not having revolutionary potential. Gramsci says that, bhai, you have ignored ideology. Ideology helps in sustaining the capitalist order as well. So you cannot ignore ideology. For Marx, ultimately things boil down to the material factors. Able to understand? So you cannot reject ideology simply like that. Therefore, he rejects Marxist claim that ideology is false consciousness. And he says we have to widen the utility and the scope of ideology to understand how capitalist systems are sustaining themselves. Able to understand? So he does not neglect the role of ideology. He does not neglect the role of cultures. In fact, he acknowledges the role of superstructures. Able to understand? This is the main part. Fine. So critique of Marxism has to be embedded in your answer in Gramsci. We have to write about what is a critique of Marxism. Correct? Eh? Now let's move to the next. Hegemony. But what is hegemony? Yeah, what does hegemony mean in Hindi? दबदबा. Anything else? दादागिरी. ठीक है तो नहीं दादागिरी is also correct. Okay. When I say hegemony, what comes to your mind? Which country comes to your mind? US, for example. Okay. And US maintains its hegemony through, right? So it has various tools to achieve this. So when Gramsci gave this idea, he revolutionized the entire thinking. Because earlier nobody was giving focus here. Right? So isko likho, just write this. Acha, when you're writing hegemony, in the bracket write versus domination. Are these two words same or different? Different. इसमें लिखो according to Gramsci, there is a cultural domination. There is a cultural domination where the dominant class rules through consent. The dominant class rules through consent of the dominated class. The dominant class rules through consent of the dominated class. पहली चीज. Okay. Second point, right? Because this is Gramsci's political account of legitimation. Important term यहाँ पे है legitimation. This is Gramsci's political account of legitimation. Now understand this line. What makes a rule legitimate? For him, it is also through hegemony. For example, again, just go back to British rule. So when Britishers were ruling, they were having a lot of bad practices, exploitation, but at the same time, they will build roads, right? There will be some checkposts. And on top of that, they will say, the feeling will be there, the Britishers are my baap. There is a civilizing mission going on. Okay, and ultimately the British rule is a blessing in disguise. वो कौन बोल रहा है? Moderates बोल रहे हैं, and everybody is listening to moderates. Don't you think that there is a lot going in British favor now? So people will stop the exploitation and they will totally, let's say, forget the exploitation, and they will see, acha, there must be something good, right? Maybe I think Shashi Tharoor also makes a line that I think if you subject somebody to such a torture, and then after 200 years later, then you say, okay, now I'm free. This is no way any liberation, right? This is one of the most inhuman tortures anybody can go through. Okay, so this cannot be justified as a blessing in disguise. Okay, okay. So we have written it is political account of legitimation. Agar hegemony nahi hoti, if it was not there, there would have been legitimation crisis. That is why it is so important. It could be that a ruler is very much harsh, dictatorial, anarchical, but somehow if they're able to maintain hegemony, and if there is a projection, people will like that rule. That is why perception is very important in a democratic government, and not just democratic, in any government. Perception management, how people write about you. That is why if you look at some of the fascist governments back then, they had a ministry of propaganda, right? In fact, अगर किसी ने यहाँ पे पढ़ी है 1984 by George Orwell, सुनी है 1984? In that book, there is a department of thought crime. That, for example, the moment you have a thought of criticizing your government, you will be arrested. Okay? And then there is a big boss and so on. It is very much, if you read it even now, you will see, acha, I can find some similarities, okay, in the world around me. Okay. Okay, then. Now, write the next point. देखो, Gramsci introduces different elements of domination. Gramsci introduces, and you have to write all the three in your answer. Gramsci introduces different elements of domination. पहला लिखो, dash करके लिखो, traditional political domination. This everybody knew. Traditional political domination, comma, Marxist economic domination. This is the contribution of Marx and Marxists. These two people everybody knew कि भाई there is a political domination, that is the state, and those who have the control over the economic structure. But he will now bring the third element, and this is the revolutionary part of his understanding. Marxist economic domination. पहला क्या हो गया? Traditional political domination. Second one is Marxist economic domination, and the third element, dash, ideological domination through hegemony. This is what makes your answer complete. This is what he has added to the discipline. Ideological domination through hegemony. ठीक है? अब इस पे देखो, this can be linked to, I'm saying linked, this can be linked to Joseph Nye's analysis of soft power. This can be linked to, though we are doing a comparison now, this can be linked to Joseph Nye's soft power. Now next, right? Hegemony means the domination not merely through force. Hegemony means domination not merely through force but through consent. But through consent. And the last line, right? This is also what he emphasizes, the ruling class rules not only by controlling the state. The ruling class rules not only by controlling the state, but by making its ideas appear normal, natural, and common sense. Its ideas appear normal, natural, and common sense. Okay? Now, when you are writing this answer of hegemony, ऐसा नहीं है whatever I have told you here, your answer is done. No. Hegemony is also manufactured through, and is also manufactured through intellectual. So you have to integrate all of this, which is why even if you get a 20 marker, you will have sufficient content. Sometimes you put things in bracket. nahi. यहाँ पे I've told you overall the main analysis. In fact, in this one paragraph, main thing that stands out is the three elements of domination. Traditional political dominance, Marxist economic domination, third one is ideology. And second thing, we can link it to Joseph Nye's soft power. And then I've given you simple definitions. What is hegemony in the first place? Now come to civil society. देखो, for Gramsci, CS is the civil society. For Gramsci, civil society is the sphere where the ruling class creates consent, and maintains hegemony. ठीक है? अब for your understanding, write something like this. But you will be able to, I think, write this in a proper manner, right? There are two things. One that we're talking of, for example, there is a proper government and there is civil society. ठीक है? Government actually can be coercive. Civil society will do the consent part. Now we have to know what is here. In this part of government, will you have army, police, again, for example, judiciary? These all elements are a part of the government which are coercive in nature, right? Normally people only think of this part, right? Now if I look at the civil society which can manufacture consent, अब यहाँ पे क्या क्या होगा आपके पास? All the other elements. Okay, so here you write this as, आप इसको ऐसे भी कर सकते हो, you write state is equal to, write this as the political entity, the government part of it, this is the political entity, plus civil society. So state is the political entity plus civil society. In government or the civil political entity, write examples of army, police, courts, bureaucracy and law. Bureaucracy, law. They are coercive in nature. They are coercive in nature. Don't draw this diagram in the answer, right? The diagram है भी नहीं. This is only for our understanding. Political entity and the civil society. Civil society will manufacture consent. Family, school, church, media, all the other things are part of civil society. Okay? So media, culture, so coercion and consent. This is very important part. Coercion, consent. Correct? So here you write, if you've written this, have you written this? Basic idea. Now write, CS is civil society, performs three major functions. CS performs three major functions. Pehla, obvious, produces consent. First is produces consent. Second likho, converts ideology into common sense. When you have folders like this, then you will be able to expand in the answer. One is produces consent. Second क्या है? Converts ideology into common sense. Third लिखो, prevents revolution. Prevents revolution. अब right for revolution वाले में right? Workers did not revolt. Workers did not revolt because they internalized dominant values. Workers did not revolt because they internalized dominant values through education, religion, media and culture. Education, religion, media and culture. They did not revolt. In fact, if you think of some of the movies, 1950s, 60s, 70s, they were selling the American dream. The American dream was what? You have to go to a factory, you have to get a job, work in that supply chain, go to work, right? The dreams are being sold on that front. Dream ke liye kya zaruri hai? Job is important. If there is a job, then you have to again manage the exploitation going on. And if you are getting all the wages, it is going to suppress your revolutionary potential. Right? Able to follow till here? The functions of civil society also. What is civil society? How is ultimately it's a form of state? The role of civil society and government is different. This can use coercion. Normally people focus only on this part, but the civil society part is equally important. Okay, what is the next head? Intellectuals. Okay, let's come to intellectuals. Intellectuals will लिखो. They are the core of civil society. They are the core of civil society. Comma, the architects of hegemony. They are the core of civil society, comma, the architects of hegemony in architects of hegemony लिखा आपने, बस उतना लिखो भी, ठीक है. Architects of hegemony. Now, right, there are two types. What are the two types? Traditional intellectuals and organic intellectuals. Okay, so लिखो पहले. अच्छा, any idea what is traditional and what is organic? बताओ. हाँ. If you have to give example of who's a traditional and who's a organic, what will be the example? But others don't impact the society. Traditional, I'll tell you. For example, if there is a society, the dominant religious head is traditional. Head of the church is traditional. People always look up to them. Let's say professors, educationists, right? Organic will be the local leaders that are now coming up. So if you look at, for example, the Indian national movement, in that Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was the organic intellectual, the voice of the subaltern classes. Traditional intellectuals वही होंगे, the most educated elite groups who already had a voice to begin with. That is why they are traditional. Clear है? Okay. So right. पहला लिखो organic intellectuals. लिखो ब्रैकेट में doctors, lawyers, etc. It can be doctors, lawyers, etc. देखो, they produce theories to generate ideological legitimacy. They produce theories to generate ideological legitimacy of that particular class. Of that particular class. Gramsci called OA is OI, organic intellectuals. Gramsci called organic intellectuals as, inverted commas, deputies of dominant class. Deputies of dominant class. देखो, for Gramsci, there is no one like a non-intellectual. For Gramsci, there is no one like a non-intellectual. And everyone can become an intellectual. There's no one like a non-intellectual, and everyone can become an intellectual. And next, right, he suggests the subaltern class. He suggests the subaltern class to develop their own organic intellectuals. Subaltern class to develop their own organic intellectuals who can win over traditional intellectuals. Who can win over traditional intellectuals. Who can win over traditional intellectuals. And establish, we will use two keywords. Establish, when you have traditional intellectuals will have hegemony, organic will create counter hegemony. So likho, to establish their counter hegemony using WOP, war of position. Using war of position. Okay. So whenever we talk, let me give you one example. If I'm talking of the hegemony of British rule, that British rule is a blessing in disguise. Think of Dada Bhai Nehruji. What is his book? Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. It talked about the economic exploitation. Did it break the hegemony of British? Yes. Right? The Life Divine. Kisne likha? Aurobindo Ghosh. That also told that British, any foreign rule must be done away with. It will break down the hegemony. So hegemony is countered by counter hegemony. If you have traditional intellectuals, you want organic intellectuals to counter the traditional intellectuals. ठीक है? Last लिखेंगे traditional intellectuals. TI. देखो, they are less organic to any class or political system. They are less organic to any class or political system. To stop again, is इनका भी same लिखो. Their job is also to manufacture consent for the dominant class. Okay, so 4 heads we have seen so far. Tell me the 4 heads. पहला क्या था? Criticism of Marxism. Second one was hegemony. Third was civil society. Fourth is, right, all of them will come together in the last heading. What is that? On revolution. Right? Revolution will happen in how many stages? War of position, war of maneuver. Now, to understand war of position and war of maneuver, you have to understand सबसे पहले क्या चाहिए आपको? A long protracted war. Protracted means a long war. What is this known as? War of position. Now, in this phase, your civil society is very active. It is going to be manufacturing consent. It is a protracted war. It will take a very long time. And after you have the requisite people, proper organic intellectuals, civil society, creation of a historical block. ये keyword देखो कहीं पे. Prepare a short note on this. Historical block. A direct action is known as the war of maneuver. And when you look at Indian national movement, both things were worked on. So think of non-cooperation movement, civil disobedience movement. There's a long practice that was being done. And then at the last you have what? Quit India movement. Right? Which was almost a call for direct action. Yes or no? So that will be closer to war of maneuver. By then, you have already had people with you. So there are two different terms. The revolution will come at two levels. One will be a long protracted ideological war. That will take a lot of time. But when that is done, now you can go for direct action. Direct action is known as the war of maneuver. So this revolution will happen at how many stages? Two stages. Clear है? देखो इसको. देखो, it's a two-staged process. It is a two-stage process. Right, the first stage, war of position. First stage is the war of position. Put a dash. देखो, a protracted struggle. A protracted, TED, protracted struggle at the level of underlying civil society. It is a protracted struggle at the level of civil society to establish their counter hegemony. Another keyword, counter hegemony. पहला क्या है? Protracted means a long struggle at the level of civil society to establish their counter hegemony. Every word is followed by a keyword, right? Second, देखो, second stage, war of maneuver. MANOEU. VRE. MANOEU VRE. War of maneuver. So there's a war of position, there's a war of maneuver. In war of maneuver, right, a direct action. War of maneuver is a direct action to take power in the society. Power in the society. Rajiv, I think we can have a better example of the INC, or take examples of Gandhi or Ambedkar and their role, even better. Okay. But the example you're mentioning can also be given, but then it requires slightly more nuance, because there it is not the only factor that is there. The factor also of identity, group rights, okay, consolidation, that is also there. Okay, so we have seen two-stage revolution. What is the first stage? War of position. Second stage is war of maneuver. Okay, now right, देखो, Gramsci prescribes the working class. Gramsci prescribes the working class to raise their own organic intellectuals. To raise their own organic intellectuals and form a coalition of subaltern class. Form a coalition of subaltern class. Bracket में देखो, workers, peasants, etc. Based on common interest. Based on common interest. Okay. अब इस क्वेश्चन में भी यू आर गोइंग टू रेफरेंस द प्रीवियस पार्ट्स. इस क्वेश्चन में लिखो, देखो, in this question write another question. Write a question. Why revolution did not happen in advanced capitalist societies? This is something we've already answered. So in a revolution you have to again mention this. So likho, why did revolution not happen in advanced industrial societies? है क्या revolution? दो stage, that is one. But without talking about the context, it will not serve much value. So you will again talk about why revolution does not happen. You have civil society. Civil society manufactures consent. It works in 3 levels, 3 functions. One of the function is to stop revolution. And then finally, if you have to have a revolution, you have to go through 2 stages. First stage is war of position, one stage is war of maneuver. Now for Karl Marx, revolution almost seemed to be one single climactic moment, that is samay pe the discontent will rise and finally there will be a revolt. But he forgot the role of ideology and he forgot the instrumentalist nature of state, and also how the nature of state is hidden in the most cases. It is not visible. Why? You have a whole machinery of intellectuals, civil society, which is working to produce what? Hegemony. Clear है? So अगर question आएगा on revolution, don't just write 2 stage and पूरा paper खाली छोड़ दिया. You have to write whatever we have written in the previous pages. Right? You have to add elements of Gramsci, etc., and then mention that. Fine. What will be the criticism of Gramsci? बताओ. Achha, before you come to that, I think I can see a lot of space in your handout in case of revolution. Just write one more line. इतना खाली पेज अच्छा नहीं लग रहा मुझे दूर से. अच्छा कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है. हाँ है ना, लिखो. For Gramsci, revolution. For Gramsci, revolution is not just a seizure. Seizure means लिया लिखो, seizure छोड़ लिखो. Capture is not just a capture of state power. It is not just a capture of state power, comma, it is a long war of position, WOP. It is a long war of position in civil society through which oppressed classes create counter hegemony. Oppressed classes create counter hegemony, comma, transform common sense and prepare society for political change. Prepare society for political change. ठीक है? So when you have to revise Gramsci, सिर्फ एक सवाल सोचना है दिमाग में. Why Marx's prediction failed? Why revolution was not seen in advanced societies? And from these 2 questions, try to recollect all the headings that we have done. Because intellectuals are not separate, civil society is not separate, hegemony is not separate. The criticism of Marxism, the solution of that is found in all the 4 concepts. कौन से 4 concepts है that you have to link back to back? Hegemony, civil society, intellectuals, revolution. Revolution will happen in 2 stages, yes or no? So sometimes you only focus on the direct stage, but you have not worked on war of position, which is a protracted struggle. उसके लिए क्या चाहिए आपको? The depressed classes should have their own organic intellectuals and they will fight for it, yes or no? Clear है? Okay. Now, what will be the criticism of Gramsci? सोचो. You are saying that the welfare state has acha, okay. Anything else? बताओ. हो रहा है, ठीक है, good. Anything else? You are saying that, for example, if examples like Arab Spring are there, in examples of Arab Spring, people are what? Fighting, they are revolting. Yes or no? That means there is a limit up to which you can generate consent. Abhi there is a rise of, let's say, Gen Z revolts or any movement. So that means there is a limit to which hegemony can be manufactured. Right or no? देखो criticism. पहले देखो, ambiguity in civil society. Ambiguity We are writing criticisms of Gramsci, ambiguity in civil society. लिखो, Gramsci treats civil society, CS, Gramsci treats civil society both as a site, both as a site of domination and resistance, both as a site of domination and resistance. तो अभी समझ नहीं आ रहा that what is the exact role. Sometimes he says civil society will create hegemony, sometimes he will say it will stop or it will resist the movement. So what is the exact role of a civil society is not very clear. First issue. Second लिखो, overemphasis on hegemony, overemphasis on hegemony, put a dash. देखो, every form of influence, put a dash, media, religion, culture, family, media, religion, culture, family, is called hegemony. So the point is now how much to attribute or whether a part actually does a work is not very clear. Okay. Third लिखो, write this name, Dominic Strinati. शायद नहीं सुना होगा आपने. This is a very, very specific criticism. लिखो, Dominic Strinati. देखो, Dominic Strinati's analysis करके देखो. I'll just tell you what he talks about. One line. देखो, the main problem of Gramsci's idea is his Marxist background. The main problem is his Marxist background. So even though he brings culture, but he still remains economic reductionist. ये problem है. Right? A class-based analysis is always reductionist. And does not fully capture the role of culture. It does not fully capture the role of culture. So he's simply saying that ultimately, even though Gramsci brings in superstructure, but the point is he is also still a Marxist at heart. So he will also still focus on economic structure, and in doing so he's a reductionist and he's not able to give full attention to the other areas of influence. So what are the three criticisms have we written? So in these three, you have to write which one? Third wala, Dominic Strinati's analysis. What are the other two? Ambiguity hai and because everything is hegemony, right? So the point is, bhai, if you account for everything, the point is how much and how serious is to be taken each part. Like family, for example, does family really have an influence on the state? Or does church have an influence? I can agree with church, but maybe not with family. Okay. Now media. Sometimes media is state controlled. Then what will you do? Right? Will the media then have that level of influence? That is to be seen. Clear hai? Come to the relevance or legacy. Helps in understanding the survival of liberal regimes. Helps in understanding the survival of liberal regimes. And by liberals, you can also put a slash capitalist. You've heard terms like, right, market is always better. ये सारे जो myths हैं, all these myths help in generating the hegemony of that, right? Market is always efficient, right? Merit based, many things. So first is this. Second, right? लिखो SM, that is social movements. Social movements bracket में right, women, our environment, etc. are civil society movements with counter hegemony. They are civil society movements with counter hegemony. And last लिखेंगे international politics, put a dash, Robert Cox, COX. Robert Cox, put a dash, right? He explains how global capitalism maintains dominance through institutions, ideas, and consent. Global capitalism maintains dominance through institutions, ideas, and consent. Let's come to the next thinker, Hannah Arendt. Okay. After Hannah Arendt, we'll take a break. Then the last three thinkers. Last three thinkers are Machiavelli, Aristotle, Plato. ठीक है? Sequence on the spot decide करेंगे कौन से शुरू करना है. So now let's come to Hannah Arendt. Now, anything special, and we'll start from the back. Whatever you know of Hannah Arendt. Civic republicanism, good. चलो you have good ears. हाँ, नहीं सुना है? पहली बार? अच्छा पहली बार, ठीक है. आप आइकॉन Hannah Arendt सुना है? बताओ. वेरी गुड, ठीक है, पढ़ा हुआ है क्लास में. नहीं सुना? दिख रहा है साफ साफ नाम. चलो, ही या शी? फिर ठीक है, आता है. हाँ, ग्राम शी, SHE. नहीं, ग्राम शी है, ग्राम सी. ग्राम सी मेल फीम है. चलो छू जाओ, तुम फंस. गुड. चलो, आप बताओ. पावर. व्हाट इज पावर? पैसा इज पावर. व्हाट डज शी से? व्हाट इज पावर? Acting in concert. Whose concert? I've used this example. Huh. Without barriers. Phenomenological approach. Anything else? People online also, whatever you know of Hannah Arendt. This is our way to take a break. Huh. Penalty of evil. करो आप, मेरे point तो चल रहा है. हाँ, critique of fascism also, and also critical of ideologies, right? So we're talking of Hannah Arendt. Okay. In the recent years, let's first see the questions that have come, and see. I've tried to ensure whatever thinker I'm doing, it is PYQ based, right? So time that you are investing in, you आपको लग सकता है कि sir for 6 thinkers I've spent 6 hours, but I am telling you, if you would have done this yourself, आप इतना नहीं कर पाते. Okay. And every dimension of the PYQ is being discussed. Anyways, IPT, WPT takes more time. ठीक है? So that means the next set of classes are going to be short. So don't worry. By short, I mean 3 to 4 hours. Okay? Generally speaking. चलो next आते हैं. Let's look at let's see the questions that have come. Underline, Vita Activa. This is a question of 2025, which means अगले साल तो नहीं आने वाला. But they can ask you something else. Next, see, underline, same question has gotten repeated. 2019 and 2025 are same. Conceptual trade-off, labor, work, action. And action is what? Vita activa. And we'll see today homo faber, zoon, different terms, zoon politikon, right? Laboran, for example, some terms. Right? Now, last padho, and last is a quote you will have to remember. Whatever quotes you have seen in the PYQ, please make sure you yaad ho jaye pure. And that is how you have to think. And power, this same quote is again done in the topic of power. Right? अब यहाँ पे put a star mark if you have space or wherever you have space. Hannah Arendt on ideology. And in the bracket, right, covered in political ideologies. Those who have done that class, I just took it, I think 4 or 5 days back. We've had a section on Hannah Arendt's analysis of ideology specifically. ठीक है, वो वहां से करेंगे. ठीक है, in the ideology chapter you have to cover what? Hannah Arendt's role of ideology, which means these are the topics that are with us. Okay, let's see. Power is never the property of an individual. It belongs to a group and remains in the existence of the group so long the group keeps together. The moment group dissolves, that means what? If the people are not together, if the people are independent, solitary, who will rise? Demagogue. Authoritarian leader will rise. And this is where the power will go away from the people to the authoritarian leader. This is going to create a huge challenge. Okay? Fine. So let's start Hannah Arendt. Chalo, introduction. Anything that you know, what can be written for Hannah Arendt? Thinker without barriers, right? Anything else that comes to your mind? Anything else that comes to your mind? Okay. और कोई कुछ बताना चाहेगा? In our syllabus, correct? बिल्कुल सही है. First female thinker of IPT, and in fact the last thinker of IPT, I can also say. Huh? No, when you say that, देखो इनसे पहले भी बहुत thinkers रहे हैं. Think of Mary Wollstonecraft, etc. In fact, Harriet Mill that I spoke about. But they have not been given that level of attention. So that is also true. फोटो पे छोटा सा एक डिस्क्लेमर है. ठीक है, so this is Hannah Arendt. I'll show you a couple of books. And books में लिख लो ये दोनों. First, right? The Origins of Totalitarianism. First book, please write The Origins of Totalitarianism. And second book, right? This is also a very prominent book. Eichmann in Jerusalem. Eichmann. Who is this Eichmann? The main officer, main bureaucrat of Hitler. And in his defense, he used to say, duty is duty. I'm just following my duty. Okay? And the issue is that he did not apply any moral reasoning to his actions. That is what is, but ultimately we'll discuss this in Banality of Evil. Okay? So let's come back. With two very prominent books we've had a look at. Okay, now please come to, अच्छा रुक जाओ, origins लिखा, एक और लिखो, The Human Condition. Third book is The Human Condition. Now come to introduction. One of the basic introductions you can write is लिखो, one of the seminal political thinkers of 20th century. One of the seminal political thinkers of the 20th century. One of the seminal political thinkers of the 20th century. Okay. This is first. Second, right? Inverted commas में खुद के लिए रखो. A thinker without barriers. Okay. Next, I think you can come to is the influences. There are two major influences on her work, right? पहले लिखो. Existentialism. Existentialism of Heidegger. Just write the second name. Existentialism of Heidegger. Next, right? Karl, K-A-R-L, Karl Jaspers. Also an existentialist philosopher. Remember these two names who have inspired her thought. Karl Jaspers and Martin Heidegger. ठीक है? Karl Jaspers and Martin Heidegger, okay, has influenced how she thinks. In fact, her thinking overall is very wide. And because of that, she also, that we use the term thinker without barriers. It's not that her thinking is limited only to one sphere. The existentialist thinker, in fact, if you recall, I had some classes back, I told you a quote. Freedom is made up of protein. That thinker is known as Jean-Paul Sartre, who also is existentialist. Now you don't need to go into the depth of it because this is a more topic of philosophy. Just remember the name. One is Heidegger, one is Karl Jaspers. Both of them have inspired Hannah Arendt. Okay. This thinker I told you, Jean-Paul Sartre, when I was giving you the example. Freedom is made up of protein. Okay, that is a very wide, very deep quote that we can have. Okay. Fine. Now, influences, I think these two are enough. Let's move to quotes. Ke liye you leave a space. Now we begin one by one. What is the first thing that is mentioned? Conceptual triad. Okay. Iske liye I'll just also, if there is a diagram, I'll just show this to you. पहले तो लिखो ट्राइड में पहला फर्स्ट पॉइंट लिखो इन हर बुक इन ह्यूमन कंडीशन in her book The Human Condition she proposed a conceptual triad to classify the fundamental activities of life. In her book The Human Condition, Hannah Arendt proposed a conceptual triad. Triad means how many things? Three things. To classify the fundamental activities of human life. Fundamental activities of human life within the vita activa. This term was asked this year, vita activa. Vita activa, and then in the bracket write the life of action. Vita activa is the life of action. Now here you can make a very simple diagram for your reference, or just think of triad in this sense. If it, I think it is. देखो just for yourself, देखो labor, work, action, and one by one we'll see all of them. Triad is three things, right? You have labor, you have work, and you have action. Now just to tell you, if you have a triad, and this is a classification of work, right? So she says when you are doing labor, right? Labor is the lowest level of human consciousness, right? This is a kind of an animal related work that a person does. So lowest level of consciousness is what? Labor. Okay. Above labor is what? Work. So anybody will have to do basic profession. They have to go out, they have to work, earn for their families bread and butter. That is signified as work. But that is also not the highest human virtue. What is the highest human virtue? Action. What is action for Hannah Arendt? Yes, it is public participation. By public, that's what means participation in public affairs. When you do that action is what you regard as zoon politikon. And zoon politikon is something that is also used by Aristotle. For Aristotle, man is predominantly a social animal. So, and again, if you recall, he also says, one who can live without a state, Aristotle क्या बोलता है, is either a beast or a god. Right? So it means you are dependent. Everybody is dependent. So here, the basic level of biological actions, if you perform, you are doing simple labor. Above labor is what? Work. And above work is what? Action. This is the conceptual triad that she talks about. And unless people move from labor to work and work to action, you cannot ultimately have power in the truest sense. So if you look ultimately at, if I say action, okay? Action क्या है? Highest form of human activity. Plurality. This is where the power lies. And this is where normally people don't want to go. Right? So now you write, if you have understood what it actually means. And this is a question back to back 2 times it has been asked, 2019 and 2025. So don't be confused by vita activa. There's also one more term, vita contemplativa. What is contemplation? To think. So Hannah Arendt ke liye, what is important? To think or to act? It is act. And what is act? To work in the public realm. That is vita activa. So we will write this as, स्टार्ट करते हैं लेबर से. इसको लिखो एनिमल लेबोरान, animal laboran, put a dash. Human being as a laboring animal. Human being as a laboring animal, where we eat, these are the basic activities. They go eat, produce food, reproduce, and sleep. And sleep. For Arendt, for Hannah Arendt, labor belongs to the realm of necessity. For Hannah Arendt, labor belongs to the realm of necessity. Second, come to work. वर्क में हम क्या लिखेंगे? होमो फेबर. And third one will be zoon politikon. देखो होमो फेबर, put a dash. Human being as maker or builder. human being as maker or builder. देखो, work creates artificial human word. Work creates artificial human word different from nature. Different from nature. Different from nature. Third come to action. अब लिखो, this is the highest activity. Arendt's triad. This is the highest activity in Arendt's triad. It refers to, and we will emphasize more on the third part. First two नाम से समझ में आ रहा है, labor, work. Main चीज क्या है? Action. So right, it refers to political speech. It refers to political speech, comma, public participation and collective action. Public participation and collective action. Next, right, action creates three things. Action creates freedom. Action creates freedom, comma, plurality. Action creates freedom, plurality and politics. मैंने क्या क्या बोला? Action creates, ठीक है, freedom, plurality, politics, comma, natality. Natality. 5 चीजें लिखो. What does action create? If you've written 3 of them, add the other 2. First 3 क्या बोला मैंने? And we will write one line each for all of them. You would have some space after the next block है नीचे इसके काफी खाली है. इतना खाली है. Public realm, REALM. स्टार्ट करो. पहले लिखो freedom. देखो, freedom is realized through public action. Freedom is realized through public action. See, there's so much of focus on public participation. Freedom is only there when you have public action. If you do things privately, there is no freedom. So freedom कैसे मिलेगी? Public action. Second, now plurality. What is the meaning of plurality? Different. So लिखो, human beings are different yet live together. Human beings are different yet live together. Next, come to politics. देखो, this is where power sharing and resource allocation is discussed. Politics is about what? Power sharing and resource allocation. Power sharing and resource allocation. Come to natality. What is natality? आपने सुना mortality. The opposite of mortality is natality. तो लिखो natality. Every human being can begin something new. Every human being can begin something new. That is natality. Last, public realm. right? Politics needs a shared space of appearance. Politics needs a shared space for appearance. In fact, with public realm, you can put it star mark laga ke. This idea resonates with two more people. ये जो पूरा idea है ना, it also resonates with the idea of Amartya Sen. लिखो ब्रैकेट में public reasoning. Next slide, Habermas. Amartya Sen, right in the bracket, public reasoning. He says that laws should be subject to public reasoning. And he invites people to discuss and debate on the laws. These ideas, at least the public realm, is closer to, the public realm, this idea is closer to Amartya Sen's public reasoning. Okay? And Habermas's communicative speech and action. Not visible, na? Which it is. Following till here. Amartya Sen and Habermas are two connections directly we can apply on this theory. Okay? Again, just quickly tell me, what is the conceptual triad? Batao. Labor, work, action. What is the worst? Labor. Slightly better? Work. In work, you're creating an artificial word in addition to what the nature already has. And the last one is action. What is action? Participation, simple hai. Action, natality. You remember these keywords and write. As simple as that. And last mein likho, if you've not written, while doing this, the person becomes zoon politikon. आप लिखो, while doing action, while doing action, while doing action, man becomes zoon politikon. Zoon politikon simply means a political animal. And this term, an idea, is similar to Aristotle's idea also. So whenever you mention action, public participation, link Hannah Arendt with Aristotle. Zoon politikon. क्या है simple? Man is a political animal, social animal. And for Aristotle, social and political are the same thing. हम लोग के लिए अलग चीजें हो गई अब. But if you're very social, you're very much in different circles. But political is different. Yes or no? Back during those times, political or social meant the same thing. Okay? So that is the conceptual triad that we have to know. What is the second head? Power. Now, what is power? Can anybody tell me? बताओ. Influence strategy of others. What is power? Compelling others to do something through gun or through consent. Can be both. Can be hard power, soft power also, right? Anything else? Happiness. ये किसने बोला? आपने बनाया on the spot? अच्छा. Aristotle, pursuit of eudaimonia, but that is not power for him. That is the ultimate idea of ideal state. Anything else? It is contested concept. Safest answer. I don't want to take an opinion. See, power has been debated. Of course it is. Right? Somebody sees power as domination. The traditional view of power is what? Domination. Right? And Hannah Arendt gives a constructive view of power. Constructive. Main keyword kya hai? Constructive view. Power can be used to create something, not destroy or dominate. Okay, so right. Although power may, I am going to just have a small discussion. Why? Because power is a separate topic that we will have. Power. नहीं, topic का नाम क्या होता है syllabus? Power, authority, legitimacy. Okay, what is authority? हाँ, power, हाँ, legitimate power. Correct, correct. चलो लिखो. पावर में लिखो HA is Hannah Arendt. HA gives a constructive theory of power. Constructive theory of power. Now we will see some dimensions of it, right? First dimension लिखो, पहले लिखो power belongs to polis, POLIS. Power belongs to polis, POLIS. Put a dash, लिखो power is not the property. Power is not the property of an individual. It is not a property of an individual, but it lies in the public sphere. It lies in the public sphere. Simple si baat. Where is power? It is present in the public sphere. Now this view is also very different. कैसे? लिखो ब्रैकेट में, लिखो different from elitist theory of power. From the very name, elitist theory of power. Power lies with elites. This theory was given by Mosca, Pareto. What did they say? Power lies only with the elites, and there is a circulation of elites. You are in elite number 1, elite number 2. Power gayi yahan se wahan, yahan se wahan. This is circulation of elites. According to Hannah Arendt, what does it say? Power lies in the public realm, in the polis. What is polis? It is the state. And the moment people go outside, they will also get the power. So first thing is power lies in the polis. Second point, likho, power is acting in concert, not dancing in concert. What is power? You will use this phrase, acting in concert. Right? What is the meaning of acting in concert? Simple सी चीज है, when people come together collectively and when they operate in the public space. This is known as acting in concert. This is where power is distributed. And the moment people go out, by out I mean they go into the private space and they operate independently, power khatam ho jayegi. Now, you have to think of this in the manner of rise of authoritarian. As long as people are very active in decision making, right? They give feedback very consistently. Proper elections are happening. So the power is kept in check. Authoritarian leaders would not want to, let's say, test the patience of people too much. But the moment people don't directly see what is happening in politics, if they are indifferent to politics, what will this lead to? The rise of demagogue leaders, yes or no? So right, people ka acting in concert mein likho. देखो, power belongs to people acting in concert and not to state, individuals or nature. Power belongs to people acting in concert and not to state, individual or nature. Next लिखो, third लिखो, power is sui generis. What is meaning of sui generis? Unique, या of its own. So right, power springs up on its own. Power springs up on its own when people come together. When people come together. When people come together. राइट? अब लिखो इसी में, देखो अमंग लेबर वर्क एंड एक्शन व्हाट विल लीड टू पावर? एक्शन. सो लिखो अमंग लेबर वर्क एंड एक्शन, act among labor work and action, aren't gives highest value to action, aren't gives highest value to action, which can help in, which can help in which can help in people acting, which can help in people coming together, which can help in people coming together and acting in concert. Next लिखो, power is not coercion or command. Power is not coercion or command. It it emerges when citizens act in concert through meaningful speech. It emerges when people act in concert, the citizens act in concert through meaningful speech and collective action. Meaningful speech and collective action. Can you connect this theory of power with any other thinker or any other idea? How come? Can you link it to Gandhi? Gandhi में there's a term oceanic circles of power. सुना है? Right? The panchayat, village panchayats. Just write one line. Look, she lays down the foundations of, now I'm linking it to another concept. She lays down the foundations of deliberative democracy. If people are coming and discussing, is this not deliberative democracy? It is. She lays down the foundations of deliberative democracy, like M.N. Roy and Gandhi. Habermas भी लिख लो चलो, like M.N. Roy, Gandhi, Habermas. But when you write Gandhi in the bracket, write oceanic circles of power. M.N. Roy, Gandhi, में you write oceanic circles of power. And Habermas. So first is, I've linked it to deliberative democracy. Second, likho, one more dimension. Power can be used to curb state violence. As violence can destroy power, but it cannot create it. Violence can destroy power, it cannot create it. That is why she gives a constructive view of power. When people come together, there is power. Of course, the state can crack down on the power, right? Because of violence. So violence can kill power, but violence cannot create power. People, when they come together, they will create power. When the people have enough power, they can overthrow the violent structures as well. So can I link it to state authoritarianism? And can I also link it to deliberative democracy? Right? I've already linked it to conceptual triad of labor, action and work. Right? And also we've linked it to some thinkers as well. Okay? So whenever, is part pe, okay. And we have seen this Zune Politikon. What is Zune Politikon? Right? another name also, right, for Zoon Politikon, another phrase that you should remember is and same Zoon Politikon, Aristotle, Hannah Arendt. Civic republicanism, Aristotle, Hannah Arendt. Civic republicanism simply means participation in political affairs. That's it. Participation in political affairs. ठीक है? Now, what is the next? Banality of evil. What is the meaning of banality of evil? What is the meaning of banal? Yes, yes, yes. Zoon Politikon and civic republicanism are almost the same thing. बताओ. हाँ. नहीं, banal का मतलब क्या होता है? Anything that is very normal. Banal का there is also one English word, trite. सुना है trite? Very dull. Same thing is banal. Okay? So banality of evil. Normally we associate evilness with having a lot of originality, something very new and something a very rare occurrence. But when I say banality of evil, what is the meaning? That the evil has become so habitual that now normal people think this is just like normal life. If I just search the term banality of evil, you will find a lot of articles these days which is talking about episodes of regular violence have become a part of our life. Okay, when the Arjikar case had happened, Kolkata, there was a proper article of banality of evil in the Hindu using just this phrase. Okay, highlighting that sometimes evil has become so banal. Okay, in fact, it will also be linked to second, I think. ठीक है, चलो, just we will write about it. Here, so even Gaza, for example, they're linking it. Okay, growth, many articles just on this theme, banality of evil. Now, if I say banality of evil, ठीक है, there is no or there is numbness to the feeling, and main चीज क्या है? Absence of moral reasoning. Now this goes back to the book I was telling you. What is the book? In this you have to write out Eichmann in Jerusalem, right? Now we know that Hitler had ordered the cleansing of Jews, okay, the Holocaust, and one of the main persons behind carrying out this idea, the bureaucrat, was Eichmann. And when Eichmann was asked in court that why did you do this, okay, I'm forgetting the German for that, but he simply says duty is duty. I was simply obeying the orders. Then the question became that if you're just following the orders, for example, if I say to somebody jump from the 5th floor, okay, and somebody jumps, point is no, you're not applying your mind. The question is, if the order is unjust, should you obey? Now here you think of Gandhi. What did Gandhi say? If the law is unjust, I will disobey. What is that? That is absence of moral reasoning. When there was emergency, many people, okay, including the likes of any important leaders of emergency, Jai Prakash Narayan, okay, many movements were there. They simply said, the law is unjust. We have to somehow protest against it. So what is banality of evil? Is when then normal looking persons, okay, they carry out systemic evil deeds, and over a period of time that becomes common, trite, banal. It becomes a part of normal life. That is known as banality of evil. So normally somebody would expect that evil things would have been done by somebody extremely psychopath. But when evil is done by normal looking people in a normal society, that is the idea of banality of evil. So it was done by normally a simple bureaucrat like just any other person. The person did not apply any moral reasoning, and that creates such a big issue. And that also explains to you the rise In fact, when there was fascism, okay, we've seen both cases, Mussolini's Italy and Hitler's Germany. So many people believed in those myths, yes or no? So when I look at banality of evil, that is why it is a dangerous concept, that in the modern society, this is a problem. And when I'm saying modern society, Hannah Arendt has also critiqued modernity. Yes. Now let's come to banality of evil. Before you come to banality of evil, write a mini heading in banality, that is why more space is given. Right? Critique of modernity. First, we will critique modernity by Hannah Arendt, and then I go to the banality of evil, because banality of evil is a very short overall concept. देखो, critique of modernity. Who was she inspired by? जल्दी बताओ. Hannah Arendt was inspired by महात्मा गांधी. कहां से भी? हेडेगर एंड कार्ल जैस्पर्स. ओके, ठीक है, चलो लिख लो. देखो, modernity, just write 3 points. Modernity destroys human action. अब when I say human action, you know what is action? बताओ. लेबर, वर्क, एक्शन. समझ रहे हो? तो लिखो, it destroys human action and leads to totalitarianism. First is, it destroys human action and leads to totalitarianism. Second, right? Modernity causes loss of identity of man. Basically, it means it leads to alienation. It leads to loss of identity of man. And victory to animal laboran. This causes the victory to animal laboran. Who is animal laboran? Who are driven only by their appetite, the bodily urges. So this is modernity is leading to. How? Because the consumerist culture is built like that. You're not always wanting to go towards, let's say, certain important public realm. Yes? Come to third. देखो, modernity transforms. अब ये पूरी की पूरी लाइन अगर याद करो तो बेस्ट है. Modernity transforms freedom into conformism. Freedom into conformism, comma, history into fabrication, and solidarity into isolation. Just read this entire line once. Isolation. फिर से बोलूं? Should I repeat? Okay. So I am repeating. Modernity transforms freedom into conformism. Everybody will think the same. History into fabrication. Now, history into fabrication. Think of examples. सोचो. देखो, Nazism, the myth of racial supremacy. Right? And third was solidarity. Solidarity means everybody is together. Into isolation. If there is solidarity, there will be power. The moment everybody is isolated, nobody is closer together. There is no acting in concert. In fact, there is no concert then. Right? So 3 things are there. Just read and tell me. What freedom leads to? Sorry, what does it lead to? Freedom becomes conformism. Second, history into fabrication. And third, solidarity into. Right. This will be a very strong critique of modernity by Hannah Arendt. And that is why she says modernity has led to the loss of civilization. People not acting in concert, therefore there's a rise of ideologies. There's a rise of fascism, totalitarianism. So she's critical of modernity in this sense. Okay? हाँ, capitalism लिख सकते हो, बिल्कुल. Capitalism will lead to what? Capitalism will lead to more and more animal laboran and homo faber, but not zoon politikon. So you can link this to capitalism as well. हाँ देखो, फ्रीडम मतलब आप कुछ भी करना चाहो कर सकते हो. कन्फॉर्मिज्म मीन्स You know what is to conform means? To just follow one particular thing. ठीक, conform का मतलब क्या होता है? Everybody is linked to a certain identity. तो आप अपने लिए, you're not free in your mind. You are conforming to maybe a person, maybe to an ideal. It is like groupthink, having no individual identity. Okay? So conformism sometimes is said is bad. आपने सुना है, very popular in every popular politician or let's say cricketer or Bollywood star. अरे भाई, if they have to give a speech, what do they say? Be yourself, because everybody else is taken. What is be yourself? Freedom. Everybody else is taken is what? Conformism. ठीक है? Right? Even unbhakti that you said is also correct, that one is not applying their mind, right? And simply just worshipping somebody else. Fine. Now come to penalty of evil. Just write a couple of lines here. इस पे देखो, book Eichmann in Jerusalem. And just write, Eichmann was a Nazi bureaucrat involved in organizing Holocaust. Nazi bureaucrat involved in organizing the Holocaust. Right? देखो, Arendt found Eichmann not as a Arendt found Eichmann not as a demonic villain, but an ordinary bureaucrat who repeatedly said he was just following orders. He was just following orders. Now write, evil can become banal. Evil can become banal when individuals surrender judgment. Evil can become banal when individuals surrender judgment and become thoughtless instruments of a system. They become thoughtless instruments of a system. Thought. Next, right? Look, bureaucratic obedience here highlights invisibility of moral responsibility. Bureaucratic obedience here highlights invisibility of moral responsibility. When he says, I'm just following the orders, what does he say? I have shut down any case of a moral inquiry. So bureaucratic obedience here highlights the invisibility of moral responsibility. Now right, this is an important part. लिखो, totalitarian regimes, directly इस idea को you have to link to totalitarian. देखो, totalitarian regimes destroy independent judgment. Totalitarian regimes destroy independent judgment through, अब think of anything. लिखो, ideology, bureaucracy, fear, propaganda, ideology, bureaucracy, fear, propaganda. So what they have done, they have destroyed your individual judgment. If that is destroyed, now what will happen? Evil can now be easily operated. So likho, thus ordinary people, can become participants in extraordinary crimes. Ordinary people become participants in extraordinary crimes. You would have seen so many hit and run cases. People only making videos. 5 people, 5 different videos. But nobody is going to help. What is there? This is banality of evil. Maybe somebody is saying, if I try to help, maybe I am the one who's getting caught. Okay, but somebody can give the defense, no, at least I make the evidence. Then he will say, I made a second evidence, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. But nobody is actually coming out to help, right? And you will see this happening a lot. When you look at banality of evil, lone wolf attack is a very specific example. Hai na? Lone wolf attack is it is like an exception. If you look at terrorist strikes back on back, for example, now one country is attacking the other and other is attacking. Now we are used to it. If somebody is going to West Asia, वो जान रहा है कि आसपास बम तो गिरेंगे गिरेंगे. That is the acceptance that you cannot do anything about it. Okay. But here, for example, what has become banal? If somebody posts anything online, the hate that they receive, okay, a lot of propaganda that is there, the trolling that is there, that has become banal. That I can say, right? Okay. Last likh lo, just to end this, likho. BOE, banality of evil. Banality of evil means that evil can be committed. Evil can be committed by ordinary individuals. Evil can be committed by ordinary individuals, not because they are monstrous, not because they are monstrous, but because they become thoughtless. They become thoughtless, obedient, and morally unreflective. Thoughtless, obedient, and morally unreflective instruments of bureaucratic and ideological systems. Bureaucratic and ideological systems. ठीक है? Come to her criticism of Hannah Arendt. पहला लिखो. Hannah Arendt romanticizes the public sphere without fully addressing material inequalities. Without fully addressing the material inequalities that exclude the people from it. That exclude the people from it. देखो फिर से लिखो. She romanticizes the public sphere without fully addressing material inequalities that exclude the people from it. You understand what this means? Now, if we say everybody has to participate in public sphere, how many people will actually come? Somebody who has a consistent source of income. If somebody is dependent on daily wages, let's say they have an appetite for participation in, maybe they can go for 1 day, 2 day, 3 day. The reality is everybody is different situated. Now, it is not just daily wages. Somebody who is heavily involved in business, they may also not come to the public sphere. Somebody who has an apathy, India mein, again, if you see, when there's a voting going on, how much voting percentage is there in India? And this is also a topic of PSIR. How people vote, right? And that is also a very specific topic, right? Voter participation in India. What is the theory behind it? I'll tell you Kenneth Harrow and different people of their work. तो इसमें क्या है? Same चीज. Public spheres romanticize it. It is not as if people don't know, but in reality, it's very difficult to operate. And developing countries, where people have more pressing concerns. More than politics, they will say, I want basic meals and basic shelter. So this is very difficult to operate. Yes or no? First criticism. Second, right? देखो, Arendt separates the public and private realm. Hannah Arendt separates the public and private realm, which is challenged by feminist slogan, personal is political. Which is challenged by the feminist slogan, personal is political. देखो, what has Hannah Arendt said? You should participate in public realm. For her, the private realm, for she believes, does not have any patriarchy, does not have any domination. But what is the reality? The reality is even the private realm needs political attention. Yes or no? So private, public का divide है यहाँ पे. That is also criticism on her action. Okay? And last आ जाओ. अभी criticism last लिखो. देखो, her conceptual triad is philosophically powerful. Her conceptual triad is philosophically powerful, but operationally unclear. Operationally unclear. In fact, people would ask that what exactly is action? Is social movement an action? Is civil disobedience an action? Okay, so what exactly counts as an action is not very clear. So three main criticisms. कौन से हैं? And these are very logical if you read a theory. कौन से हैं बताओ? Romanticizes public sphere. Second is personal, sorry, private and public, and which is criticized by feminists. What is the third one? हाँ, correct. ठीक है? Legacy, you will complete. What is a legacy? In fact, read her work on ideology, read her work on totalitarianism. This you will fill it later on. ठीक है? कौन सा थिंकर करना है? After break, I mean. Plato या Machiavelli? Machiavelli is smaller. ठीक है? Smaller मतलब in terms of pages. अच्छा, ठीक है. We'll say entire Western political thought is nothing but footnotes to Aristotle and Plato. ठीक है? That is why हमने सबसे लास्ट में किया है footnotes, याद रखेंगे. ठीक है? चलो, we'll now meet after the break. What is the time right now? 6:50 हो गया है. हाँ, ठीक है. ब्रेक ज्यादा लंबा तो नहीं है? यू वांट अ शॉर्टर? हाँ, कम. अच्छा, चलो, क्या बात है. पहली बार इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ क्लासेस. चलो, ठीक है. बिकॉज यू वांट टू गो बैक एज वेल, राइट? कल भी तो क्लास है जो कर रहे हैं. कौन कल आ रहा है? इज इट टुमारो क्लास ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस? ठीक है, नो इश्यूज. Okay, so welcome back to the last leg of our discussion. Okay, I think from almost 10:30 onwards, we've covered 6 thinkers. I started with which thinker? Hobbes, Locke, Mill, and then we covered Marx, Gramsci, Hannah Arendt. Okay, now we are left with the last 3 thinkers. Who are these thinkers? Aristotle, Plato, and Machiavelli. Okay, now let's have a look at these thinkers. Any preference you want me to take up first? Plato, ठीक है, चलो, I'll start with then Plato. And approximately, I think we will continue for the next 2 hours. Okay, if maybe if there's any section of Machiavelli which I'm not able to explain to you as well, because I think some of you also have a class tomorrow, so in any case I'll not be extending beyond 9:15. Right, some of you have a social justice class also tomorrow. Almost maximum section हो जाएगा हमारा, मान के चलो आज, ठीक है. But if there is any small section that just gets remained, I already have my backup slides. ठीक है, उसी से देख के वो headings आप fill करेंगे. Okay, and most of it is very, because already partially Machiavelli I had done yesterday in the previous class, comparison with Kautilya. Okay, so that is there, but that is the whole idea, that how are we going to proceed. Fine. Now let us begin first with Plato. Directly come to the questions of Plato first. Actually, one more thing, people both of Crash Course as well as 300, tomorrow look at your Telegram channel, especially if you're not attending the class tomorrow, those who have not joined, or day after tomorrow. Okay, I will be giving you specific times to discuss with me one-on-one. Okay, when the course starts, we have, at least I have something like an onboarding wherein I set the expectations. I get to know about you, so I spend around 10 minutes on call. कोई previous experience है, कुछ लिखा है क्या है, and from that वो sheet I will share with you. तो वो आपके मेरे साथ शेयर रहेगी, right? Whatever tests you will give, whatever are my core points of observation, that I keep on sharing. ठीक है, and this I generally maintain it with my main students, but this time I'll also include from the very start the people of PSI 300 also. ठीक है, so look for my message. ठीक है, and if I think I'll also mention time on whenever I'm available offline in the coming days. So at least the first, this one-on-one onboarding एक बार करा लेंगे. Some of you have already done it. I've already shared one message in the crash course 2-3 days back, if you recall. Some of you have already spoken to me. This we've done. ठीक? For the ones that we've not done, today's Wednesday, right? So by the end of Sunday, ये हम सबके साथ, we will, at least I'll be completing this. Okay. First priority is for the 2026 wala group, and the second priority will be the 2027. I'll be completing it for all. ठीक है? So I'll ask you to just message me in a single format, and then I'll ask you to, then we'll discuss some things, so that at the starting of the course our baseline is fixed, और उसके बाद end तक हमें क्या क्या changes करने हैं, this will be able to track. ठीक है? Okay. Let's start with Plato. Just देखो जल्दी जल्दी questions क्या क्या हैं. Plato as father of political philosophy, communism, feminist, ideal state, theory of education, justice, ideas. What are the keywords? Socratic influence. Now, let's see the recent questions that have come in the exam. Critically examine Plato's theory of forms. Okay? Forms is nothing but the theory of ideas. Okay? Plato's perspective on gender equality. Underline करो. और एक और देखो. Progressive. Were his ideas progressive for his time? And what contemporary lessons? देखो, this is the kind of question that has not been framed at all. This will also tell you why I was discussing contemporary relevance for other thinkers also. क्या पूछा इन्होंने? What contemporary lessons can be drawn? So let's say they give you Marx's theory of alienation, and now they ask you what contemporary lessons can be drawn. That is why we are doing some mehnat. This is a 20 marker. And the moment the question says contemporary lessons, this does not remain a question of 1A only. You have to bring in some current affairs. Yes or no? To underline karo. These are the stems that we understand from previous questions. Same question, let's say on Marxist theory, or let's say some other theory. If they add what contemporary, so now almost for every thinker, we have done the contemporary relevance. Next question dekho. Explain Aristotle's critiques of Plato's idealism. Don't you think question number 1 and 3 are the same? Almost the same, I can say. So almost same hai, both of these. Because when I talk of Plato's idealism, I anyways have to talk about his theory of forms or ideas. And beyond that, I'll talk about Philosopher King. And beyond that, I'll talk about a lot of idealism in Plato. For example, he does not want people to have their families. He will talk more about communism, right? Communism of wives and property, right? Last, Plato was enemy of open society. यहाँ पे लिखा 2015 plus लिखो 2025. This question came in 2025 as well. 2025. ठीक है? Okay. Let's quickly fill some of these things. Whatever needs an elaboration, I'll tell you. Directly come to book and quotes. What is the name of the book of Plato? The Republic. Right, The Republic. Quotes may we will fill it later. Come to introduction. Anything that you remember for Plato that can be used as introduction. हाँ लिखो Alfred Whitehead. Alfred Whitehead, A. Whitehead. देखो entire WPT is nothing but footnotes. Entire WPT is nothing but footnotes to Aristotle and Plato. Entire WPT is nothing but footnotes. क्या लिखा हमने? Aristotle and Plato. Second लिखो Karl Popper. One can be Platonic or anti-Platonic, but never non-Platonic. Yes or no? This is also a kind of a tribute only. One can be Platonic or anti-Platonic, but never non-Platonic. Just hold this quote in your mind for 10 seconds. बताओ क्या इस क्वेश्चन को कैसे लिखोगे? One can be Platonic, anti-Platonic, but never non-Platonic. Hmm. 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 Second part is not correct. First part is correct. Question said you can never be non-Platonic. How can the other two ideas be non-Platonic? Good. ठीक है. देखो मतलब what this question is saying. आपने सुना है? रुक जाओ, I'm forgetting that quote. So when I recall, I'll tell you. Platonic means anything that supports ideas of Plato. It will be dialectics, okay? It will be ideas, superiority of ideas, normative idealism, all of that will be a part of Platonic, right? What will be anti-Platonic is the opposite of it. So that means empiricism, that means materialism. यहाँ पे क्या है? एक law is beyond philosopher king. Sorry, the philosopher king is above the law. Here law will be greater than the philosopher king. Here there is excessive unity. Here will be what? Right? So the word is divided. Either the quote now I remember. You will say either you can love a person or you can hate a person, but you can never ignore that person. Right? Same cheese. You can be Platonic, you can be anti-Platonic, but you can never be non-Platonic, which means his ideas, either you will support his ideas or you will reject his ideas. His ideas are so pervasive that he covers everything, either in his acceptance or in his rejection, but there is nothing which is beyond his ideas. Even the opposition to it, that is non-Platonic. So you can never be non-Platonic. So either you support him or you accept him. You cannot ignore him. That is the crux of it. This means you support him, you accept him, and here you cannot ignore him. And इसी को support करते हुए you have to give examples. Write this question somewhere. This will be a homework which you have to send to me. And don't be afraid of any of these questions. Make mistakes, no issues. And you will not write इसका answer, sir, fear and I were born together. हाँ चलो बोलो. हाँ the quote, this is one of the homeworks. ठीक है, next चलो. इस वाले part पे, no, you will say that here all the ideas that we discuss right now, the political thought has reference either of Plato or is against Plato. So there is hardly anything that you will find in this direction, which is emphasizing both these parts. When he's saying when something is non-Platonic, there is hardly anything non-Platonic. It means Plato's ideas cover all the things. Other things are the anti-Plato ideas. This is not there. So isme, when you write non-Platonic, you will just mention that the existing political thought, okay, ultimately pays homage. Homage means to give service to either Platonic ideas or is in rejection. So this affirms the statement. There is hardly anything non-Platonic. ठीक है, तो इसमें वैसे भी बहुत ज्यादा नहीं लिखने के लिए, because most of the answer is around this and this. This is a way to praise somebody and their ideas, right? So introduction में two things we have written. One is Whitehead. Entire WPT is what? Footnotes to Plato and Aristotle. Second one is you can either right. Okay, come now. Come to last. इस पे आओ. Plato as the father. सबसे पहले यहां से शुरू करते हैं. Plato as the father of political philosophy. You tell me why. Why is Plato the father of political philosophy? What has he done special? पहले लिखो. Good. I'll talk about that also. पहले लिखो. Next page. पता. This is a separate. First point, right? He advocated superiority. He advocated superiority of ideas over matter. Advocated superiority of ideas over matter. And mentions that ideas permeate all spheres of life. Ideas permeate all spheres of life. It means ideas are present in all parts of life. Ideas permeates in all parts of life. Second now. Established the superiority of normative. Established the superiority of normative political philosophy. You know what is normative? देखो dash करके what ought to be. What ought to be. Ought क्या होता है? OUGHT. What ought to be. Third लिखो. Third point लिखो. For him, ethics, bracket में good life. For him, ethics, good life and politics, bracket में good political life are inseparable. Ethics is good life, politics is good political life are inseparable. Good life, good political life are inseparable. Next आओ. देखो, he uses dialectical method, ब्रैकेट में लिखो Socrates influence. He uses dialectical method, right? Socrates influence with focus on a grand theory of justice. With a focus on grand theory of justice. Next लिखो, he is a fountainhead, because I have to tell he's the father. देखो, he is the fountainhead of all radical ideas. Fountainhead of all radical ideas, put a dash. Communism, feminism, communism, feminism, and even fascism, according to some. Communism, feminism, and even fascism, according to some. Next likho, he is a reference point. He is a reference point for thinkers from Aristotle to Rawls. He is a reference point. Ab dekho, whatever I am discussing will also come in the same answer. Whatever is Platonic, non-Platonic, anti-Platonic, same points. He is a reference point from thinkers from Aristotle to Rawls. Rawls. Therefore, next aa jao. When I say therefore, then everybody will agree, which means likho, therefore, Ralph Emerson argues Plato is philosophy and philosophy is Plato. Ralph Emerson argues Plato is philosophy and philosophy is Plato. ठीक है? Right? Now, if you want, देखो ये तीनों comments positive है. Whitehead, Popper, Emerson. Tell me, what has Whitehead said? Footnotes. Just remember footnotes. What has Popper said? Platonic, anti-Platonic. What has Emerson said? Plato is philosophy, philosophy is Plato. This is what you have to remember again and again. All three are supporting. You can write all the three in the answer also. Huh? Robert Levinson also has also supported. There's a book in defense of Plato. I'll tell you slightly later. Okay? When we do communism and the criticism of Plato, then I'll tell you Levinson and his defense of Plato. Okay? So this is clear. Father of political philosophy. Okay? Come to, have you written introduction? Yes. Come to influences. First write Socrates. Second write Heraclitus. Third write Parmenides. Heraclitus. No idea. Oh, I see. तो लिख लो, कोई बात नहीं, इस पे भी सवाल बना देंगे अभी आगे क्लास में. अच्छा, what I was saying, Socrates. Okay, then write Heraclitus. Okay. We are writing on influences, right? And then Parmenides. Abhi ke liye I'm just telling you their names. After the class, you will write just one line. What have they contributed? Socrates influence, anyways, I'll tell you. But remember these three. Okay. And by the way, Socrates was influenced by a lot of people. Plato. Okay. He was influenced by a lot of people. Remember the top three. कौन से हैं? Socrates. Second one is Heraclitus, and third one is Parmenides. ठीक है? Now, come to the handout. First box is keywords, I think. Come to Socratic influence. अब इसमें there are few keywords that you should know, very simple keywords. Okay. If I make a statement, all that is Platonic is Socratic. Is this true or false? सोच के बताओ. Write this quote. Start with this quote. All that is Platonic is Socratic. I just want to see your thinking. Is it correct? Correct? Bilkul sahi. The answer is yes and no. I already told you he's also influenced by Parmenides. He's also influenced by Heraclitus, right? And he has his own thought also. So yes, there is a very dominating influence of Socrates, which is why you have to say that yes, there is a strong Socratic influence on Plato's thinking. However, it will be incorrect to say that whatever Plato theory has been given is totally an influence of Socrates. There are influences beyond Socrates also, like Parmenides, like Heraclitus, and his own theories as well. So for questions like this, I'm telling you the thinking line. Don't get caught thinking, no, everything, this question is totally on Socrates. This question is partially on Socrates, but partially also how you disagree with it. And write your answer in that form. Okay? Now, I will tell you what is the Socratic influence. You tell me what are the keywords. How has Socrates influenced him? पहले लिखो, बिल्कुल सही है. पहले लिखो. देखो, dialectical method. I don't need to tell you what this means. What is dialectics? It is simply questioning and discussing in the form that you arrive at the truth. That is the whole thing. So there is a dialectical method. Second लिखो. देखो, knowledge is virtue. All of this is Socratic. Knowledge is virtue. And ignorance is vice. V-I-C-E. Knowledge is virtue and ignorance is vice. Now write a very beautiful line of Socrates which has appeared in ethics exam of UPSC. Likho, an unexamined life is absolutely worth living? No, is not worth living. And when you look at this question, do you think, does he talk about taking away one's life? But Socrates did take away his life. Yes or no? He drank hemlock. That is poison. Because he was so much aligned with the values that he did not bend to somebody else's command. So the question is, an unexamined life is not worth living. This is a question of ethics. So when you have time, also think about this question. What does it try to say? An unexamined life is not worth living. Take 10 seconds. What do you mean? ऐसा क्या है statement में? An unexamined life is not worth living. So Plato is one topic. I can take the entire full day long class on Plato. Plato में तो कुछ पढ़ना ही नहीं है. Like I can just keep on asking rhetorical questions and the class will be done. हाँ. Okay. Good answer. So your past events. So basically he's saying, and you need to know the context on those times. During those times we had sophists. Sophists were driven by material values. They were driven by a lot of show, pomp and show. And they were going for material reality. Right? Socrates was never a fan of it. Same, Plato was not a fan of it. Plato said you have to look beyond matter. And for that, remember, he gave things like allegory of caves. And he says statements like reality is the shadow of ideas. Right? So when you look at unexamined life is not worth living, it simply means every aspect of our life we should examine critically. If we are not aligning with the values, we should do that. If the knowledge of a good life is not there with us, it should be there. Yes or no? So this is also a deep statement that he makes. So again, what is the Socratic influence? Dialectical method. Knowledge is virtue, virtue is vice. Sorry, ignorance is vice. Next. Unexamined life is not worth living. Next. Dekho, criticism of sophists. Both of them were critical of sophists. You will write sophists like this. And sophists may, for your reference, just write down in the bracket, they were materialists and power seeking. Materialists and power seeking, which is why Plato's philosopher king will never be a person who actually wants power. He will be reluctant to have power, yet he will be getting the power. The sophists were what? Hardcore materialists. For them, material being was most important. And Plato and both Socrates is critical of this. ठीक है, लास्ट लिखो, इसी में लिखो, knowledge is attained. All of this is a Socrates influence. Knowledge is attained through dialectics, which unravels the ideas buried in our soul. Which connect with ideas buried in the soul. ठीक है, so this is the Socrates influence. So you see method का influence है, the idea influence is there, okay, and लिखो next, लिखो इसी में लिखो, link this to theory of forms plus allegory of caves. You have to bring in that influence. Link this to theory of forms and allegory of caves. Theory of forms and allegory of caves. What is the next heading? Theory of, अच्छा ठीक है, देखो ideas में देखो slash forms. अब इसमें पहले लिखो influenced by, obviously Socrates. देखो influenced by Socrates. Bracket में write knowledge is virtue. Influenced by Socrates, knowledge is virtue. Bracket sequama. Parmenides. Parmenides bracket में लिखो permanence of true knowledge. Parmenides लिखो permanence of true knowledge. And Heraclitus देखो manifestation of true idea. Heraclitus, right? Manifestation of true idea keeps on changing. Manifestation of true idea keeps on changing. Now, the biggest thing, yeah, only one line if you have to recall. See, one is the influence. So what they are telling him ultimately, there is something that is permanent, right? And ideas are permanent. So according to him, in the theory of forms or in the theory of ideas, there are two things. One is the word of ideas and one is the manifestation of ideas. You tell me, what is permanent? The word of ideas. The word of ideas is permanent, and something that is permanent, that is unchanging. It is permanent, it is unchanging. Whereas the manifestation of it, that is the material word. What is that? It is forever changing. और forever changing कहाँ से किसने बोला है? Heraclitus has said manifestation of ideas is ever changing. So when you look at Plato, and this is why his theory is going to be criticized. Aristotle क्या बोलेगा? Ideas are immanent in matter. Both of them are not separate. What he says, idea is different, matter is different. Are you able to understand? In very simple words, theory of forms, idea is superior, different. Matter is separate from idea, and matter is inferior. Matter is ever changing, idea is permanent. Is this clear? Write this. Because the word of ideas is permanent and unchanging. The word of ideas is permanent and unchanging. Whereas the manifestation of idea, in the bracket write matter, the manifestation of idea may change. May change. So does this tell you that idea and matter is separate for Plato? And remember, whenever you write theory of forms, you have to compare this with Aristotle. For Aristotle, both idea and matter are same. And he says that ideas are immanent in the matter itself. This is a huge point of difference between Plato and Aristotle. Okay. Next लिखो, इसी में लिखो. Next, right? This keyword you should know. You should have सुना भी होगा, पढ़ा भी होगा. The allegory of caves. What is the idea of allegory of caves? देखो, for here sir simply means somebody was chained inside a cave and they can only look at a certain distance, right? So they are looking at the reflection. There's a light coming in and they look at the shadow and the shadow appears real to them, right? And this is also exemplified by reality is the shadow of ideas. सुनो ध्यान से, reality is the shadow of ideas. What is superior then? Ideas? Ideas shadow is what we see, and for him that is the manifestation of idea. समझ में आ रहा है? Right? तो लिखो allegory of caves. You just need to now revise and brush this up, right? Allegory of caves, put a dash. It helps differentiate. Allegory of caves helps differentiate the word of forms and matter. The word of forms and matter. Full stop, right? Because the chained people see the word of appearances to be real. The chained people see, inverted commas, the word of appearances to be real. Okay. अब इसमें I'm not explaining that when the chains break and when the light comes in and then the whole illusion breaks off and now they see what is the reality of it. Yes or no? The moment the chain breaks, and how does it break? There's a light coming in. Light is exemplified by the sun, and the light will dissolve your ignorance. So then the moment you come out of the cave, then you realize I was looking at this particular small part as the whole of my life, but in reality there is so much to be seen, which also tells you, Socrates used to say, he is the wisest man on earth because he is ignorant. Brother, he is ignorant or he is not. He accepts his ignorance. He accepts his ignorance. He does not claim to be the wisest. He accepts his ignorance. And therefore he is the wisest. Same thing. The people who were living inside the cave, they believed they knew everything. What they were seeing is the reality. That is not the reality. This is the allegory of caves. And whenever you mention allegory of caves, you have to mention reality is the shadow of ideas. Abhi I'm dropping just one line, reality of shadow of ideas, 10 marker, you have to write that. This is where your knowledge of theory of forms, Socratic influence, you have to write and then you have to write a proper answer on that. लिखो इसको भी homework. Reality is the shadow of ideas. Reality is a shadow of ideas. Yeah, what I'll do, I think, based on IPT and WT, if you're okay, I'll just drop 4 or 5 questions a mini test. You try to write 4 or 5 questions and at least some of the hesitation you will at least overcome. I think that can be done. Okay? और उसमें भी जो अच्छे answers I can share that in the group so you'll get some confidence कि your peers, how are they writing it? Okay? Okay. Where were we? We were talking about? हाँ. अब इस पे लिखो, next लिखो, reality. reality लिखो ब्रैकेट में, word of appearance, reality, that is the word of appearance, is the shadow of ideas, bracket true knowledge. Reality is the shadow of ideas. Will this idea be criticized? Plato's theory of forms. हमारी heading क्या थी? Plato's theory of forms. Okay. There are two criticisms I want to tell you. लिखो पहला. First criticism, don't have to apply even one mind. Simple. Aristotle. First criticism of theory of ideas, forms or reality is Aristotle. What is the criticism of Aristotle? Aristotle के लिखो. You will write that idea is, and you have to write this term. ये लिखेंगे. Idea is immanent within matter. IMMANENT. Idea is immanent within matter. Aristotle. Idea is immanent within matter. ठीक है? This is what you'll write. Second, write critique. Nietzsche. Where have we done Nietzsche? Ubermensch. What is Ubermensch? Superman. Superman, fascism. Okay. Right? Nietzsche criticized Plato for saying that there is a reality which can be known. Nietzsche will try to confuse everybody more that there is no reality, right? He's like a postmodern thinker. Nietzsche criticized Plato for saying that there is a reality which can be known. He's a postmodern thinker, ना? आप जो भी समझ रहे हो postmodern thinkers उसको उल्टा कर देंगे. Any understanding you have is a misunderstanding. बस. Okay? So this is Nietzsche. Nietzsche की स्पेलिंग किस किसने सही लिखी है? N? आपसे नहीं पूछ रहा अभी. हाँ. और ठीक है. ओके. So Nietzsche, for anybody who has not heard, कोई बात नहीं. What? ठीक है. ठीक है. Very good. चलो. Excellent. Fine. What is the next heading? Justice. Now, what was the core concern of Plato? Core concern of Plato. Why was he so sad? Okay, knowledgeable people are not reading. Yes, and there was a moral corruption that was going on. And what is his core concern? He wants to make which state as a just state? Athens as a just state, right? So he thought about, and he saw the rule of sophists. Sophists were only driven by immediate concerns, material needs. They could not think beyond. They could not see the welfare of the state. So main concern, whenever you see theory of justice, his main concern was making Athens as an ideal state. For that, he will create a grand theory of justice, highly idealistic in nature, who will rule Athens. And for that, he will have a rigorous theory of education. जब भी क्वेश्चन आएगा ना justice का, justice की theory is linked to education also, right? Because through the theory of education, you are going to select philosopher king. And then the question is, why have a philosopher king? Because philosopher king is a man of reason, wisdom. And when I say theory of justice, which means his justice will have functional specialization. There is a myth of metals. He has arranged people, men of reason, men of courage, and at the lowest level, men of appetite. So, एक theory में I have to link many things. He justifies the order of society because he classifies people. In the last class, if you recall, when we were doing Varna system, I told you it comes closer to the myth of metals. Clear hai? So when you look at justice, and in fact when you think of justice in general, it is the toughest thing to think about. क्यों? क्योंकि आपको अपनी सोसाइटी में मेरिट के बारे में, you have to think of merit, you have to think of incentives, how people will be punished, not punished, resource distribution. It's a very complicated concept and it takes a lot of time, and this is the normative idealism. How should a just state be? Yes or no? Right? So let's write some keywords on justice. This is a line you would have heard so many times. So justice is the first virtue of social systems. Justice is the first virtue of social systems. Next, इसी में लिखो नहीं तो justice is the purpose for which the state exists. Justice is the purpose for which state exists. In the bracket, please write. P is for Plato. Plato wanted to make Athens an ideal state. Plato wanted Athens to be made an ideal state, and to do that he has a theory of justice. So theory of justice has a very important role, right? So लिखो यहाँ पे TOJ, theory of justice, is architectonic. सुना है term? Theory of justice is architectonic to Plato's Republic. Means Plato's Republic, the most important part of Plato's Republic is theory of justice. Why? He wants to make Athens an ideal state. Justice is the first virtue of social systems. You have to remember these lines. This is how you are starting to weave an answer on theory of justice. Okay? Again, emphasizing for the people who are watching this. Good, to make Athens an ideal state. Whatever discussion we are having, almost for every thinker, 5 to 6 PYQs minimum we are discussing. Right? It could be even more. This is how the handout is structured. Right? Now, this we have seen. Now let us build layers to justice. तो पहले लिखेंगे, देखो justice, when you read about, there is a debate of different people on what is justice. Okay, Thrasymachus says that might is right. Somebody else says what? So there are different perspectives. What will Plato talk about ultimately? For Plato, what is justice then? Right. So here he used a couple of terms. Justice is righteousness. Okay. So यहाँ पे just लिखो debates on justice. Debates on justice. Very brief, I'll just tell you. लिखो Cephalus. For him, justice was paying my dues. Cephalus, justice was paying my dues. Thrasymachus, might is right. Pole, P-O-L-E, Marcus, doing good to good and bad to bad. Doing good to good and bad to bad. This will give diversity to your answers on justice. These were the prominent debates that were happening. And there is a dialectics that is going on. So, in fact, Plato will argue with all of them. In fact, he will ask, is justice just paying my dues? Right? What about others? And he will say, Acha, your idea is not correct. It is not a universal grand idea. Same for him, might is right. What if you are not mighty, you are weak? It is injustice. Same, if it is doing good to the good, but bad to the bad is also not justice. Yes or no? So likho, then likho. For Plato, For Plato, justice is, ये है टर्म, DIKAIOSYNE, इसको लिख लो, righteousness. This is the ancient Greek word which Plato uses in his book. DIKAIOSYNE. DIKAI, right? Write this. Righteousness and justice. For Aristotle, I'll tell you three very good technical words like this. One is eudaimonia, one is phronesis, and one is एक A से शुरू होता है, तो बताऊंगा. Acratia something else, but also read in context of Aristotle. ठीक है, बता दूंगा, don't worry. ये लिख लिया आपने, DIKAIO, and in the bracket, just if you don't remember righteousness. हाँ, तो तभी तो लिख रहे हैं. बोलो, he uses the term this for justice in his book Republic. The prof who's going to read your copy, he will know or she will know this. बाकी किसी से मतलब नहीं है. Okay? अरे क्या बात कर रहे हो? Okay? Then write justice. Justice is not, right? Please write, justice is not external. Justice is not external, but a quality of soul. Justice is not external, but a quality of soul. Then write, of course, right? He highlights the myth of metals. Use the keyword myth of metals. Where he likens the human qualities. He likens LIKENS, not CHENS, where he likens the qualities of human soul, bracket में लिखो, reason, courage, appetite, where he likens the quality of human soul. Simply वो compare कर रहा है. He compares, या he makes a comparison. Qualities of human soul, bracket में लिखो, reason, courage and appetite, to social organisms. Social organisms. In the sequence, the values that you've written, you will write the organisms. First क्या है? Which value have you written? Reason, courage, appetite you have written. So reason में लिखो guardian class. Guardian class. Reason में. Courage में warrior class. And for appetite, producer class. Reason, courage, appetite. These values are linked to social organisms. Guardian class, producer class, warrior class. Is this clear? Right? About justice is. For Plato, justice is. Now you will cram these three keywords. For Plato, justice is. Likho. Three keywords, ye have to be in the answer. Let me write it. Justice for Plato is but don't write it at the starting. See, organically I have derived it. Functional specialization. Non-interference and proper stationing. You have to remember these three now. Best way to end the answer, because we have talked about myth of metals before this. So what is justice? बताओ. Proper stationing, non-interference, functional specialization. ठीक है? Now, if you actually read the structure of your answer of justice, every dimension we have covered. Right from what justice is, how he imagines justice in his part, right? What is the myth of metals? And then the main three keywords around it. Okay? Now, before I move further, can you tell me the biggest problem in his theory of justice? Justice is what? Righteousness. Right? Because we don't know what is that word. So justice is righteousness. But what is the biggest injustice in the theory? सोच के बताओ या देख के बताओ. Acha, good. Anything else? Very good. Anything else? Very good. In fact, my answer is just an extension of your argument. I'm saying what is the biggest injustice in Plato's theory? For achieving justice, for example, justice is because you have to have a philosopher king. He will subject other two classes to injustice. These two can never become a philosopher king. The producer class or the warrior class can never become. So everybody is vying for justice. Justice is righteousness. That is what he says. But he subjects almost majority of the population to injustice. And this, somebody can also say, this is a biased classification. There can be no scientific basis to it. Yes or no? And there can be no mobility. Although somebody can argue that if somebody performs well in theory of education, 20 years, but that's a very rigorous 30, 40 years of time. So the order of society is regimented. It is closed. It is top down. This is a problem with this society. Yes or no? Batao. Able to understand what is the problem with the theory of justice? You tell me what is the problem with theory of justice. One is he subjects the other two classes to injustice while pursuing justice. Right? They write this in the criticism. Open the box of criticism. Next page. लिखो पहले तो लिख लो Plato's myth of metals is biased and unscientific. Plato's myth of metals is biased and unscientific. Second, right? लिखो to achieve justice, he subjects majority of population through injustice. Through injustice. To achieve justice, he subjects majority of population to injustice. Bracket में लिखो, he deprives the people the freedom to choose their profession. He deprives the people the freedom to choose their profession. Just like Indian parents want the people to pursue, students to pursue what? IITs or AIMS or ultimately UPSC, for example. So the whole Indian society is engineered around this, right? Here, the whole society is just finding, are you the next Indian idol? Of course, that means philosopher king. Everybody is auditioning for a philosopher king. That's the problem. So the problem is there scope for art, commerce, industry? Not really. This is a problem of the society. The society is going to be regimented, fragmented. Less scope for art or commerce and industry. This is also criticism. Clear? Okay, let's go back. What was the last heading we have to do? Plato's ideal state. Okay. Let's come to Plato's ideal state. Are you clear on the criticism also? लिख लो इसमें Plato's ideal state. पहला लिखो इसमें. First लिखो philosopher king. Philosopher king is the just ruler in this state. Philosopher king is the just ruler in this state. Just ruler. Just means with justice. Philosopher king is a just ruler in Plato's ideal state. philosopher king is the just ruler in Plato's ideal state. ठीक है? अब let's come to next. Right? लिखो in PK's ideal state there is, write the three keywords. In Plato's ideal state there is, and you have to write these three: functional specialization, non-interference, and proper stationing. In Plato's ideal state. Next लिखो, state is individual writ large. State is individual writ large. In the bracket, write, a just state is ruled by a just soul. A just state is ruled by a just soul. And vice versa. That is also true. Right? So in fact, so when people start to complain, right, there is so much of injustice, we're not getting, then the question on the people is, you have elected these leaders, right? So you get what you choose. Same argument. So state is individual, writ large. What is the problem with this statement? Of course, we know what is the meaning of it. Problem kya hai isme? Excessive concentration of power. What does it mean? सोच तो सही रहे हो आप. कोई और सोचो. देखो, a small individual is magnified to a big state. So what does that mean? There is excessive interference also of the state. There is excessive unity. It will not appreciate a lot of diversity. This is a challenge. There has to be a lot of obedience in the state. If state is individual writ large, all these individuals have to come together. They have to obey. They will form the state. What is the problem? Excessive unity. This is also what Karl Popper will point out. Key problem kya hai Aristotle is Plato mein? Excessive unity. Okay. Next, please write. So we written state is individual writ large. Next, right? देखो, Plato's ideal state, don't write it again, but this is the heading. It represents, and this is a good keyword to use, bhari bharkam word. It represents transcendental idea of justice. This keyword is also true for state is individual writ large. It means what is true for the individual is true for the state. Transcendental matlab kya hota hai? It means it is not limited only to one thing, it goes beyond it. Now here the point I am trying to make is ethics and politics are inseparable. Put a dash and write. The transcendental idea here, put a dash. It means it transcends its meaning, it goes beyond it. So here write, good life and good political life are inseparable. Good life and good political life are inseparable. Next, right? Yes, justice at an individual, very good point, Rajiv, that is correct. Okay, justice at individual level is at state level also correct. Next, likho. Likho, his ideal state is paradoxical and utopian. I'll prove both. His ideal state is paradoxical, bracket mein likho. Ruler has no desire to rule, yet he's made the philosopher king. Yes or no? So there is a paradox here. The philosopher king does not want to rule, yet he's made the philosopher king. This is paradoxical. So ideal state is paradoxical, first thing, and utopian. Utopian. What is utopia? Again, way too much idealist will not see the light of the day. ठीक है, समझ में आ रहा है मैं? paradoxical, utopian. So these are some of the main points on his ideal state. Okay, of course the answer does not end here. You have to anyways criticize this with Aristotle. Aristotle याद है क्या कहा था Aristotle ने? Plato's ideal state is Aristotle's. कुछ याद आ रहा है? चलो फिर से भी करेंगे थोड़ी. When I do Aristotle, I'll remind you. Basically, Plato's ideal state does not have any equivalence in Aristotle, because he will not go for perfection. He will go for a golden mean, something that can be achieved. So instead of a perfect ideal state, he was go for a practicable state, a more achievable state. Though there is a difference in their terms, right? Okay. What is the next heading? Education. ठीक है. Education में तो just it's a very small part. लिखो inverted commas में, if a man neglects education, comma, he walks lame to his life. He walks lame to his life. Next लिखो, इसी में लिखो Socratic influence. Socratic influence. Now you can write both the quotes if you want later. जैसे कि knowledge is virtue and second is unexamined life is not worth living. How will you examine your life? You have to have knowledge. Knowledge will give you critical thinking. Yes or no? So there is a Socratic influence in his theory of education. Okay. अब लिखो, right, Rousseau. You know who is Rousseau? Put a dash. देखो Plato's Republic. Plato's Republic is the best treatise on education. Plato's Republic is the best treatise on education, which makes you feel that he has limited Plato's work only to education. Okay, but ठीक है, we can write this. Now here, can I say Plato's justice is linked to his theory of education? सोच के बताओ. Plato's justice is linked to his theory of education. Absolutely. To have a just idea, in fact, even to the ideal state. Right? Because you have to find a philosopher king. Audition कहाँ पे होंगे? School में होंगे. School is there for auditions. 20-year long, 30-year long auditions will happen in the school. So ultimately, it is the school that is going to pave way. Yes or no? So लिखो, Plato's theory of justice, comma, and his ideal state. Plato's TOJ, theory of justice, and IAS, ideal state, is intricately linked to TOE, theory of education. Theory of education. Now last, right, लिखो. He advocates both physical education, bracket, right, Sparta, and philosophical, right, Athens. Spartas were warrior class, right? So he will say fighting भी करनी है, पढ़ना भी है. So he advocates physical education, bracket, Sparta, 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 and philosophical education, bracket, Athens. Mix of both, with multiple tests to filter out producer and warrior class. With multiple tests to filter out producer and warrior class. Again, if you go through your basic foundation notes, you know this theory of education takes only 50 years. Okay, very small. Only 50 years लगेंगे, तब आपको मिल जाएंगे philosopher king through a rigorous system. Correct. So that is there. So those details you can add later. All right. So I think this is what is theory of education. Move to the next page. We know what is the real aim, etc. You can link it. अब क्या अपने पास heading? Communism. Come to communism. Flip your page. And what is the second heading after communism? Feminist. अच्छा उसके बाद Plato is the father. अच्छा ठीक है. Okay. Let's come to communism. Let's come to communism. पहले लिखो for family. For family. Communism. Next page. Communism में ब्रैकेट में लिखो of wives and property. And now one by one we'll talk about. पहले लिखो for family, लिखो for family. For family. In bullet points, right? No personal family. No personal family. No personal. Second, right? Marriage only for eugenic. Marriage only for eugenic purpose. देखो यूजेनिक एक बड़ी सी pseudo scientific ideology थी which aims to improve the genetic quality of human population. The state will say by who will breed with who so as to have the best of population, right? This theory has been like forced sterilization, marriage, resegregation, है ना? So just remember the name. What is the name? Eugenics. Okay, and there are books, popular books also. एक book है Aldous Huxley की Brave New World. उस पे भी this book is based also on this idea. Okay, that what is eugenics? Fine. So just write. Where were we? What were we writing? Marriage only for eugenic purpose. And third, लिखो community raising of children. Community raising of children. So this is for the family. What is being done? And then लिखो for property, right? No private property. No private property. Okay. Now, according to him, philosopher king will have neither these two. Thick. It is only the other class which can enjoy some of it. Yes or no? And why is it? Likho, Plato's communism is based on the belief that family, Plato's communism is based on the belief that family and property are the two sources of corruption. They are the two sources of corruption. So he felt if the philosopher king or the guardian class does not have access to these two, they will not get corrupt. Yes. But would it really happen? Aap batao. Isn't this too impractical? Yes. This is very impractical. Before you write this, just write in inverted commas. There is a quote of Richard Kettleship. Richard Kettleship, put a dash and write. Plato's communism is to give effect to a spirit. Plato's communism is to give effect to a spirit that education is to create. That education is to create. तो communism किस लिए है? To give effect to theory of education. Why is theory of education? To give effect to theory of justice. Do you see the link? So communism in Plato serves a specific purpose. It is not like Marx communism. Is it different from Marx? yes, इसी में लिखो एक स्टार मार्क लगा के, अरिस्टोटल क्रिटिसाइज्ड प्लेटो या प्लेटोस कम्युनिज्म. व्हाई बताओ? According to him, property and family are the two sources of motivation for people. If you take these away, they'll not be able to do the job. Likho, Aristotle criticizes Plato's communism for its failure to understand human motivation and psychology. Aristotle criticizes Plato's communism for its failure to understand human motivation and psychology. Right? Plato actually believes Balidan Parmo Dharma. So he sacrifices everything. But he does not understand there are some things which are maybe it is like that. Okay. All right. Have you written this? Now I want to ask you, you have already done Marxism. You will tell me the difference between Marxism and Marxist communism and Plato's communism. Marxist communism and Plato's communism. फटाक से कहीं पे टेबल बनाओ जल्दी से. Marxist communism गुड. यहाँ पे स्टेट है. Very simple. On the spot, you can make it. Matter, idea. This is more of material communism. This is ascetic. Ascetic means sadhu-like. Philosopher king is like a monk. It's like a saint. Stateless state, matter, ideas, violent, not so. It aims to resolve state conflict, class conflict, sorry. It aims to make Athens an ideal state. Objective is different. Method is different. Idea is different. Right? ऐसी चीजों में आप हमेशा लिखो एंड में, the similarities between the two are superficial, whereas the differences between the two are poignant. Yes, stark. Yes or no? There are similarities, but they are only superficial in nature. But the differences are stark. They stand out. इसीलिए when the question is Plato is an enemy of open society, so there is some resemblance it is, but Plato also has some elements which are not exactly like that. I've said similarities are superficial, whereas the differences are stark, S-T-A-R-K. Between these two, right or no? Marxist communism and Plato's communism, correct? Now, what is the next heading? Plato as a feminist, okay? What will you write here? पहले लिखो opens education to women, first keyword. Second, write inverted commas. It is wrong to deprive. It is wrong to deprive the society of half the humankind. It is wrong to deprive the society. Wrong to deprive the society of half the humankind. It is wrong to deprive that, right? of half the humankind. Next, allows them to hold political office and become philosopher, ruler. Queen, yes, you can say. Allows them to hold political offices. Right? Allows them to hold political offices and become philosopher, queen, you can write. Now, what is the problem or what is the possible criticism here? Right. So ultimately, means and ends. Right? So women, if you look at feminism, the core idea of feminism is what? Empowerment of women. Here, his grand idea is what? Philosopher king. Women just becomes a means to it, that. Which means only for this case, he allows women to the top political posts. But if you look at the overall scenario, he does not extend all the other benefits to the women. That is a challenge. Right? For example, he will again talk about communism of child care, wives property, etc. So then he does not become a feminist in the truest sense. Right? So likho isko. देखो, feminism is only a means. Feminism is only a means and not an end in Plato's ideal state. Feminism is only a means and not an end in Plato's ideal state. ठीक है, अब आ जाओ किस पे? Criticism. Okay, now if you have space in anywhere in between, criticism with the biggest, strongest, tallest critic of Plato is Karl Popper. Okay, and for that I will tell you some basic points on Karl Popper that you have to remember. Right? So the biggest criticism, right? देखो Karl Popper. What is the book? देखो, Open Societies and its enemies. Open Society and its enemies. लिखो डैश करके. It begins with. ये बुक बिगिन होती है इससे. ओपनिंग ही इससे हो रही है. द स्पेल ऑफ प्लेटो. द बुक बिगिंस विद द स्पेल ऑफ प्लेटो. What is the meaning of the spell? Somebody has cast magic on you. So he says he is an enemy of open society. You don't believe it because you revere him. You kind of worship him. That is the meaning of the spell of Plato. That his ideas are so much intoxicating that the people don't consider him as an enemy of open society. Yet all the problems which are there, which an closed society has, इनके साथ भी वही problems हैं. Okay, so now you please write. So he says some of the points. Plato is a prophet of totalitarianism. Plato as a prophet of totalitarianism. Whose political program is similar to fascism. Whose political program is similar to fascism. How are we saying this? How is he a prophet of totalitarianism? Anybody? पहली बात, absolute obedience. One of the features of fascist state was what? Remember Mussolini, nothing above the state, nothing beyond and nothing against the state. So you are asking for extreme obedience. And totalitarian leaders karte kya? They will take away. They will say, by duty, you have to follow the state. They will not talk about your rights. This is a problem, right? First issue. Second, lekho. देखो प्लेटो, लिखो सेकंड, लिखो प्लेटो रिप्लेसेस डेमोक्रेटिक अकाउंटेबिलिटी, प्लेटो replaces democratic accountability with alleged wisdom. Alleged wisdom. Okay, you know what is alleged? Alleged means it is not proven. We make an allegation on somebody that this person is alleged to commit a crime. Here also, philosopher king is alleged to have wisdom. He may or may not have it. So you are not focusing on democratic accountability and you are focusing on this. Okay, next likho. Plato gives priority to the harmony of the state. Plato gives a priority to harmony of the state over freedom of the individual. Priority to the harmony of the state over freedom of the individual. Bracket में लिखो blueprint for authoritarianism. Right? Next, right? देखो opens लिखो his society या his मतलब प्लेटो सोसाइटी इज नॉट ओपन, ये सारे कीवर्ड्स हैं. his society is not open for falsification. देखो कुछ कीवर्ड्स हैं, याद रखना. अभी तक आई हैव टोल्ड यू सिंपल थिंग्स. व्हाट इज अ सिंपल थिंग आई हैव टोल्ड यू? जस्ट टेल मी couple of points. One is that, second one is harmony, that is there. Third one is अब देखो the main one of the keywords you have to write in your answer has to be any open society is open for falsification. Plato system is not. First thing. Second is these three keywords have to be in your answer. इसके beyond आप जो भी लिखो अच्छा है. Okay. Second लिखो holism. Holism already we've written, but लिखो holism में लिखो harmony is more important than individual freedom. This is also a problem. Holism means harmony is more important than individual freedom. In an open society, what is given more? Individual freedom. Yes. Third आ जाओ wholesale social engineering. You know what is the meaning of this? बताओ. अच्छा, can anybody tell me, is Plato a radical or a conservative? Plato is a radical. Anybody who is an idealist is a radical. Aristotle is a conservative. Yes or no? है ना? Yes. देखो जो लोग radical क्या होते हैं, जैसे who is the radical, right? For example, if you have to study for your exams, a normal person will make a very simplistic timetable, realistic timetable. An idealist person will make that timetable 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. No breaks in between. So Plato is a radical. He wants एक बार में तख्ता पलट, everything should change in one go, as opposed to gradual reforms. So you write Plato represents wholesale social engineering, wholesale social engineering rather than a gradual reform through trial and error. Wholesale is all things at one go. And sometimes in life and in studies also, when you have to make changes in your plan, go step by step. Governance में भी हम क्या बोलते हैं? step by step reform. Okay, so wholesale is all at once. This is what Plato wants. This is also an enemy of open society, and here you want gradual reforms. Clear hai? What all keywords have we seen? Jaldi jaldi batao. Falsification, holism, wholesale, social engineering. Last likho, last point likho. Please write the last point. Plato's Republic approximates a closed society. Plato's Republic approximates a closed society where class hierarchy, censorship. In his theory of education, there is a lot of censorship, by the way. Class hierarchy. Plato's Republic approximates a closed society where class hierarchy, censorship and philosopher rule replaces freedom. It replaces freedom, mobility and criticism. Freedom, mobility and criticism. Okay, this is a very proper response to why is he called an enemy of open society, right? Kya kya cheezein issues hain? Instead of democratic accountability, he goes for alleged wisdom, for example, that point. Then not open for falsification, holism hai, wholesale, social engineering hai. Then right, theek hai. So there are these points, please keep them in mind. Okay, all of this is actually criticism of Plato. You have written other criticism of Plato, please read it out. Myth of metals, second. There is no scope of social majority. Then he subjects his lot of people to injustice. Next. For example, for right or communism, he does not understand the motivation of people. That is also criticism of Aristotle, right? Right. Ab feminist critique you also bring in. Ab the criticism में now you can also write. देखो Ernst, last लिखेंगे, देखो Ernst Barker, Ernst E-R-N-E-S-T, E-R-N-E-S-T, Ernst Barker, put a dash. देखो Plato's theory tyrannizes rather than liberates. Plato's theory tyrannizes rather than liberates. ठीक है? Plato's theory tyrannizes rather than liberates. Now come to the legacy and overall defense also. So legacy में सबसे important legacy is what? Father of political philosophy, something that we have already done. Okay. Next, right? देखो R. Levinson. जब भी प्लेटो को डिफेंड करना हो, you defend him. In fact, his book is very easy. In defense of Plato. R. Levinson in defense of Plato, right? Plato was a man of deep integrity and perennial fruitfulness. Plato was a man of deep integrity and perennial fruitfulness. Next, देखो Rajiv Bhargav. देखो Rajiv Bhargav is say what? That Karl Popper is biased, right? Karl Popper ultimately is a liberal. He will look at things from a liberal stand of view. So, right, Karl Popper लिखो. Sorry, लिखो Rajiv Bhargav. देखो Karl Popper's criticism is based on ideological considerations It is based on ideological considerations and abstract logic, which means that criticism is ideologically motivated and abstract logic. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट आओ अरिस्टोटल। करा रहा हूं, जल्दी करा रहा हूं। देखो अरिस्टोटल में स्टार्ट करो, इंट्रोडक्शन जस्ट राइट। राइट बार्न्स पुट अ डैश। बार्न्स पुट अ डैश लिखो। Aristotle emerges as an intellectual Barnes लिखो, Aristotle emerges as an intellectual colossus. Intellectual colossus. Colossus is like the big, hefty, big figure. Full stop. No man before him, no man before him, and no man after him. No man before him and no man after him could hope to rival his intellect. No man before him and no man after him could hope to rival his intellect. Could hope to rival his intellect. Okay, now what is the name of his book? देखो politics. Write the name of his book, Politics. Influences may write Socrates, but here also write in the bracket Peter who denied his master. Sorry, Plato. Ligo Plato. And in the bracket write Peter who denied his master. Okay. Directly come to theory of ideas. Keywords you will fill at the end. अब इसमें मेन चीज क्या लिखनी है बताओ? व्हाट इज हिज थ्योरी ऑफ आइडियाज? बिल्कुल सही है, तो पहले लिखो, देखो ही रिजेक्ट्स प्लेटोनियन डाइकोटमी. He rejects Platonian dichotomy of matter and ideas. Of matter and ideas. He says that idea is immanent. He says that idea is immanent within matter. He says that idea is immanent. We are doing ideas only. एक बार ऊपर जाओ जल्दी से फटाक से, जहां पे थ्योरी ऑफ आइडियाज लिखा है इन प्लेटो, राइट समवेयर one of the criticism of Plato's theory of ideas or forms, right? ये एक बस कीवर्ड लिखो, I will share this with you what this means, but it's a very good third man argument. Third man argument. It is not of cricket. Third man वो अलग है. There is a third. This is a third man. ये third man छोड़ो, third man लिखो. Third man argument is a proper argument that is used in reasoning. ठीक है? Third man argument. Write it somewhere. I will share a small voice note for this. थर्ड मैन आर्ग्यूमेंट, वापस आओ. We were writing about Aristotle, theory of ideas. You've written idea is immanent within matter. Okay. Next, so this is the core. Main core is he rejects Plato's theory of forms, and he simply says that why are you taking both these things separate, idea and matter? Idea is immanent in matter. Come to theory of state. This is very important. इसमें I will tell you different way to think about theory of state for Aristotle. I'll give you 4 core arguments of Aristotle. Okay. Now, when you think of state for Aristotle, anything that you remember? अब याद करो. There is individual, there is society, there is a state. याद कर. So state is also fulfilling some needs, but it is not fulfilling all the needs. Again, remember, Aristotle says man is a social animal. Zoon politikon. Aristotle says, related to man, that one who can survive without state is a beast or god. यही चीजें आएंगी यहां पे. लिखो फर्स्ट, पहले लिखो. फर्स्ट पॉइंट लिखो, जून पोलिटिकॉन. जून पोलिटिकॉन. देखो, man is by nature a political animal. Man is by nature a political animal, and state is highest of all expressions. Is this view similar to Hannah Arendt? Bilkul, yes. Man is by nature a political animal, and state is the highest of all associations. State is highest of all associations. इसी में लिखो, second point in this point only, right? देखो, politics is the highest expression of human socialization. Highest expression of human socialization where reasoned action takes place. Please link this also to Hannah Arendt, conceptual triad. Can I link it? Absolute same thing she also says. Human socialization where reasoned action takes place. Where reasoned action takes place. Correct? Third, next likho. State is natural. Bracket में लिखो, beast or god. You will recall the quote. One who can live without a state is beast or god. He is saying state is a natural entity. In fact, Plato and Aristotle will say state is organic and natural. Hobbes will say state is a product of social contract. Yes or no? So for him it is natural. Third लिखो. अब ये important line है. This keyword you cannot miss. Aristotle में one very important keyword is immanent. First keyword. Second keyword, बताओ इसका मतलब क्या होता है? What is teleological? Purpose. Very good. Very good. तो लिखो, teleological understanding of state. Third point is teleological understanding of state as the ultimate end. Teleological understanding of state as the ultimate end. Telos क्या होता है? Telos होता है purpose. In this, please write in the bracket. And this is a very important line. देखो, state is prior to man. सोचो, वैसे बोला था man is prior to state. Here what are we saying? State is prior to man. Now, the idea is it is the purpose of a man to ultimately be under the state. And the state will help man to achieve eudaimonia. Eudaimonia is happiness. This is how you link teleology to justice also. Right? It is ultimate purpose of a man to be under the state. Why? State is prior to man. State helps in fulfilling needs of a man. State is a natural entity. So you see different points? Yes? ये फास्ट लग रहा है? हाँ अच्छा नेक्स्ट तो चलो लेट्स सी, ये किसको समझ में नहीं आ रहा अभी? चलो कोई बात नहीं, चलो आई आई शेयर सम रिकॉर्डिंग आल्सो ऑफ दिस, आई हैव ऑलरेडी रिकॉर्डेड दैट। अभी तुम्हें ये समझ नहीं आया टर्म टीरियोलॉजिकल? कहीं पे लिख लो, टर्म लिख डालो, यू जस्ट राइट द टर्म, आई विल एक्सप्लेन लेटर। लिखो किस किस को आ रहा है समझ में टीरियोलॉजिकल, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू अंडरस्टैंड, जस्ट रेज योर हैंड। किसको इसको नहीं आ रहा ऑनेस्टली? कोई बात नहीं, आई विल टेल यू, ठीक है, ओके। तो थर्ड वन इज टीरियोलॉजिकल, प्लीज राइट द फोर्थ, एथिकल, एथिकल नेचर, एथिकल नेचर। अब इस पे लिखो, दिस कोट ऑल्सो इज समथिंग यू नो। देखो, स्टेट comes into existence, state comes into existence for life, state comes into existence for the sake of life and continues for the sake of good life. State comes into existence for the sake of life and continues for the sake of good life. जल्दी से बताओ, 4 मेन पॉइंट्स क्या लिखे हमने थ्योरीज ऑफ स्टेट में? जून पॉलिटिकॉन, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सेकंड, हाँ, हाईएस्ट रिप्रेजेंटेशन। नेक्स्ट, there is natural. Next, teleological, you have to write teleological, teleological, telos का मतलब होता है purpose, it is ultimate end of a man to be under the state and state will help you in eudaimonia, आने वाला eudaimonia। till here have we able to follow? Now what's the next heading? Okay, चलो let's talk about private property। पहला तो लिख लो, देखो, he criticizes Plato's communism of property, criticizes Plato's communism of property। लिखो, नेक्स्ट लिखो, everyone's property, he says everyone's property is no one's responsibility, everyone's property is no one's responsibility। लिखो, नेक्स्ट लिखो, he supports private property, he supports private property as it is more productive, more productive and gives a sense of achievement and motivation, it gives a sense of achievement and motivation। So now you understand why he criticizes Plato. He criticizes Plato for ignoring human psychology and motivation. So he will say, take private property because that's a sense of motivation. It gives a sense of pride. Come to slavery. अब देखो, सबसे problematic part of Plato, sorry, Aristotle, happens to be his theory of slavery. Okay? तो लिखो यहाँ पे, पहला लिखो, he provides functional view of slavery। Functional means that slavery performs a function, he performs a functional view of slavery। इसी में लिखो, put a dash, because slaves help in freeing up their master's time, slaves help in freeing up their master's time। Okay, what is the idea here? Now masters can work on their hobbies। Okay, this is a very much controversial statement at this point of time। So first thing is, he provides a functionalist view, first thing। Second, he says that slave has to work for the master, and if he continuously works for the master, हो सकता है after many years, master may give him some divya gyan and master may actually help in his knowledge and liberation, right? So this is a very much kind of an unequal society। In fact, in Athens, in ancient times, inequality, लिखो, next लिखो, in ancient times, inequality was natural, it was natural and and desirable. Inequality was natural and desirable. Next देखो, slavery is good for master. Why? You know, hobbies, politics. देखो, slavery is good for master bracket hobbies, politics. Farmer, society, right? Society का फायदा क्या है बताओ? तो मेन चीज है, the man of reason will now have more time, so society is benefiting. Third लिखो, for economy bracket में slaves are productive. See, slavery is beneficial to master, to the society, to the economy. Why to the economy? Slaves are productive. Fourth, last, to the slave himself. To the slave himself, right? इसी में लिख लो, there can be no justification of slavery in modern times. This is a criticized element of Aristotle. There can be no justification of slavery in the modern times. Now, when you look at citizenship, you tell me, will he extend citizenship to all? नहीं. इसमें लिखो elitist and exclusivist. Elitist and exclusivist. This will also tell you the idea, right? Elitist है, exclusivist है. इसी में लिखो, देखो, he A Aristotle believes only man of property is a man of reason. Man of property is a man of reason. Next लिखो, true home for citizens lies in the public realm. True home for citizens lies in the public realm. What do you understand? Two concepts. कौन से? Zoon politikon, right? Zoon politikon. It is the citizen who is going to participate in public affairs and not everybody. Yes or no? Can I say this? पहला कॉन्सेप्ट क्या लिखा? Zoon politikon. And second लिखो, link this with deliberative democracy. Link this with deliberative democracy. So we have seen the true home for citizen lies in the public arena. What is this? Man is a social animal. Zoon politikon. देखो, when he says man is a social animal, is that statement correct? नहीं. He actually means citizen is a social animal. Yes or no? Who is a citizen? अब देखो, इसीलिए I said he is elitist and exclusivist. He does not extend the right of citizenship to all. So when we say man is Zoon politikon, you have to reclassify. According to him, citizens are Zoon politikon. Their true interface lies in the public realm. ये समझ में आया? So both last की ये जो दो part हैं, these are the criticism also of Aristotle. Other things में उसकी theory is absolutely great. But on these two terms, do you see an issue? Right? Okay. आगे आओ. Now, let's come to theory of justice. इसमें लिखो, I'll tell you three words here. लिखो, the three core ideas of Aristotle are, Try to remember these three. बहुत फेमस, बहुत प्रॉपर प्रोमिनेंट वर्ड्स हैं. Eudaimonia, arte, phronesis. I will tell you the meaning of each of them. With eudaimonia, please write happiness. And you can use all the three in your ethics paper also. Questions directly are coming on Aristotle. Okay? What is this? Arte, virtue or excellence. And then you come to phronesis. Practical wisdom. These are the three main ideas of him. ठीक है? अब इसी को first remember these three. Now I will make it slightly more specific. तो लिखो Aristotle's eudaimonia. Aristotle's eudaimonia is not just attained by a few. Aristotle's eudaimonia is not just attained by a few. Rather, everyone can attain it through reasoned action. Rather, everyone can attain it through reasoned action by following. Rather, can attain it through reasoned action. ये टर्म बार बार यूज करता है अरिस्टोटल. Reasoned action. Reasoned action. Through reasoned action by following arte and phronesis. Okay. Now, next लिखो. He links justice, because out of last these four, only this one is more important. देखो, he links justice to equality. Aristotle links justice to equality. Where this is a famous quote, I think some of you know, equals should be treated equally. Equals should be treated equally, and unequals to be treated. Unequals should be treated unequally. What is the meaning of this statement? लिखो, Aristotle's justice is based on proportionate equality. Proportion में पहली बात, it is not numerical or mechanical equality. Yes or no? तो लिखो, write the keyword. Aristotle's justice is based on proportionate equality and not numerical equality. You will treat equals equally and unequals unequally. Proportionate है पर न्यूमेरिकल नहीं है. लिखो नेक्स्ट. लिखो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिव जस्टिस. नेक्स्ट लिखो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिव जस्टिस इन अरिस्टोटल. Distributive justice in Aristotle is based on merit, contribution or worth. Distributive justice means how goods are distributed. Distributive justice in Aristotle is based on merit, contribution or worth. इससे पहले हमने क्या देखा? His theory is based on equality but not absolute equality. It is proportionate equality. Equals will be treated equally, unequals will be treated unequally. Okay. Next लिखो corrective justice. अच्छा, corrective justice is also known as rectificatory justice. It means if somebody has done a wrong या कोई injury हो गई, how are you going to correct it? Okay, so you write corrective justice. The other name for this is rectificatory justice. Corrective या rectificatory justice restores equality. It restores equality by correcting unfair gain and loss. By correcting unfair gain and loss. लास्ट लिखेंगे Aristotle wants a meritocratic society with proper stationing. Everybody should serve their right purpose. He wants a meritocratic society with proper stationing. अब देखो, ये है theory of justice. This justice is also linked to revolution. And here just write, लिखो injustice anywhere या inequality anywhere is the cause of revolution. So direct linkage. देखो inequality / injustice anywhere is a cause for revolution. Is the cause for revolution. So let's first come to revolution. Now here write, पहली चीज लिखो, he does not prescribe revolution. Aristotle does not prescribe revolution but sees them to be inevitable. He sees them to be inevitable. Second right, अब देखो, he will give certain general causes of revolution and certain regime specific causes for revolution. We will write both. First write general causes of revolution, and this is one theory that you can also link to Arab Spring, Nepal's Gen Z protest. इन सबको लिंक कर सकते हो. Wherever you will see a protest anywhere, you will find this, right? आपने सुना ना, inequality anywhere is a threat to human security everywhere. Poverty anywhere is a threat to human security everywhere. This is a UPSC essay also. ठीक है, वापस आते हैं. देखो general causes, write a couple of keywords. लिखो inequality, corruption, lack of governance. Inequality, corruption, lack of governance, internal rivalries, and influx of foreigners. All these are general causes on which the problem can happen. Now come to regime specific causes. So he gave it for aristocracy, for democracy, for monarchy. And of course, we have seen that he's done an extensive analysis of 158 constitutions. Through that, he's given a theory of revolution. All right. So I think this does not need any more explanation than what I've told you. Remember, general and regime specific. Come to theory of constitutions. वहां पे just लिखो 158. He has analyzed 158 odd constitutions through historical and empirical analysis. Through historical and empirical analysis. लिखो यहां पे inverted commas में, Plato's second best state. Plato's second best state is Aristotle's most practicable state. Plato's second best state is Aristotle's most practicable state. Most practicable state. अब लिखो इसमें just remember a classification. देखो he gives a six-fold classification. And just remember this and then we are done. लिखो he gives a six-fold classification. लिखो bracket में monarchy, tyranny, aristocracy, oligarchy, polity, democracy. Polity, democracy. For him, what is the best polity? Why? It is the keyword क्या है? Golden mean. Okay? It is the golden mean and he uses system golden mean. 6, I'll again tell you, monarchy, tyranny. अगर अब कुछ छूट रहा है ना, for Aristotle part and even for Machiavelli part, I will share the slide also. I also have a recording of them almost of 2 hours or so, which I had taken even last year. उसको भी मैं link कर दूंगा if you want to see and revise from there. So I am repeating. Monarchy, tyranny, aristocracy, oligarchy, polity, democracy are the 6 forms of government that he has mentioned. Okay. Any other thing that is remaining here? Revolution समझ गए? Why is he called father of political science? Here, just write the keywords here very quickly. Acha, also write somewhere. I have to also give you on polity. What is his views on polity also? So that you will do from the slides. So let's come to what were we saying? We'll come to father of political science. Okay? He is a thinker of real world. He is a thinker of real world. This is the last section जहां पे आपको हाथ चलाना पड़ेगा. Thinker of real world. Bracket में लिखो, not the word of ideas. He's a thinker of real word and not the word of ideas. Second, right, method. लिखो, he does लिखो मत लिखो empirical and historical analysis. Empirical and historical analysis, bracket में लिखो, for study of revolutions. For study of revolutions and comparative analysis. Comparative analysis for the study of constitutions. So what I have told you? Empirical, historical for revolution, comparative for constitution. Next, his book Politics. His book's Politics focus is on political science, whereas the Republic is encyclopedic. Republic is encyclopedic. Last originator of modern concepts. Is an originator of modern concepts like rule of law, ROL, rule of law, constitutionalism and proportional equality. Proportional equality. ठीक है? All right. Rule of law, constitutionalism and proportional equality. Almost 4 or 5 points I have told you, right? अभी क्या क्या बचा हमारा? हाँ देखो, one is Plato versus Aristotle, ठीक है? Plato versus Aristotle, partly we have discussed. One is very practical, one is very idealist. Ideas and matter पे there is a debate for both of them. Best practicable state and the best state, that is also a debate for both of them. और क्या क्या debates है दोनों में? What is the difference? Difference in communism, right? Property, human motivation. तो ये वाले पार्ट डायरेक्टली आप स्लाइड से देखेंगे, ठीक है? पूरा जो भी हेडिंग्स हैं आप वहां से करोगे. सेम फॉर क्रिटिसिज्म एंड द लेगेसी. मेन क्रिटिसिज्म ऑफ एरिस्टोटल इज व्हाट? स्लेवरी, सिटीजनशिप, एलिटिस्ट, एक्सक्लूसिविस्ट. यस और नो? that is there. Then of course when he applies historical analysis, he can also be biased, right? Okay. Lastly, you have somebody known as Machiavelli in your syllabus. Okay? Machiavelli may partly we know Machiavelli because we have done Kautilya. Machiavelli ka what is the biggest contribution? Prince. Pehli cheez. In Prince, advices to the prince, right? Political entrepreneur. Main important contribution is his separation of religion from politics and also ethics from politics. So his secularism is very important. Machiavelli में जहाँ पे secularism लिखा है उसको star mark लगाएंगे. You have to prepare secularism anyhow. Okay? See, सबसे important ये है. Out of all the four, the most important in this. Human nature is easy to understand. That he knows that people are, last time he also wrote, fickle, greedy, all of that. Fine? On prince also we are fairly aware of what are his advices to the prince. But सबसे important क्या है? Secularism. Okay? He is also transitional thinker. There are certain modern ideas, but there is also some element of traditionality in him. This is something we do. Kautilya, this we have already done. ठीक है? इसमें इस क्वेश्चन को स्टार मार्क लगाओ, which I feel is the toughest question to answer. Fourth one. And although it goes beyond the 10 years, I've added it specifically. Explain how Machiavelli's application of empirical method to human affairs marks an important stage in the evolution of political science. Okay? The video I have shared with you, most probably it also has a discussion on that. वो देख लेना. Around 1 hour का video Machiavelli का होगा, and around 1 hour का video, the last year वाला video of Aristotle is there. In case you want to revise from video, I will anyways be sharing slides for the topics, for these topics at least. ठीक है? वो आप देखोगे. So most probably I think you have to spend maybe 1.5 hours extra to just complete these. ठीक है? ना. ठीक है. I can understand. So we've had a long class overall, and the status of the topics are like this, that these are very well detailed, which is why I started with Hobbes, so that I wanted to cover all the tougher topics also. The only last remaining topics are generally topics you already know. ठीक है? But I'm not saying we'll not be doing it. आपको मैं homework दूंगा. Whenever you find time, please do that. Fine? Okay? The next schedule you will be notified. Although I think some of you already have a tomorrow's class also. ठीक है? Most probably, let's say results may also come out tomorrow, yeah, day after tomorrow. In that case, all the very best to all of you who are hoping for the results to come out. ठीक है? People online, if you want, I hope whatever I've said makes sense. How you have to complete it, yes, both people of PSIR 300 as well as people of PSIR Crash Course. Okay? The last remaining part is just you will have a look at it. In fact, I'll just share the timestamp of the video in case you want to cover, right? Machiavelli ka part or Aristotle ka part. Okay? Okay then, I think thank you so much. How many of you have not yet joined the Telegram channel? Nahi kiya? You know how to join it? To kar lena, theek hai? There is a separate channel for the Crash Course 2026 and there is a separate channel for 2027 PSI 300. In both the cases, please try to join that. Any communication that I want to have with all of you will be through those channels. Okay then? Okay, thank you so much. Tomorrow's class, Rajiv, in case you want to attend it, come slightly early. Okay? There will be, I think, many people coming in. If you want to just come in for just 1 day's class, we can allow you. But I think post that you may have to then join. Okay? Alright. Any other doubt, please drop a comment. And people offline as well as online, ठीक है? Howsoever is your feedback, please drop it in the comment section also. ठीक है? Okay, welcome. हाँ.